Hello and welcome back to Adobe Live, where we are streaming all day. We've just had 3 sessions covering mainly Adobe Express, but going into a few different tools. And now we're all in on photography, and I'm joined by Chris. Chris, maybe you want to introduce yourself?
She's afraid of my surname.
I didn't want to butcher it.
Yeah, it's me, Christoph Kreuzer. It's not an international name to say, actually, so yeah. It's Christoph Kreuzer.
It's a good name.
It's a very hard German.
You say it much better than I could.
Yeah. But Chris is totally fine.
Amazing. And yeah, we're covering photography. You've got lots of exciting things lined up for us today. Hello to everybody in the chat. I can see Oliver's already in there. Sean, if you've got any questions during the live stream for Christoph, then feel free to ask them. Tim's here as well. Yeah, the whole crew is here. So yeah, let's dive in. Tell us what you're going to be sharing with us today.
Let's dive right in. Okay, yeah, let's do it.
We've got lots to cover.
Yeah, I will talk a little bit about my usage of, or my workflow of using Bridge and Photoshop as well.
Amazing.
So we're gonna
I'm excited to see
dive
how you
into
use Bridge.
Because I feel like I'm a pretty rare person out there actually using Bridge in my daily workflow. So
yeah,
I will cover. I prepared like three different things. One is like this art piece of my photography, like the retouch on it and everything on that. There's a crazy good feature within Camera Raw I'm gonna tackle. Then I do have another one, which was a cover for automotive, like magazine, yeah.
Amazing.
And I'm gonna tackle maybe a little bit of the whole composition process and everything.
Yeah.
And then that's probably the most interesting part for a lot of other photographers. In the end, I'm gonna share or give some insights into my efficiency workflow.
Love it.
This one, I took out a shoot from like 2 years ago or something like that. We had 5 minutes of shooting time.
That's wild. 5
That's
minutes.
Was
that because of the light?
Yeah, we actually were a bit late, for the location, and then the light was gone as well.
Yeah.
And I did shoot some video as well. So we had like 15 minutes there, and I did like 10 minutes of video, and I slipped in 5 minutes of photography. And I'm gonna show like every single raw piece I shot there, and then we go through the whole process until to the final image, which only took me again like 15 minutes or something like that.
Amazing.
And so I'm gonna share like a very quick, efficient turnaround kind of workflow I used to do in occasions like that, like where you have to deliver on the go and shoot on the go and be fast. Yeah.
Amazing.
That's what I planned, and let's see how far we go. If we do have to skip on something. So let's start with these beautiful shots of the Louvre in Paris. Like for the backstory, I've been there. I think it was together with my family actually in 2019, and I kind of was under the influence of the whole crazy tourism, hectic. In the Louvre, I felt like no one's really paying attention to the art, and they're just like, oh, I've seen the Mona Lisa, ticket, okay, move on. And so, like, this was the first time I actually started to photograph and play around with long shutters and exposures. And like, so I came up with these 2 images. We're gonna tackle the first one. Like on my whole process, because I did don't have the preview there because it's quite large. I did make a print out of it, and yeah, so this is the raw piece.
Yeah. So that's what came out of the camera.
It looks pretty raw. I did shoot it with a. Am I allowed to mention?
Oh, I don't know.
For the photographers now.
Yeah, yes. I think mention it.
I did shoot with a Leica Q, which is like my I always carried it with me camera back then.
Yeah.
And yeah, so this is like the raw file that came out of the thing. So what could you do when you do want to do a art piece out of it? like it is limited in terms of resolution. This camera, it just only has the Q1 version back then. It only had 24 megapixels, and like for doing actually a pretty large print, it is mandatory to have a little bit more resolution. So once I decided to actually do a print out of it, I dig down into the features of Camera Raw, and I found a crazy feature, which is, let me see where it is, enhance. So I just opened like the picture in Camera Raw, and like if you right click on the bottom right of the picture, you get this drop down menu, and there actually is the enhance feature. And I don't know how it actually works. Adobe has to tell, but it's incredible.
Yeah.
It's incredible because it feels like it brings detail to places where there wasn't no detail. I don't know where like the actual information could come from.
I think it's a bit like, you know, the content aware feature. You know, like it scans the image for what's around it and then like adds in pixels.
But like this feature was on there like 5 years ago already.
True. Yeah.
So I felt like that there was a time where all this AI supported content aware stuff wasn't even really there, and this feature still made it possible. I did use it on one shot where I did photograph the peak of a mountain where there is a television station up there, and it had like in Panama and it had like crazy antennas going on and like super fine detail in the shot. And I used it there, and all of a sudden, like the strains of every single antenna just came clear.
Yeah, that's amazing.
There were no really pixel informations there, and
that is incredible.
So it's really crazy how this feature works. And let me see if I do find a spot where you can actually where you can actually see what I mean. In this one, it could be a little tricky because it's blurry all the way. But let me see on this facade.
I mean, even just like the little bits of light, like the detail it's showing is
it's like right here, those highlights here, they get much more refined and less smudgy. Like they get more crisp, and like this is the base where I'm working from. So like this is my very first step to actually get out and go like, okay, let's double the size and actually gain,
so that you can actually use it for a print as well.
And let's actually, I mean, for sure the most ideal situation would have been a different camera which has more resolution to it, but usually bigger cameras with more resolution have their other drawbacks, being bigger or whatever, or if you put more resolution into the same sensor, you don't really get a homogenetic end result, and it becomes a little too digital and doesn't feel that nice and all that stuff. And I felt like this is actually a quite great solution.
Yeah.
So we already doubled. Let me see. Yeah, it's doubled. So down here you can see this is the primary resolution, 6,000 by 4,000. And after the enhance, we have 12,000 by 8,000 pixels. And it's like a nice process to work on, because like now every single step I take does use the more resolution, even though for sure it's not actual more detail, but generated more detail. But it does it quite well. So okay, so I'm right here, and then you would go, okay, I need to bring some life into that, and this is where the beauty of my presets come in. We're gonna tackle them later, and my opinion on that. But let me actually was the like a cue. So this is a very unique process, even though it's pretty accelerated right now, because like in these presets, there's basically my burnt in I like the colors that way, I like the contrast that way, and all that stuff. But we're gonna talk a little bit more about that later on in my efficiency workflow.
Okay,
let me
great.
just find I prepared it, but it slipped down a little bit. The correct one I wanted to use on this one. Never mind. Don't see it right now. Then we just stick to this one. Okay, so and usually how I use my presets is like I save them without affecting the exposure and the white balance. So this is probably the biggest key in actually quickly using presets. So when I come back to my pictures and my images, I start first of all adjust the white balance on it to bring it like to the look I like, and then just dive back into the exposure and the general mood, and sliding around those mystical slides.
Yeah, the
right
mystical
side.
sliders. Yeah.
It's always the biggest, the biggest. How does he do that? And there's a lot of stuff you can dive into if you really wanna enhance and bring your own look to life, because you can affect like your pictures and your raw data in million ways.
So yeah.
A million.
Yeah,
ways.
I mean, it must be like if you worked out all the different things that you can affect in the image, like unlimited almost.
It is.
Like,
It is. And what I like the most about the whole idea of just only using camera raw is that many of those things, like of the basic things, like Adobe added so many helpful tools in there, like masking and tracking and all that stuff, which wasn't on there a couple of years ago, and they implemented it into camera raw as well, which actually helps to be quick on a quick edit. But like the general idea I like the most about camera raw is it is close to what you would do in a lab, basically. So just only affecting the color balances, the contrasts, and so it narrows it down to not get drawn away by too many possibilities. Yet you do have by now plenty of them to actually get into minor quick retouches and stuff like that. So that's what I really like about that tool, that it narrows me down.
Yeah.
And gives me not that much options, but still way enough to actually tackle them. Okay, let's move on. And like at this point, I'm not quite sure if normally I would take way longer to dial in my first basic grade of the look, like the step I do want to move on. And then I was pretty quick on this one, there's the option to actually load your raw file as smart object into Photoshop. Because when I work with Photoshop, in my beginnings, I pretty quickly did learn that there is a very good point in using a non-destructive workflow. Yeah. Because once you did a change and you want to dial it back a little bit, and you would have been destructive on your raw image, you can't like nuance back. And usually, like especially if you really focus on maximum quality, in the end you just revisit all your changes, and usually you dial them back, because in the first instance you go, oh, this looks great, I'm gonna go 100% on that one. And so actually being able to use and come back to all these different layers and then dial them back and get a little bit more gentle with them, with the changes you do, helps a lot. Yeah. And that's like where Photoshop is great too. And the first step in this is actually opening your raw picture as a smart object, because smart object means you can easily double click it and get back into the camera raw conversion. Yeah. And you can still adjust. So right now I do see like there is.
Oh, you can really see the extra detail now. Like now that I'm looking at it.
Yeah, I do have to check one thing, because exactly. So it already added some grain in this conversion and in this preset I just used because it's a quick one. But usually you want to add grain obviously at the very end. And like this is also a point where if you blow up your images and you use the grain for the blown up image, it makes it feel actually more detailed because the grain you overlay onto that image is more refined and more detailed than in obviously the smaller image. And this is like where you actually can blow up, especially for prints and printing pictures quite well. It has its limits and you have to fiddle around them. But you can blow them quite well up to a good printing size with actually adding the grain in the end and the sharpening, for example. So this brings those details that you don't actually know. Okay, this was a half resolution image in the beginning. So I'm just dialing that back, and I'm looking on our time. This is probably the moment where I jump into my final image, or shall we do like a minor?
Yeah, do something quick and then.
Okay, so when I did shoot this one, I mean there's it's already looking quite well, but I feel like there's not enough contrast here in these areas. It's those people here annoy me, especially the colors for sure, and because of my long shutter exposure, the colors actually like
leaked up
and everything. So we would have to control this, and this is actually I like once I did the retouch on this, I was like, oh, this is gonna be painful and quite hard because like it's not a clear image, and how will the tools I have actually work on like the content aware tools, because it's something dynamic and creative and not the regular stereotypical photo. So we can actually use it and see what it comes up with. Let me see. I usually for these types of things, now I miss my mouse.
Oh yeah, I know. It's a slightly different way of working.
It is. Let me see. Just using this. Okay, it doesn't do the trick completely, because usually I would use the other one where I at least narrow down the inputs I give them. But let me see, where's my touchpad is like not working properly. No. Dun, 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 dun. No, there it is. It was the wrong tool. I'm sorry for that. And so what I basically would do, I would narrow down like the inputs a little bit and then just basically brush it over. And so you get a way better result in the end. You can take a lot of time in there and with this process. And usually what I noticed here is like the more you actually use the bigger the area I used, the better the results were.
Yeah.
So I did try a lot, and we can jump into the original file to actually clean this up and not making a mess out of it. So let me just bring up the original one, because otherwise you would watch me for the next for the next 10 minutes just fiddling out people.
That's the thing, is that there's so much of that, isn't it? It's like all those little details.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's the wrong one. They do have the same name. That confuses me. So
if anyone's got any questions in the chat, just let us know.
Please.
We've got Robert's just joined, Sean and Oliver are there, Emma's popped in. Hi Emma. Yeah, amazing.
There it is. This is like my final print.
Okay, nice. So it's nice to see. Yeah, what the fuck.
So this is like these are.
You can really see the differences so much. Yeah.
It's like the entire the entirety of differences I did. So let's break it down. Luckily, I was naming correctly at that point.
That's good. Yeah.
Because like it gets quite confusing, like all those
yeah.
Photoshop layers. Once you actually, I'm like not all the way through and naming every single layer, but I usually group them together. So
at least name the group.
Exactly. Or like major layers.
Yeah.
So what do we have here? So the first layer, the first layer you can see here. Let me check that everything is actually on check. Okay. No, this one is the first one. So I did start actually with like this very group over there.
Yeah.
And as far as I remember,
I got rid of them all, didn't you? That's amazing.
Yeah, not all. I did like. There's still like a person to be found. Yeah. But like the craziness with like all the different, like especially those highlights here, they draw you off a lot, and like actually recognizing and seeing faces is something that you as a prospector you get always drawn into, and this would be like a no-go in this picture for sure. So this one, I remember it to actually be quite a easy and quite a fast cleanup. You can see it over here, like it's a little bit smudgy and everything, and I didn't really take that much time into clearing it in like super detail. But this was the moment the base I used, and then because there is some motion blur to the whole picture, I used it and basically created also a new layer, and you can actually see that here. Oh, yeah. Created a new layer out of it, converted this as to a smart object to use smart filters on, and experimented around with actual motion blur and Gaussian blur, and I dialed it. I dialed it to match. Let me see, to match like the overall vibe of my motion blur and the whole picture, so it's not that recognizable.
Yeah. Sean asked in the chat whether the camera was handheld when you took it, and it would have been.
That's a secret.
Oh, is it? Okay.
It is, yeah. Because it's a pretty good question, and like you can definitely start your imagination on that one, because it is not trivial how to actually get a shot like this in a single frame.
Yeah.
There is deeper thoughts to that.
Okay.
That's what I'm about to tell.
Okay. Oh, right. Okay.
That's what I'm about to tell. I'm not gonna share that, but if you dive into it, you're gonna notice, and if you analyze what is seen, what is sharp, what is not sharp.
Okay.
Exactly, and so this was like the first step was to remove hard contour edges that or contrasts that would draw you away and smudge it a little bit, even though still keeping some kind of detail. It doesn't have to make like perfect sense, so I didn't have to recreate the actual wall of the Louvre. If I would have, I would have taken in this moment several more pictures and would have hoped that people would move away so I can actually have replacements. But we were standing in line for the Louvre. We had to move on, and it was like just an instant shot, and like in the moment itself I wouldn't even recognize that this could actually be a final piece I would bring to the wall. Because there are other instances where you
go into it with that intention.
Exactly. Totally. But usually, especially if you're like exploring and or do your photography like emotionally driven, you don't get those moments because you can't imagine them. Yeah. So you're exploring on the go, and then you have to work around with what you've got
at the end. Yeah.
And that's basically the whole idea on this retouch. So I did actually it's not showing right now. Let me check why. Is there a higher?
It's like a sneaky layer. It's like...
No, I know why. I have to, for a moment, actually activate all of the layers again. Because I feel like it is, like I did use a shortcut to single view a layer and then didn't use the same shortcut back, so I have to re-click every single layer in there to actually make the... Okay, so now here I did break up this smudge of black stuff and actually bring back a little bit more of detail of the pool's edge over there. And with the next one, I did the color control, and my color control was basically just only picking colors and painting them very basically over over the other stuff.
I love getting to see all the little edits isolated. That's cool.
Exactly. So these layers are like with the blending mode color, because I just only wanted to affect the color, obviously. And so I did look for those parts, especially here. The guy in the turquoise shirt. How dare he?
I know.
To wear
so rude.
Turquoise shirt, ruining my shot. No.
All the work that he made you do.
bringing that back down. And here you already can see, like on the top right, even in this one where you are most certain that you don't want to have this turquoise, even there I dialed it back in the end because I felt like, okay, this is too monotone. There needs to be a natural variation to it, and that's the biggest importance in actually going non-destructive, because then you can go back and you can revisit it and you're like, okay, this feels a little too overdone, and this is what happens all the time. And in the first instance, you always overdo your effects, always.
Yeah, and then you have to dial it back.
And then you can dial it back, and poor you if you don't have the actual layers and all that stuff to revisit these instances. I've done that and I've learned it the hard way.
Yeah,
so
You've done it the hard way so that everybody else doesn't have to.
hopefully. But I feel like probably everyone runs into it, because that's like where you notice, someone told me once that it's important. Now I truly understand why it's important, because you have to like do all the stuff you already did again. Yeah, totally. Which is always a pain in like a creative flow, because you never do stuff the same way you did it in the first way. So you always end up with a different result, even in editing. And and then like once I got my picture, like
how you wanted it,
how I wanted like my retouch, how I wanted it, like especially also in the front left, this patch of don't step on the side, which is annoying a lot. It's like when it comes to photography and you actually want to do to bring it to the wall or something, there are always those. It's either like forbidden signs,
don't walk on the grass,
emergency exit signs, which annoy you a lot. They can kill the entire feel of a room, but they have to be there for obvious reasons. Yeah. But like me as a photographer is always like, damn, I want to bring this down. But luckily,
safety first.
Safety first. That for sure. There's a reason why they are there. Yeah. And luckily, we have the tools to remove them digitally. And so in this one, I took some time in like bringing up a little bit of contrast, caring about the pyramid side here over there, because it got a little bit smudgy and not crisp enough.
I love, when you toggle between it, you can really see the difference so clearly.
Controlling and bringing down the highlights, especially in the water reflections, because like I didn't want the sky to actually, like, these are the brightest parts in the picture. I didn't want to, like this fontaine, and the sky is the brightest parts, and I didn't want to create another highlight like in the surface of the water, so I toggled that down and it was here. Then in the end I did like a sharpening. Like sharpen pictures is an entire chapter for
for
its own. I usually I feel that the best way to sharpen my pictures is by using actually this is it's almost soft, like the high key method.
Okay.
No, I won't destroy my picture here. I'm just no, I did it again.
Undo.
What I do it's once you does anybody know if there's a shortcut to toggle all
the layers.
All the layers back in, because like what I did is there is a shortcut. If you Alt and click, you can make like a single layer visible.
Yeah.
And if you click on it again, it makes all the layers visible again. But if you in between click on another layer, it undoes it, and you can't go back the quick way. So never mind. I skipped that. So I do have my final images up here. So what I would do in the end, like this is my final image, and depending on which size I would actually print it, I would specifically sharpen and do my grain for the actual print, and also like trying and testing out printing how it actually looks in the final product.
Yeah.
So these would be things. And
so you
also,
get test prints done,
exactly,
like on different papers.
And also like this is like the digital on my screen version I want to have, and from there on you have to work yourself around with printer profiles and the whole color contrast proofing thing, which is a nightmare on its own.
another whole stream on its own.
Exactly, we're not gonna, and I'm not even good at that, so I'm just fiddling around and try what looks good to my eye in this one. So usually, like this is one curve I applied like for our printer. Usually you have to bring up the blacks a lot, because on screen you do have way more contrast than on an actual print and stuff like that. I'm not gonna tackle this one because I'm not an expert on that one. So yeah, but this is then the final.
Yeah, well, that's amazing.
Final print. I love it as well.
Yeah. Do you sell them, your prints?
Not yet.
Oh, okay.
I will. At some point in the future. I'm currently just collecting stuff which I would hang on my walls.
Yeah.
I did gift it to a friend of mine already, so there's already a version out there. Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
I'm keen on like diving into those topics too, because it feels like I'm coming a little bit more from a commercial side of photography, and you never get to take pictures I would actually hang in my room. I'm like approaching photography from more an artistic way of actually creating stuff you would actually hang on the walls is a different approach, and I like to explore it currently.
Amazing.
So 20 minutes. Okay, we're gonna skip our Bugatti shoot. I'm sorry for that, but I feel like the other one is way more interesting for everyone to actually go into
your workflow.
How you're gonna do things efficiently.
Yeah.
So, a little backstory, maybe. So, I was invited with a friend of mine together with Mercedes-Benz Classic to actually go to California and visit, some of you might know, Pebble Beach, Concours d'Eleganza, or I think it's pronounced something like that, which is a like super crazy old car, is old timer an English word, or is it a German English word?
Yeah, you can say old timer.
You can, so it's a old timer show, and within my work I got the chance to actually have clients who sent me to explore old timers, and like I did develop some passion for them because they like cars nowadays.
Like vintage. Oh, I think
vintage cars. Vintage
cars.
Cars is the proper English word. True, because nowadays like modern cars don't touch me at all because they just seem pressed and like there's not really a soul to them. But if you stand before a vintage car, you perceive and you get a sense of all the working hours actually that were put in there, and that there was actually a guy or a girl hammering the bonnet. Like it's a craft.
The craftsmanship,
So, and I do have a lot of passion for craft and craftsmanship in general, and that's like where vintage cars actually drew me in as well. And lucky me, I got the chance to visit places like that and actually do a one-day road trip with a car like that. And
amazing.
We did enjoy it quite a lot, and but we also had to travel quite a distance, which made it quite tight on the final sunrise shoot I planned.
Okay,
because we had to travel all the way from Pebble Beach to Los Angeles, which is quite a ride. And
so this is the one where you had 15 minutes to shoot, is that right?
This is the one where I had 15 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. So and we were driving down this highway, and the sun was already getting good. And I've been to this place before, and I knew that there is like this gravel patch beside the road where you actually have no other vehicles in the shot, and like the sun setting right at the back, the ocean to the left, and so on. And so I was aiming for this one, not really knowing where it actually is. And everyone was like, dude, the sun is already getting good. The sun is already getting good. And you're like, hold on, we have to get to the right location. And so we arrived there like 15 minutes before sun was set.
Okay.
Like to the perfect time. I had my video camera with me, shooting the first 10 minutes video, and then I took my my other camera, my photo camera, and shot like 5 minutes straight. And I have to applaud to Betty, who is a model, and like the stuff we shot in 5 minutes is crazy. Like she switched moods.
She just
and
managed to do it.
yeah, both of us. So these are the actual raw pictures in the whole thing, as I would import them from my disk. So I just
they look amazing.
They do. I mean, yeah, it's a beautiful car, it's a beautiful woman, it's a beautiful light, it's a beautiful location. So you can't do anything wrong there. It's like it's all there. So yeah. Never mind. So what I would do I did to prove everyone that this was only 5 minutes. Like
you've got the time from the
This is the metadata, the first picture, and the last one is 5 minutes later. 5 minutes and 20 seconds. I'm so sorry. I'm not accurate.
I can't believe you misled us.
Not accurate at all. So what I would do is like just toggle through them and decide with an instance if it hits my eye or not. If it hits my eye, I mark it. If not, I just move on. Like I
Very
won't
gut reaction.
Yeah, I won't emotionally attach to my pictures. It's just only, and you can train that. It's just okay, bam, 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 and you can narrow it down to actually getting like 15 pictures in the final run. So that's what I would do here, and I'm gonna do here right now. This one I like as well. And I'm not like zooming in and looking at the details or whatever if
it's just very
missed the focus or not. And it's just okay, I'm looking for a vibe because I want my pictures to actually vibe, something like that. So I'm looking a little bit on her expression. And there I adjusted my aperture, probably. Yes. Did I? No. Okay, I'm not going through all of them because otherwise it would take some time. So okay, these are frontlit, but still quite nice. Do you like this one? And it's always going back and forth. Like I jump them, and then sometimes I'm like, oh wait, this one was better. I did like this one more, and I'm going back and okay. So let's say I do have, I predicted it, 15 pictures as a selection. I mark them all and I go into my Camera Raw converter to actually give them more life. So, and right now we can talk about presets.
Okay.
Because presets are all over the place. And presets are sold. I'm not selling presets. Because usually this is like a crucial tip for everyone in the photo industry. They won't help you. Like buying someone else's presets, they won't help you. Because a preset is like a crazy unique thing. It depends on the colors you are drawn to, you're usually shooting. Like there's so much stuff going into that you actually do well if you take your time, develop your own preset and your own style. When I started doing this like efficiency process, and I was also kind of annoyed by always setting the first look, and it always looked different, and like I didn't see like a combining element in between all of my pictures I did. I took my time and took basically 2 months and played around with my preset. I did start, that's what you can do, I did start with a basic film conversion LUT, which is out there, but in the end I dig into the whole
You dug.
I dug into the whole process of actually adjusting the preset to my needs, even in the very first conversion, like how this all works. Like what we see right now is not the actual raw picture. There is already an interpretation from Camera Raw on the raw data to make it show on the screen right now, which I'm working off.
Yeah.
Like this is super nerdy. You don't have to go into this part, but like I did touch the very first interpretation of my conversion. So like the first look already looks different in my presets. And then presets highly depend on the type of camera you're using, like and the raw data you're using. So if you buy presets from a guy who, I don't know, is shooting with Canon and you use it on Sony raw data and colors and contrasts, it will look completely different. And so this is like, it's getting so niche. And even though if you have like the same camera and you shoot similar to that person, if you buy the preset, you're never gonna know on which points you have to adjust to make it work, because there's no preset which you put on a single picture that will make this picture look the best. You always have to fiddle around and adjust it a little bit, and you have to learn that.
Yeah, and I guess if you've bought the preset, not made it yourself, then like you said, you don't know what to adjust.
Exactly, so, and then you're like, oh, okay, whatever, and then you touch sliders and it gets worse, and you're like, what's going on? And my pictures never look the same as this person's. So I destroyed the market here now. Sorry.
But I do think that it's good advice just generally in life for understanding how things work, you know, like yourself.
You can like you can adjust way easier once you got a brief understanding on what's going on. Like you don't have to tech nerd dive into it and be like, okay, I want to know what every single vector does and whatever. No, but at least, and this is knowledge. I didn't read like crazy articles or stuff like that. I just tried. Yeah. So I took my time. I tried. I played around, and did stuff. And with playing around, I got a understanding in my vision how these things work, and I could reapply that. Like I could take the same routes again, and so this is basically the way to tackle this. And then you end up with, let me see. This one is my basic, my basic conversion, which I've been around for quite a very long time right now.
So these are all presets that you've created for your work.
It's all the same base preset.
Okay, yeah.
But
slightly different variation.
Exactly, because my base preset messed up green tones, for example.
Yeah.
So I noticed that at some point where I think it was when I was shooting road cycling, and they were often in like a forest or green fields, and I was like, oh, okay, I don't really like how my green tones are. So I took my base look and adjusted it to actually show proper greens for these instances. So I do have different. They are not named correctly at all, but I know which ones to use in which situation. Okay, so what we see right now, it's a very high contrast scene in general, and so what I would do, I would see what my bringing up the exposure would do. It will bring a lot more detail in the shadows. I'm not like a super crazy fan of just bumping up the shadows, because then you lose, like, in my opinion, a lot of feel and crispiness to the whole picture.
Yeah.
So I try to not play around with these sliders for too much, especially the shadow sliders, because you get this very, very outdated HDR kind of vibe and look, and like, I personally don't like it.
Yeah, I guess that's the thing, isn't it? So much of this is personal preference.
It is.
And so it's working out, like your style, your preferences.
It is. And there, you have to play around to develop your own style. That's like everyone is, and it's not like you can pinpoint the location and be like, okay, I have to do this, and to finally have my own style. No, you will never have your final own style, because your style will always be evolving with you. So it's more about the journey of trying stuff out and see what works for you, what you like, what you don't like. Being brave enough to also do stuff that end up not liking, or not end up having your liking. So nevertheless, let's dive into my efficient. If you don't talk that much, it's way more efficient than what it is right now. So what I do, usually when you shoot, you have like same settings on a same set. So those 4 pictures here in the beginning, even the first 6 pictures, are basically the same direction. So their contrast variation and their lighting variation isn't that big. So what I would do is adjust the first picture to my liking, mark all of them, and then copy all the settings to the other ones and move on. And like with a snap of a finger, I already like
edited a whole bunch.
A whole bunch, and it actually works quite well for all of them. This one looks a little bit too dark. I would dial it up a little bit. Getting to the close-ups, they are a little bit dark. I would just brighten them up a little bit. Like this. Applying it to the other ones. Now here's actually, this one is way brighter. It was way brighter shot. And the other one, bringing it back down. And I'm just only using the exposure slider right now. This one is a kind of different story, because now we are not backlit.
Angle,
we like the light is coming from the side, and the light hitting your subjects has a high impact on how colors actually replicate on your sensor. So it's like where you once you understand what light does to contrasts and colors and stuff like that, you gain a way easier introspective into actually working with all those sliders, because you understand, okay,
you know what you need to change, don't
exactly
you?
If I'm like super front lit and with super harsh light, my saturation will blow up, and there will be a lot of color saturation in my pictures. So, or like if I bring luminance but contrast in general is connected to color contrast, so they affect each other, and so this is like topic for an entire stream as well.
You've got a whole day of streams to cover.
Exactly, but so these are the topics you can understand within this whole program, and so I would just basically go through this. I'm not like super accurate right now, and
we've only got 3 minutes left.
Yeah, are there any questions? I'm gonna do this to the end.
Well, Clever wrote that her notes were fool around and find out was the advice, which I think is good advice.
That sums it up pretty well.
Yeah.
Look, this is one. This is frontlit now, and I got a feeling that there's a little bit too much contrast in there, actually. My colors are going wild, and this would be a moment where I actually touch my saturation slider and bring it back down a little bit to kind of control the crazy saturation the light produced. Yeah, and this is it. I finished like all my pictures. I would export them with the noise.
So this is your process for when you're like editing on the go and you need to get pictures like submitted really quickly.
Exactly. So the whole thing.
Yeah.
Just loading them in, rushing through them in my selection, and then, lucky me, I do have this very, very good base look I'm starting off.
Yeah.
Which didn't come from just buying it.
No, it was months of
from someone else, and I did understand like all the stuff that's going on, and yeah.
And then how do you deliver these photos to a client, say?
I would...
Like what format would you deliver them in?
Usually, I just, like, there's this export shortcut where you can save them as... It's completely all over the place right now. So basically JPEGs.
Yeah.
Most of the time when you do easy turnaround or quick turnaround stuff like that, it's all about online delivery.
Okay, yeah. So you're sending them, like adding them to a gallery.
Exactly. So I do have like galleries to load them up to, and I do limit the size of the pictures quite drastically.
Yeah.
When it comes to just only online usage, because you have upload times, so it doesn't make sense to export a JPEG that is like 20 megabytes big. So I always try to have my JPEGs when I deliver them for online usage at around 1 to 1.5 megabytes, and then you can upload them in a sweep. The client can download them in a sweep. Everyone is happy that if they download it to their own personal phone, that it just doesn't blow up your your memory. And yeah, and this is basically my quick turnaround.
That was great. Yeah.
Quick
Amazing.
edit.
Thank you so much. Thank you everyone for joining us. Tim's just popped in the chat as well that Frame.io now supports images in the new version. So that's another place that you'll be able to store them. So that's amazing. So yeah, thanks for joining us. Stick around. There's so much more live streaming today. We've got more photography streams from Munich, but also in San Francisco as well. So yeah, you've got a fun rest of the day ahead of you. So thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you for having me.
Hello everyone and welcome back, and we are continuing our celebration of photography mastery with Lightroom and Photoshop and all of that good stuff. And I am joined today at this particular session with Uli Steiger. Hello, how's it going?
Uli, hi, good, thank you.
Excellent, it's great to have you here. So we're going to be taking a look at some of your work shortly, finding out more about you and what you do. I was looking at your work earlier today. Fantastic, really, really great. And what I really love is there's a real touch of humour in some of your pieces that's just fantastic.
You detected it. I knew
did, and it's so good.
Well, not in every image, but yes.
Not in every one, no, but just some.
Humor can kill an image also, right? But, But if you don't have it, then it's boring.
Yeah,
you're right.
Yeah, no, it's good. Just a nice little hint in there. So really good. So if you want to introduce yourself and tell people what it is you do, now's your opportunity to do so.
Yeah, okay, so let's do that. So that I see anything. Ooh, it's better wearing glasses. And we start with a few images I did. As you see, I'm a composer, of course. Yeah, so I work with photography, painting techniques, CGI, and mix all that together to, a new image. But this image is supposed to look natural. Of course, what you see is not, it's hyper realistic. It can't be, as you see here, right?
Yeah.
But I want it to look like a photograph. And so I want it to look like realistic, not like a painting, not like a graphic stuff, but it should be like a photograph. And therefore, I combine, like you see here, a ship with the airport of Tempelhof in Berlin, and I even built props. You see all this asphalt here on the side. That's a lot of stuff. That's a model which is 3 meters long.
No way.
Yeah. So otherwise you can't get that.
Yeah.
So I do a lot to make it look like it's real.
Oh, that's fun.
So that's we have an impression what I'm doing.
Yeah.
Working a lot with Photoshop, with masking, with channels, with a lot of layers in my images. But the techniques are anyway not too hard to tell how this stuff works. That's
fantastic.
Yeah. Thank you.
I know. I really love it. We were talking earlier, and these are just great. Just really, really great. I love them. Absolutely love them. I mean, I didn't see all of these. Some of these, I was looking at the free gallery, I think, on your website.
On my website, and there's still, this is old stuff, but there are also a few new ones. That's a pretty new one, for instance, here. Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And Tim, of course, can pop that into the chat for the people who are watching on YouTube, and on Behance, of course, they can be popped up. So that you'll be able to go ahead and look for yourself later on. But right now, we're here with the man himself, so let's get into it.
Well, I figured it might be a good idea to show a few of my techniques, how these techniques work, what I do for them, how they work inside my images. But also, I think, or I would like to show a few things that are, well, let's put it that way. Photoshop is developing further and further and further and further, right? And that means that many people, well, some people don't know about older tools that are still very, very, very helpful, right? So I would like to show one or another tool that might be helpful. Despite it's already 20 years old or 25, there's still things in there where you say, what? Is that really something that's not a new thing that's really 20 years old? And I say, sometimes in workshops. So that's...
Oh yeah, these things happen all the time. So funnily enough, I don't know if you caught the stream that I was doing with Liz earlier, but I did a thing on building a Photoshop action. And this all comes from Anna McNaught, one of the evangelist team in the US, who was faced with the question just a short while ago, what are actions in Photoshop? People don't know what they are, because when you're coming into Photoshop now, all you're getting is the latest, greatest things in there. And I think, as you said to me earlier, that younger people coming into it miss all of the good stuff.
Exactly.
That's there already.
That's the word. They miss the good stuff.
Yeah.
And the problem is they don't even know that they're missing so much.
Exactly.
Right?
That.
So if I know I miss something, I can look and can go look for it or find it.
Yeah.
But okay.
Yeah. So that's our job today. Let's bring some light into that. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Let's do that. I go to this image here, which is called Näharbeit and Sewing Work. And I have to open this in Photoshop, which is right here. And we do that with the original, that's fine. And it might take a while because it's a PSB.
No, that's all good.
It's a PSB, so that means it's
Photoshop
got
big.
more than 2 gigabytes. Yeah, exactly. But here we go. Here it is. And yeah, if you look at this image, you can see that it's built of many layers.
Yeah.
Right? Okay, that's okay. What I like to do, what I always think is a very good idea. Please name the layers.
Yeah.
Right? Because if you have more than 50 or 100 or 200 layers, like I do here, it's important to name them.
I've got a baseball cap in my studio from the Photoshop team.
Right.
Name your layers. I'm going to send it to you. I'm going to mail it to you. Yeah. Honestly, I will mail that to you.
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
I have to see that.
Yeah,
At least
yeah,
I have
yeah.
to see that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's very good. Very cool. Thank you. So, just a short overview, of course, the latest photograph with the sewing machine. That guy here in the middle, we'll go a little bit closer. That guy here is from Adobe Hues, right? Adobe Hues used to be a program where you can create and rig automatically 3D characters.
That's right.
Yeah.
And now it's just the web service now. It's gone back to being just mixer mode.
Exactly. So that's still there. So the tram in German, what is that in English?
Tram.
Tram. Yeah, it's a tram. All right, okay. The tram is just 30 centimeters long. I photographed it in a museum with my iPhone, cell phone. And what else do we have? That's the Berliner Dome.
Yeah.
And I would like to show how I put this light on the whole image.
Because the lighting in that is gorgeous.
The lighting is, that's the most important thing. The original image looks like that. It's already masked, I think, but that's not important. We can take a look of it. Yeah, so it's done. It's photographed in daylight, of course.
Yeah.
Right. And the reason I took this street, Johannesstraße in Berlin, is it's the old Charité buildings. It's an old hospital, and it's not allowed to park your car here, right?
Oh.
And this is a problem when you take pictures in the city. It's always full of cars, bikes, all that, and you can hardly retouch that.
Yeah.
Maybe that's easy to do with AI. So, okay, we got to this thing, which is called Berliner Dom. I think it's here exactly. It's the dome, and if we go a little bit closer, then you see the light which comes from some light source which is on the left side. It could be the moon. I don't declare it in any way. I just light it, and to light this, I just use the levels. Okay, so I shut this off, and of course I have to go here. The master, I have to shut this off, and now you can see that this thing lights my whole dome.
That's great.
Okay, so how do I do that? Very simple. I produce shadow with it, right? So I'd say this should be shadow, okay? And then I, you know what? I just kick the whole thing, delete it, and do it do it again from.
Fantastic. Yeah. I want to point out to everybody, by the way, that your interface is normally in German, of course, and normally
that's
you have everything there. So it's really great that you're actually getting this is extra work to be done here.
That's true, but it's working.
And I think it's really kind.
Now it's working. So you can see it can go all the way down to black, so you don't see anything anymore. This should be light. And this is the shadow side. So now everything is in the shadow side. Of course, I don't want this.
Yeah.
And to bring in the light now, I take a very small brush, very small. It has 150, 10% of Deckkraft. All right.
Oh, so, okay.
And then I start with black color.
Oh, fall off, like feathering.
The feathering, exactly.
Feathering, yeah.
We need, of course.
Took me a moment, sorry.
No, don't need these.
no emojis necessary.
I need the option and do a clipping mask, so it just hits only the dome, so, right?
Yeah.
So it goes closer, closer, and closer. And this means you don't have to be a good painter. That's not necessary. You just have to imagine which part of the dome roof shows towards the left side. Say, like this golden ball here. Of course, of the right side, it stays in shadow. On the left side, it is brighter. Okay, so then we go to this part here. Then we come here to this, and of course, it takes a while to do that. And it's no hard work. Then we will go to 20%. Little tip. The opacity. The opacity, that's the word we were looking for. The opacity, you have so many ways of changing the opacity. You can just mark this, select it, and then go 40%. That's one possibility. Clack. Or you can open this and can use that slider here when it wants to use to slide. Okay, you can do that. You don't have to. The easiest way to do that is just hit 7 for 70%. Okay.
Sometimes with opacity.
For 40%, 1 for 10 and 05 for 5%. That's easier than go there and try to
absolutely
like this. Okay, we go back to 20%, and with 20%, I try to paint the light into this image here. And if I see, oh, that's too much, that of course can't be lit. So I just go X 100% and paint now with white.
Yeah.
So the layer mask here in the curves shows
revealing that.
Exactly reveals the shadow again. So that's what I'm doing. It takes maybe half an hour, maybe a little bit longer, but then this looks really lit.
It's working beautifully.
All right, something like that. Okay, you get the idea. So, okay.
On some brushes, by the way, the number keys are switched around. For some types of brushes, you find that 4, for example, changes the flow to 40% instead of the opacity. And so all you need to do if you want to modify that, of course, is hold down Shift, and then it switches to the alternate one.
Exactly, right. Also, the size is something I like to do with my 2 keys here. When you do that, when you want to do that, you go to Edit, Keyboard Shortcuts, and if you go here to the Tools, then you can find all these tools and give them the shortcuts you need. In case of the brushes, you see that's the shortcuts I used. The German umlaut is very, very popular for that because these umlauts don't exist in English or American, right? So that's the reason I use them, because they're not used for anything other. Okay. All right. So that's, well, not really good now, the painting, but I just wanted to give you the idea.
Yeah, it gives us an idea of how it was achieved. Absolutely.
How I painted that, So let's go back to the images. I don't save this. No, thank you very much. And we go to, we are here, to this one here. This one, I show you just the asphalt sailor, how that works, how I built the whole image, because sometimes I think it's a good idea to see how it's built in general, right? So let's go to this image. You see a crossing in Berlin. Well, it's Spandau, and the people in Berlin say that Spandau doesn't belong to Berlin, but that's a different story.
Okay.
Of course it does.
Well, let's not get into
that. Right? And I didn't like the building, so I did another building, which is photographed in downtown Manhattan. It's, from the perspective, it's a little bit dodgy, but one thing you have to do as a composer is you have to cheat. You have to, because you have no choice. Now the perspective is not really perfect. So what I do to cheat, is I do so much stuff around everything
that eyes
nobody looks at that anymore. So that's and I see many of my colleagues do it in exact the same way, right? And this is something I would like to show you in live, how we go from here to here, because it's we have the impression that when we want to do something look like very nice, very realistic, we have to stick to photography. And I said, no, we have to stick to paintings, right? So I think as a composer, it's very important to understand how paintings work. Let's go a little bit further. I put in this little, in German it's Jolle.
Yacht. It's a skiff.
A skiff.
A skiff,
a little boat 5 meters long, with a
sail. Okay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's a skiff. There's going to be someone in the community that's going to know exactly what that is, and they're going to let us know, but I'm fairly certain it's a skiff.
Okay, so I photographed that in the museum when we go from here. That's the way I photographed and I masked it to here. Two things happen. The first thing is, of course, it gets a shadow, so it sits on the street. And the second thing is you see that the deck is lit now because we have the sun here, and the sun is still in the sky visible. So of course you have to paint this light on the deck.
Yeah.
Okay, so now we need a guy who is sailing it because it can't sail for itself, right? So the guy is photographed in the studio, and that's the whole thing. And the waves are done with the displacement filter. The displacement filter is a thing, I can show that later.
Yeah.
It's a thing that is in Photoshop. It was already in my first Photoshop 305, so not CS3, it was 3. Okay, it was there already. Nobody knows that.
Photoshop 3, of course, when layers arrived in Photoshop as well, because before that, no layers.
I think that before it was in German called schwebende Auswahl. It's the hovering, whatever. You had to click and then it went down to the layer. So, back in these days. So, but what I wanted to show you is how we do that.
The flattening.
That light, how we built that light into. Again, we have to go here and open in Photoshop. Original, that's fine. Okay, here we go. Check. Okay. Well, this is how I photographed it. Only two things changed: the building here on the left side, and what nobody would ever see, probably nobody would see, the sun is fully artificial. So I painted it in the sky because the sun was already behind these buildings here on the left side when I photographed it. So I was just too late and I should have come back the next day, but I liked the lighting and the trees, and I said, well, if I put the sun here, nobody will say, oh, that's not possible. But if we see the sun here, of course, we need the light on the street, and have to do this. So how do we do that? First of all, I go to the layers. I just have that background, and I need a layer which is in a way special. Of course, I could go here to a new layer, right? No, here we go, layer. But if I press the Alt key or the Option key, and I go this little plus, then I get this little dialog, and this is very, very helpful. I call it lighting, not lightning, lighting.
Ooh, I wonder if this is going to be a DMB, a dot and burn layer. I'm wondering.
Yep. I don't want it normal. I want it with, that's probably a vivid light. Yeah, I guess it's, no, it's overlay.
Overlay, yeah.
Yeah, but they would both work, overlay and vivid light. And one thing also many users don't know, you need overlay always with a gray color. Because if you use it without any gray color, it looks the same.
Yeah.
But it doesn't work the same. What I mean is, fill in with overlay neutral color, say, okay, wonderful. And you see now it's on overlay right here, and it's gray. Of course, when I go here and do a new layer without naming it now just for a second and go to overlay, it looks the same, but it doesn't work. Yeah. So this is the reason we need that gray color inside the layer. And now I pick a color, and the color should be light. Light can't not be yellow or orange or something like that. Light should always be very, very, very bright. But it can have a little, like we're here in the afternoon, a little color, a little color.
Yeah.
Maybe something like that. If it's too much, we just take it out later. So, okay, say, all right. And please, if you paint light, guys and girls, if you paint light, don't do it like this like this. It's sort of bright, but it should be light, and light is whoop, all the way up and something like that, okay?
Yeah.
All right, so what I do is just see how it works with 100%. So we go to the brush, make it a little bit bigger, and 100% looks like this. Okay, that's the end. That's everything we have. Of course, we don't need that much. So what I do is I go to 5%, really not very much. And I start here in the background because that's important. When I have an image and I want a certain depth in this image, it has to be dark in the foreground and bright in the end. Then you have the feeling you can walk in this image, right? And this is the reason I leave it dark here. Oops, I leave it dark here in the I even darken it a little bit more, which we're gonna do soon. So I start painting here. I start with a little brush here in the trees and just get them a little bit brighter. And the thing is that sometimes you don't even see how much you do. So it's important here to go inside the layer and go back and see, we did already a lot. So let's go further. Of course, the light doesn't stop there in the trees. We have to go a little bit further in the foreground here. Very, very soft brush. Okay, until here, maybe more or less. And here it can be a little bit brighter, 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 brighter. And if it's too much color, no, it could be you don't like it that much. Oh, it looks good. If you want it more on the foggy side, then you take a layer without any fill. You take completely white color and make it a little bit more foggy, which is okay. So it looks a little bit more further away without the.
Yeah, because the contrast, as you go back, the contrast starts to reduce.
Exactly.
And
So no lighting. All right. So you have already the point where I want the people to look right there where it's bright. Okay. So second thing is when we have the sun here, it's logical. And we have the sun here in the trees. It's logical that we have to have a shadow.
Yeah.
Right? Because without shadow, everybody says,
it becomes really obvious.
We have a very, very good magazine. It's called Dogma. And the boss of the magazine, well, one of the two, he has a very nice rubric. So he finds Photoshop mistakes all over the world and prints them. And one guy one day showed to Doc Baumann a picture of me, not of my person, but I did. And so I don't want this to happen again.
Yeah. That's a really good way to up your game, really, isn't it?
That's true. You're right.
I had just as a side note, I had a piece of vector work years and years ago that I thought I was, at the time, this is a long time ago, I thought I was around about 2004, 5, something like that. And I had to design something that went around an entire London double-decker bus. Mm-hmm. And I thought all of my vectors were really, really hot at the time. And then when the bus came to be unveiled, I realised quite how bad my control of line endings and joins was. Everybody else really loved it, but all I could see were the mistakes in it, and that really made me up my game.
Yeah, but that's important that you see your mistakes.
Yeah.
And it's important that the others don't.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. Okay, so we have now, I just got some levels. Right now, they don't do anything. Now I have two options how I can use the levels. I can either make my image brighter or darker using this one here, of course. But everybody sees when I change that, I change also the contrast.
You do.
Right? The contrast goes up a lot. And I want to design some shadows now, so this is not a good idea. I want to lower the contrast because when I want to paint shadow, the contrast in shadows always is lower than in sunshine. Yeah. Okay, so I have to darken it like that. Okay,
so it's changing the output levels.
Let's go to something around 100, so we can still see the image, but it's pretty dark. Yeah. All right. Okay. Now we have a white layer mask. Command I turns it around, it's black, and we don't see the levels anymore. And as I painted light before, in the same way, now I can start painting with 100% white color. I can paint the shadow now. So, no, we start here. No, when you, always the same. When I start this process, I think, that's not working. No, that's just a black dot. No, that's not working. Okay, I have no chance, I have no possibility then to do this. So
at least you can see it.
Yeah, you look at it and it's,
I get it.
It looks like a, swamp thing from another world that's eating my image. Now, of course, if it's too dark, it might be too dark, then we go to the levels, click them, and make them a little bit brighter. Still, it doesn't really look like shadows, right?
Not yet.
No, not yet. Even if you look from here, no shadow. But the thing is, now I make a little bit bigger. I go to 30%, Oh, yeah. Wrong layer. And here we go. And darken it here also. And now it's not that big difference anymore to the
yeah,
edge,
it starts to
right?
become more convincing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And now there's one thing, when you look at shadows, when they're far away from you, or when they're close to the object that causes them,
Yeah.
then of course the shadows are pretty sharp, just like that, okay? Well, okay,
Yeah.
come on. Yeah, but when we want to pay and to paint the shadows of these trees, then of course when we come closer with the shadow, we have to increase the size of the Pinselspitze, of the brush, right? Okay, bigger, something like that, all in the shadow. And then we go to 10% only, very big brush. And now we
Soften that right out.
look that this is nice
Fall
and
off,
soft and falls off, exactly. And now, well, we're not perfect, but we're pretty much more there. This could be the shadow of these trees. And as I said before, important, when you make it bright in the back, then you have to darken it in the foreground.
Yeah.
And I do that also. And again, it looks like, why can't he just darken the street in the foreground? Well, I do it because I know it looks a lot better.
Yeah.
And if you look at it now, then the whole lighting becomes senseful.
Yeah.
Okay? So we started right here. And this looks flat, and you don't know where to look because there's nothing to look. As soon as we paint in the light, the fog, and the shadow, we have an image that pretty much works, I would say.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
Maybe it's a little bit too dark. Maybe we can soften this here just a little bit, but I would say, yeah, okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So composing is not always masking, putting in, painting shadows, painting lights, but it's also making a picture accessible.
Yeah.
So I can see the picture and I wish to walk inside that picture.
Yeah.
This is what happens.
And it shows your understanding of what light and shadow is. It shows how we know things have a shadow, but what you've done is you've developed an advanced understanding of how shadows actually work over distance. So the distance from the light source to the subject and the subject to the thing that receives the shadow, that you've actually taken the time to work that out.
For me, this is always my understanding of Photoshop. It always was, because I think, yes, of course, 25 years ago, it's a great software to stamp away pimples in people's face.
Yeah.
But that's not the only thing that Photoshop can do. So if you combine that with painting techniques, you combine it with or vector techniques, as you do also, then you might have something that is bigger, not bigger than Photoshop, but bigger than just knowing how Photoshop works.
Yeah. And this is great stuff. People enjoying this, Rob, are really enjoying this, by the way.
I hope so.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's the people in the chat are, and also Tim is pointing out here, by the way. Tim is pointing out that all of this is happening while remaining completely non-destructive. So you're using
that's
layers.
Of course. I didn't even mention that, but because it's so natural to me. Of course, this should be non-destructive. You should be always always have the possibility to look at it like that without this layer. Of course, I can edit this and change.
Yeah,
maybe
because
the
it gives you
brightness.
scope, then, doesn't it?
Exactly.
If you're later down the process, and sometimes it's like that. Sometimes it's when you start to add in other elements, you're thinking, those shadows are a bit strong. It's not like you've got to go and rebuild the whole thing. You just need to model the part you've got.
As you say, and now, of course, I'm sitting here. I did that before many times, not many times, but quite a few times. But if just imagine you are doing this the first time because you're just building this image.
Yeah.
Then you don't know, is that shadow right, or is it too bright, or is it too dark? You just don't know.
Yeah, because it's all relative to all of the different elements. It's a combination of all of those things.
It might be I put in another element and then it doesn't look any good anymore, so I have to change it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we have more pictures. We have more pictures to go.
Okay. This is really good, Uli. It's fantastic.
Thanks. Thank you very much, Tony. We don't save. We go back to, where are we here? And we go to, what wanted I? Yeah, this one here. Okay. Okay.
Wowzers.
We go to Photoshop and build this image. The the background of this image is photographed.
Yeah.
I hope we see it soon. Where are
So
we?
it seems like you do elements of miniatures photography as well at the same time. So it seems to me like with the tarmac thing you were doing from the aircraft carrier.
Yeah.
So you made that thing that was 3 meters long. So I guess you're kind of working to a certain extent on miniature photography.
No.
Not really.
No.
No.
Not well. If 3 meters is miniature, then yes.
Well, I'm
Okay.
thinking for a road surface in relative terms. I would say it's miniature.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Depending
Yeah,
what
not
you
miniature,
compare to.
miniature, but I mean
No.
it's scaled.
Because I
photography.
have a little locomotive that is just that long.
Yeah.
Märklin running around on
Yeah.
okay, so
Yeah.
that's for me miniature, but I know what you mean.
that's truly is
You're-
miniatures.
okay,
Yeah,
you're
yeah,
completely right. So, all right, when I photographed that, then we take a look. It looked like this, so that you know what. Cancel. Oh, it's not. So we have to go right here. So this is what it looked like, and when I do this, that means I took this picture many times. Not many times, but I took it 4 times with different lighting situations, and it always looked not interesting, and that it didn't like it at all. And I knew I have to do this when we have bad weather.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
my girlfriend, now she's my wife, but
Yeah.
my girlfriend, she
Congrats.
had to carry the umbrella to in that rain to save the camera from getting wet. And this is the image which we're going to start with. And what I wanted to show you is how the rain works, because if we go closer, then you see the rain is really in that image, but there's a lot of artificial rain, of course, because if you take out the rain right here, you see, oh, that's the rain that is photographed. So I was looking for a way to produce more rain, okay? And this is what I wanted to show you. Right?
I think I know how, but I'm dying to know if I'm right. So go on, tell me.
I really would like to know what you have in mind.
I
now.
think there's a filter involved in there somewhere. That's what I think. Great. I love
not
finding
too
new
bad.
stuff. Okay.
Not too bad. Okay, if you know that. So, plus layer 1, we call it rain 01, because you can have rain and rain and rain and rain in different layers, because of course all the images, all the things in that image are different far away from the camera. Yeah. And we go again to overlay. Again, fill with overlay neutral, color, and then we have rain. If I would go to, which I of course do not do normal, you see it's just simple gray. So back to overlay. And the filter you're probably talking about, filter, we first go to make it a smart object, because then also I can access the filter again if I want to. We go to filter, then we go to...
I think it begins with F. Well, I don't know what it is in German, but...
Well, I know it only in German. It's...
Is it in render?
No, it's here. It's the noise. Is that what you're talking about?
I thought you were going to go fibers.
Oh, fibers.
I thought you were going to go render fibers.
You will, in the next step, you will see why fibers do not work as well.
Okay, no, it's just great. I love
noise.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have now, well, if it's too heavy, then it's not good. As you can see, which also many people don't know, with the amount in percentage, you don't change the grain. You change just the contrast. So if we go very close here, then you can see that we change only the contrast, but not the size of the grain.
Yeah, because that's like a set pattern.
Exactly.
Isn't it? Yeah.
Go to something like 100, maybe 90, maybe 100, maybe 80, 80 or 90, whatever. It's not that much of a difference if you go uniform or Gaussian. But monochromatic is important because we don't want colorful rain, of course.
No.
So I say,
It'll probably be bad.
Whoa, yeah.
I would have thought so.
Isn't there some story in the Bible? Red rain, one of these 7 things that happened before. No, we don't talk about that. No.
No. We'll leave that one anyway.
Yeah. Okay, so no red rain. But if you make it red, it's easy to do. No, we don't do it. We don't. No, we don't.
No.
But we need another filter. We go to filter again. Now we go to it's it should be.
Is it wind?
Probably in German it's Bewegung. It's motion blur. That must be this. Yeah, exactly.
Right, okay.
Here we go. Because with the motion blur, I go to a distance a little bit more, 33. You see, we can produce. So we go a little bit
Sideways
closer.
rain. Now I'm homesick.
Yeah, well, in North Germany, near the coast, they say when you call it rain, then it comes from the side. It's full of fish. Right? Then we call it rain. Otherwise, it's just nothing special. Okay, and now with the distance, you can describe how long these rain drops should be, because the exposure time of, let's say, a 25th of a second means in that time the raindrops falls, and on your film or in your camera, it leaves not a little dot, raindrop, it leaves a streak.
Yeah.
Right? Exactly. So of course we want to bring in another angle, maybe not 90 degrees, that's too boring, but maybe something like that, 82, that's fine, wonderful.
Yeah.
Okay, and I say yes. When we go outside the image, we say, oh, a lot of rain, but something I don't like about this thing is that we have bright raindrops, but also these black ones, right?
Right.
And black rain is worse than red rain.
Yeah, I would think so. Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so what are we going to do? We just double click on the gray part of the layer.
Ooh.
And we go to the layer style. And layer style has something also very, 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 very long before time even existed. I think this technique was there even before Photoshop. No, it's not possible. No. But we can do something. We can just kick out the dark stuff.
Yeah,
right?
with a bit of blend if.
And blend if is one of the really good things. And now you see that the dark stuff is gone and only the white raindrops stick in there.
I love yours better than my way of approaching this, so I'm changing.
I'm not even done. And then
no, but I'm sold already.
It gets a little bit harsh if you go really close. You see, it's a little bit harsh. What you can do by pressing the Option key is you can separate these two. Now you knew that.
Yeah.
Yeah, not many people do. So I can make it a little bit softer. What I do now is all the tones from 0 to 98 are completely out.
Yep.
From 98 to 149, they're slightly coming back.
Yep.
And from 149 to 255, they're all in.
Yeah.
So that means we have middle gray a little bit, but bright gray and white, everything is in. So that's basically more or less the color of raindrops, okay? And that's what I wanted to show. And of course, if we need that rain, let's say, a little bit stronger, we don't go to overlay, we go to vivid light. See the difference? Overlay, vivid light.
Yeah.
And now I wanted to put this rain only in front of the light of this monopod. By the way, the monopod is not. I built it. I built it in a 3D program, but the idea of the monopod is from Duck Chung. Duck Chung is an American concept artist. Very, 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 very nice guy. I asked him, is that okay? I love your design. Can I build that for a picture of myself? I need it for that. And he said, well, no problem. Go ahead. Very, very nice guy. So I take a layer mask, and by pressing the Option key, the Alt key, it turns black from the beginning.
Yep.
And now I can, with white color, maybe 50% of opacity. I'll never forget this word again.
Yep.
And just paint it in here, just like that. Because if you see that, then of course the rain is not visible all over the image, but when it's lit, like here, by a big light, then of course you can see it.
Beautiful.
Let's go right here. Now a little bit bigger, but go back to 30%, just like that, and 20%. Okay, so that's my lighting a little bit closer so everybody can see. Yeah, it's working. Okay. Of course, we don't have to stop after that. We can do another rain layer, another one. Yeah, I think
it's fantastic.
it looks like that.
The chat are loving this, by the way. Loving some blend if. They're saying this is a real treat. And Natalia's saying, I need Uli to record a whole course on his workflow. She's
Well, I really thinking about this, doing a course about elder. Can I say that old techniques? Because maybe that's something people should know.
Yeah, absolutely.
I have more of them.
Yeah, but we'll have to get you back.
Yeah, I don't save. That's basically all I wanted to show.
And Tim, by the way, is saying there's no need to model that. Just take a picture of me when I'm commuting, being me, when I'm commuting to work.
Okay, also not bad. All right, what I wanted to show you here is the canned submarines. Yes, that's something, because there's something behind that, which is something people need from time to time. So let's go here and open it in Photoshop.
I think this sounds like this is going to be fun.
Well, that's going to be fun. Yeah,
I do love some of the humor in your work. It's just so great.
That's okay. There's humor in that one. Yeah, I agree. I completely agree. Yes. The submarines, because they don't look so much different from what you have. Sardines, is that?
Yeah, sardines. Yeah.
Okay, all right. So and it starts with an S. Submarines, sardines. So then I was just tempted to build the whole package. And we have a store in Berlin. It's also a restaurant where you can eat canned sardines, nothing else. It's very, very good, and they have sardines from all over the world. So I went there and looked at the most typical. Everybody can see. Okay, that's oil sardines, right?
Yeah.
And I used that for this image, but I wanted to show you something different. Many people have to map things on dummies. This is something 10, 15 years ago where not that much was done with CGI. It was done more often probably than today. Also, this is a rendering. This is nothing I photograph, but you can of course photograph it. How do we bring the design on here on the top? And this is something I wanted to show, because of course you can just take it. Here is this one here. I take it and bring it now here on the box like that, and then I go to edit, transform, and I think it's skew. No, it's my. I hope it's
distort will allow you to.
Yeah, you can do that, but you have to know that this is not physically correct. It looks not too bad, but it's not correct.
Yeah.
Right? So it doesn't look like that when you photograph it. There's another way to do this. And this other way works also with a filter. When this filter came out, it must, I don't know, 2003, 4, something like that.
Is this filter VP?
Oh, you're right.
Yeah,
exactly.
Well, I thought it might be, but as soon as you said that, because it was Photoshop CS2.
It was CS2?
CS2, yeah.
Okay, so when was it?
2003.
2003?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's when I moved in my new studio. Yeah. And I remember I saw that, and I'm a photographer. Okay, so perspective is something I understand. I think I understand. And I see this vanishing point filter from Adobe. A vanishing point filter. Who needs that?
Yeah.
Right? Nobody, I said, until I experienced that the vanishing point filter is a great thing. Okay, and I'll show you why it is a great thing. First of all, to make it non-destructive, we built a new layer. Okay, and the new layer is where the magic should happen. So the layer is already there. The vanishing point filter is also in a special way something not normal, because the vanishing point filter is one of the very few filters that don't work with smart objects.
Yeah.
Okay, so you can't transform layer 1 into a smart object and then say, oh, let's take the vanishing filter.
Yeah.
Vanishing point filter.
Yeah.
So we have to do
it. And it's also technically a sub-application. So that's why it has its own modal dialog, because it's actually a smaller application that loads on top of Photoshop, and then when you commit, it unloads at that point. So it's actually a separate thing. There's a few things in Photoshop that do that.
I know one more, but we talk about that
we'll do that
later.
later.
We have to.
Just so you know, by the way, we've got just under 9 minutes. So.
Yeah, that's fine. So we could start now, but something we have to do before is no, we don't have to. I go to this one here. Go to Command A and Command C. Now I have it
on
inside Command V. Yes, it was there. So it's in my Zwischenablage, in my
clipboard.
Clipboard, exactly.
Yeah.
Thank you. Let's go back here. So now we start with the filter. We go to filter, vanishing point, and it's that modal appliance. It opens in a separate window. And the first thing you do now is you set the point where, not the point, but the edges where you want the design to be placed. Okay. Yeah. The thing is, it looks okay, but if you press the X key, then you can enlarge it and set these points really, really exact. I mean, you don't have
here's the thing. This isn't something I get to say very often, Uli. I didn't know that.
Okay. Well, yeah, I use the filter.
Thank you so much. I didn't know that.
You're so welcome. We have three sides. I don't use all three of them, but I use another one, a second one. So we just press the Command key, and then we can bring this down here.
Yeah.
And now we can copy in the first design, Command V. And we say, well, yeah, why isn't it there where it belongs? And why is it so big? Yeah, it's pretty big. So let's make it a little bit smaller. Press the Shift key, please, for that. And then we can make it smaller. And then as soon as you start moving it and bringing it towards your grid, then it snaps in. And make sure you still have these little
handles.
How do you call them?
Handles.
Handles.
Yeah. Handles, yeah.
Yeah, that's true. And then you can just bring it in here. Of course.
That's the only thing I wish they'd changed to make that easier to work with. Because once you've got it at size, it's really tricky.
That's true. So
to manage. I wish that would change.
Exactly. You have to do that before. See, you have to still make it a little bit smaller. Okay. All right. So we just leave it like that. Very cool. All right. And I say okay, and it's on. Yeah. But now. We have another side here. So now we go to the side design. Again, Command A, Command C. Let's see if it's in. Yes, it is. And go back to the Schachtel. So if I go back now to my vanishing point filter, I don't have to restart because it's still there. The grid is still there. I can go Command V, it's in. Still also make it a little bit smaller. No, smaller, please. Smaller, can I make it smaller?
Start the drag first and it might, there you go. Got it.
Yeah, that would be working.
It's weird, isn't it? It just does, it's the strangest
Yeah, that's all these little workarounds you experience, which is normal.
Yeah.
And it might change from version to version, from Photoshop and even from the computer you're sitting on. All right, something like that. Okay, it's too big. But I think everybody got the idea.
Yeah, I'm sure they do.
Okay, and we say, all right. And we look at it and say, well, it's not too bad, but it doesn't look perfect. No, of course not. We have a white bottle, a white box. So we have to go from normal to multiply because white is not visible for multiply. Only the color stays in the shadows. And here we go. And we're done with that. And this is correct to do it.
It's fantastic. It's great stuff. Everybody has really, really enjoyed this, by the way.
That's cool.
We'll have to get you back. That's
we're not done. We're not done. We have 4 minutes.
4 minutes.
It says 4 minutes. We have 4 minutes. 4 minutes.
Fantastic.
I just have a very small thing maybe to show.
Okay, let's do it.
We have the time?
Yeah. Okay. We got
very small.
4 minutes. If you can do it in 3 minutes, 45 seconds, that'd be even better. But what I can do is, while you're finding the file, I can say, stay with us, because after this, we've got Julia Nimke coming up with some of her stuff. Some of you may have seen her before. She was on the Adobe Creative Residency program quite a long time ago. Fabulous work. You're in for a real treat.
So this is something I show you because it was a job this summer, I think. I've been talking now so much and so I have mentioned a few of these things that were so great and are great.
Brilliant.
They are still great in Photoshop, but also I wanted to point out there's something that made this image possible, I would say.
Yeah.
What we see here is a lot of stuff that is put in, and of course everything is masked. Every of these persons is masked. I take out the color grading, and the masking for so many people. I mean, these are still, I think there were 5 or 6 people, so they are double and triple and but still in different poses, so they all had to be masked. And this is something that works really incredibly good with the AI of the masking.
Masking capability is really good.
That's
getting better and better all the time.
But so much better. I can show it to you. We open, no, not here. We have to go back to here. I think we have this, exactly. Let's open this. In Photoshop. Okay. I'm sure many people use that already. It's a smart object, and this is the mask. So I kick the mask, cancel it. Hello, goodbye. Delete. Yes. So this is the image how it looks like, and if we use this here,
object
selection tool. I have a little tip. Maybe that's something everybody should use. Select subject. You might ask, subject? The subject is my image. No, you want to know if it's the device or the cloud that does all the work behind the AI stuff, right? And I detected for me that the device works, but the cloud works a lot better.
It does. You got a lot more power behind it.
You put it on cloud, and every time you have to put it back on cloud. Every time you take a new image, so it helps a lot to do this in
the preferences.
In the preferences, you go here to performance, I think it is. And no, not performance. It's image processing, and right here. You can choose between cloud and device.
Absolutely. And Command K, the quick way to get into your preferences, of course, are useful.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I want him. Just click on him. Okay. The pump is not. The AI makes a difference between the bike and the biker, and he's the third person. And now I do nothing. I just do this, and of course we're not perfect. But this is something.
Yeah, you're a long way closer.
If you look at the Speichen, how do you call these little sticks?
The spokes.
The spokes, exactly. Even they are there, and so the work I have to do now in the mask is
fabulous. Uli, this has been absolutely brilliant. Honestly, I really, really enjoyed this. So people are begging Tim to stop the clock, but we can't do that. But what we can do is get you back at some future point, because it's been a real pleasure. I've absolutely loved every minute of it. Thank you so much for this. It's been
great.
Was
very good to answer your questions. Thank you very much, Tony.
And we'll be back very, very shortly with Julia. So stay tuned. Time to grab a quick cuppa or do whatever you need to do. And I'll see you then. Bye.
Bye-bye.
And we're back. Welcome back if you've been staying with us all day, and welcome if you've only just joined. We are continuing today our celebration of photography mastery. There you go, I can't even speak now. It's photography mastery with Lightroom and Photoshop, and I am joined now by Julia Nimke. Hey!
Hey!
How's it going?
Good, pretty good.
I'm excited to see what you're going to be.
Yeah, I'm glad to be here.
It's good to have you here. So, for people who have never seen you before, or have maybe they have, but they've just forgotten. I don't know how, but maybe they have. Would you want to tell everybody who you are and what you do?
Yeah, sure.
Fantastic. Okay, let's go.
So yeah, like you said, my name is Julia Nimke. I'm a photographer. I'm focusing on travel and lifestyle photography. And yeah, it's a pleasure to be here. It's a little bit like going down memory lane because I used to do quite a few live streams here, like a few years ago, when I was an Adobe creative resident.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's good to be here. And I'll be showing a few things in Lightroom Classic today, and excited to be here.
Fantastic. And of course, you've actually done one of the splash screens.
I have.
For Lightroom, which is amazing.
Yeah.
By the way, the number of people, I don't know that many people who've done splash screens. So you just incremented my number by one today, which is fantastic.
Yeah.
So really good. I mean, that's a big deal.
It is.
Right? That's a really big deal because they think really, really hard about what goes onto a splash screen.
Yeah,
so,
I think they do. And I think what's also a little bit special about it is that it was a self-portrait. So I took the photo myself a long time ago, and which makes it even more crazy to have seen the splash screen for like a year and always seeing myself when opening up Lightroom.
That would be really strange. But no, that's so cool. And of course, your mentor was my friend Julianne.
Yeah.
So amazing.
Yeah.
What a journey. Well, let's go ahead and see what you made of. Let's find out.
Yeah,
so.
Of course. Today I'm going to be showing a few things in Lightroom Classic.
Yep.
And for me, Lightroom is the number one tool that I use for most of my steps in my workflow.
Yeah.
And that starts with importing files, selecting files, editing files, and exporting files. Yeah. So for me it's like it's a no-brainer because I use it for basically every step, especially since there are so many tools nowadays that you can use also for local adjustments. Yeah. And so I'm very much on the Lightroom Classic team.
I wish it wasn't called Classic, I wish it was called Professional.
Oh yeah.
Because that's the thing. Now, I wasn't a Lightroom Classic user personally until this year.
Okay.
Yeah, I had to use it when I demoed it, but I wasn't an actual user. But I started on a project that I was talking about with Liz Mosley earlier of sending an edit every day, and I was doing that in Lightroom and Lightroom Mobile.
Yeah.
And it wasn't until I needed to put my book together and until I actually needed to export images with the file name that I wanted to export them with, from that did I suddenly think, okay, now I get it why photographers, my girlfriend's a photographer, and what now I get it why photographers say to me, it's not quite Lightroom though, it's not quite, or Lightroom doesn't quite cut it for them. Yeah. And now I understand why. I get it. I didn't before. Now I do. I think and of course you can't print from it either, which is another thing. So I wish they'd changed it to Professional because Classic makes it sound like
a little bit more like old-fashioned.
Yes, sounds like it's walking very, very slowly into the sunset, and I don't think anything can be further from the truth. Yeah. So because the team love it, the team absolutely love it. Okay, right. Yeah. Well.
So I thought maybe before jumping into the edits, so today I brought 5 favorite images from this year. Yeah. That I would like to do the whole walkthrough of how I edited them. I think one thing I always find interesting is how people organize their catalogs and also how they personalize the interface in a way. And so one thing I always do with my catalog is it's basically synchronized with the folder structure of finder as well. So I also use it to keep stuff organized on my computer. And and I like to just, have the year and the month and date, and then the either the name of the client or the trip that I went to. And I think that for me is always an easy way to keep an overview of my files.
Yeah.
And the next thing that's maybe kind of interesting for people out there is how I organize my presets. So there's one thing, so my work is like, I tend to go in terms of color and the look and feel of photos to give it a little bit of a timeless and analog feel. Yeah. And especially when I have client work, they can either like totally relate to that kind of style, or sometimes they want to have more of a subtle style. And so one thing that I started doing was creating presets for the client work. So I do have quite a lot of returning clients. So I can, go back to the look and feel of the previous client project and use the preset as a starting point for the edits. So that's one thing that I do. And then another thing, I also have like a folder with the presets I'm creating for my trips. So for work, but also on a personal level, I love traveling and going places. And I feel like most countries have like a specific like color that pops up in my mind. Like when I think of Morocco, I think of like orange and yellow and red.
That makes sense. Yeah.
And so I do have a like preset for those kind of destinations also. And it's also kind of nice to see how it's changing over the years. So I do have those presets also for destinations. And then just some general ones, because I do shoot with different camera models. So, of course, you cannot just, add the preset to the Leica file and it's going to be the same like a Canon file. Yeah. That's just one thing up front. I would say let's start and jump into
let's do exactly that. Yeah, absolutely. By the way, there's some agreement that Lightroom should be Lightroom Pro.
Yeah.
Or Lightroom Classic should be Lightroom Pro. Yep.
Yeah, maybe we should start an initiative and
I think
reach
so.
out.
Just open letter, I think. It's time for an open letter.
Yeah, I'll reach out to Julianne.
I think Julia. I don't think there'd be much resistance. But I can't speak for her, of course. But I don't think there'd be much resistance.
Okay, so let's jump into the first photo that I'm gonna show you here. I do work with quite a lot of like shortcuts in my workflow, and I have usually like a tendency to be quite fast with editing. So I try to slow down today and go through like all the steps for the edit, and I'm just gonna show you a little before and after of this one, so that you kind of like see the final edit and then the original file.
I'm so sorry.
No worries. And I think one thing you can already see in the photo is that I tend to go. I try to get the look and have it a little bit softer. So the blue parts in the photos, which in this case is the sky, I try to go a little bit more towards cyan with this. And then the yellow parts and the warm tones, I try to get those more in photos. And for this one especially, I think what I like with the final one is having this like stark contrast between warm and then the warmer part and then the colder part with the mountains and the sky. And so I can, like, usually the way I edit a photo is that I think the way it's organized from top to bottom is usually also the way I edit the photos. So most of the time I start with the temperature. So in my camera, I usually set it to auto white balance. But then of course with RAW files, you have a lot of like options to change the temperature. And so yeah, I usually go, I usually already add a little bit of warmth to the photo through the temperature here, and also with especially this one. So I took this photo in Patagonia. I was there earlier this year, and did a like road trip across Argentina and Chile, and I only took one one small camera with me, and it was a little Leica camera, and I feel like the files, they have a tendency to go more towards green. So with the tint here already going a little bit more towards magenta, that's how I balance this one out, just in like a regular way. And then, of course, yeah, exposure just a little bit up, and then mostly I at the beginning I lower the contrast and then bring it back in and adjust it more through the next options.
Yeah, through like the highlights and the shadows.
Yeah. And I can't even like totally explain why, but I always feel drawn to lowering the highlights. I feel like it makes the photo more soft in a way.
Yeah.
And I think like so back in the day I started, when I got into photography, it was all still like analog. And so the look and feel of photos, I think I'm still very much drawn to that. And I had a little like point and shoot camera, and I would put like the classic Kodak Portra 100 in it or 200. And I think with the edits, I still try to kind of like get that same feeling.
Do you find yourself dialing down? I find myself dialing down the green saturation and lightness a little bit.
Yeah.
And then increasing the orange in quite a lot of the things I take.
Yeah.
Because they tend to be too green.
Yeah.
But maybe that's because of the pattern in which the light is being collected. Quite often it's like too green.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I agree, totally. And yeah, so here usually I bring up the shadows a little bit, but then add a little bit of contrast again by pulling down the blacks. And I feel like with that mixture, I can still, get enough information in the photo, but still add a little bit more contrast to it. And then, I mean, here it's quite strong. Usually it's not that much, but I always have a tendency to reduce a little bit of the clarity.
Yeah.
I mean, now this one was really strong, but yeah, something between like -5, -10, I would say. Because, I mean, especially like it's very sharp optic. So yeah, just to like complement the analog feel, I reduce a little bit of the clarity. And then vibrance and saturation, I barely touch. I feel like sometimes when it gets more towards like, let's say golden hour and like really intense colors, I do reduce a little bit. But yeah, for the most part, I try to like handle each color especially through the color mixer, I would say.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the tone curve, I do some adjustments here. I do find it a little bit hard to kind of like totally explain what it is that I do with the tone curve. I think a lot of I've been photographing for like a very long time now, and started when I was 18 doing an apprenticeship, and that's also when I started with Lightroom. So I was like a very early user of Lightroom, and in the moments like these, I kind of like understand that how much of the stuff that I do is really like intuitive with the program. But yeah, I would encourage people to definitely use the tone curve and play around with it and see how it affects the photos, because it definitely does do a lot with the colors and in like the different parts of the photo.
And also you can tune it, can't you? You can target a specific part of the image or a particular range and work directly on that.
Exactly, but I think what most of the color adjustment is, the part where I spend most of my time with editing the colors is with the color mixer. I really do like being able to, have each color, and it's such a game changer to be able to use that, so the one thing I have a tendency to is definitely to change the warmer colors, like the orange and the yellow, and especially here with, do you say hue?
Hue,
yeah. I feel like hue is the one thing when it comes to like yellow and orange where I get my look for the warmer parts in the photo.
Which of course is shifting it to its next relative points on the color wheel.
Yeah. So I have a tendency to go a little bit more towards yellow in like orange, and then in yellow, it kind of depends on the photo, but you can already see, but here it goes more towards green, and I think I always have a tendency to go a little bit more towards towards red here, orange, and luminance is also, in this photo it doesn't really make such a big difference. I might just jump to this one to show you how, because here we have a lot of like warm parts in the photo, and how it's affecting it, and here you can see very intensely what luminance for orange does to the photo. And so I think that's also one of the reasons why I do create like very different presets, because depending on the day, the time of the day, it's you can go like heavy on it, or when you already have a warm setting, it sometimes is kind of like
dampening it down a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. So
that's a great image, it's got a surrealist hint to it as well. It's really, I love that.
Thank you. Yeah, I just took it like last month. I was I was in Greece and took like 2 weeks off, and just enjoyed, having some relaxation after a very busy summer. So that was really, just a perfect.
This is you relaxing and not working at all.
Yeah.
I can relate.
But jumping back to this one. So I think here you can see with the luminance, lowering it a little bit, that it's kind of the compensation of the not so much existing part of it, if that makes sense. And then another big part of the photo is this whole upper part with blue, both in like the mountains in the distance, and then also in the sky. And here you can kind of see that I did bring up the saturation for like cyan and for blue, and just to make the colors pop a little bit more, and to add contrast to the image. And then with the hue, it's, I always have a tendency to go a little bit more towards cyan. Just because, coming from that analog background with like the classic Kodak look.
There's a lot going on in that. When the more you look at it, in that, you know, you clearly have the leading lines, taking you into the image, but then you have like this almost stepped journey through the rest of that into the sky.
Yeah.
Even though the sky is clearly the brightest part of that in many ways, I think you are actually pulled into it that way, and you step through it.
Yeah, I think what also adds to the effect is having the mixture of like sun and then a shadow here cast by some of the clouds.
Yeah,
I think it would look like very different if it was like clear sky or cloudy sky. And yeah, I think.
No, you caught that exactly right. I think you were very, very fortunate in that.
Yeah, it's...
Unless you stood there for about 3 days, in which case that's super skilled and well deserved.
No, I didn't.
Well, it's a mixture of both.
No, I think, the way I usually work when it comes to like photographing is being very spontaneous in what I capture. So I'm more the person that sees something and wants to capture, you know, the moment or the light or something that I see instead of creating like. I mean, I'm always impressed by people like Uli who he's creating something out of, you know, so many like layers and he has a vision, and I'm more like I see something that kind of like moves me and I want to capture this and that's how I work. And that was just, I saw this, so we were spending a few days here in this area, and then on our way back, leaving the place, I just looked into the mirror of the car and I saw that it's, you know, the perfect conditions. So I just stopped and took the photo.
I know that when I stand in the middle of the road to take photos, I'm always careful to make sure I'm somewhere remote.
Yeah, same. But here it's, I mean, it couldn't
fantastic.
It couldn't get more remote with
brilliant.
like Patagonia. And then coming to the color grading, I do use it for like sometimes the one thing I always try to do is to balance out the look and to not overdo it. So what I do, I'm going to show this. I think you can see.
I think I saw one on your website earlier when I was looking at your website, and there was a sort of an aerial perspective thing.
Yeah.
It was very orange, very warm tones. But I wondered if that was graded in that way.
That's a good question. So you saw it on my...
I did, and I can actually show it to you just here. I mean,
sure.
Everybody else will have to have a look at your website, but this one here, it's like a coastline.
Yeah.
If you, Tim will put a link through to your website in the chat so other people can see this. But I wondered if that was a color grading exercise that you.
Kind of, but also the conditions were already really like perfect.
Yeah.
It was at the coast of California, and I think like it was Big Sur. It was.
Okay.
And it was. So I did take it just from a little bit higher point at the coast.
Yeah.
And it was like just perfect golden hour time, and because of the mist of the sea. Like the landscape was just stunning, and it was
marine layer, I believe they call it that.
Yeah,
mist. Yeah.
And I feel like there's the light in California. I feel is always very special. So
yes,
I don't have that one in like raw in this catalog. I did do a little bit of color grading there.
I just thought it was worth an investigation, but no, that's cool. Thank you.
Yeah, of course. And so for this photo here, looking at the color grading, I did push the shadow parts more towards blue, because I felt like it works well with the scenery. Because the darker parts in the photo are mainly here with the mountains. And, when you're in the mountains, it's often that, the shadows do have like a little of bluish feel to it. So I tried, to kind of do the same with the edit here. And you can, I really do like the tool of, checking out what it looked like before when pressing the eye. So you can see what it was like before, and then how it is adding a little bit of blue to the shadows. And I didn't really change the midtones here. And the highlights, they do go a little bit more towards, like cyan.
Sort of aqua.
Aqua. And that's a little bit of like balancing out the already warmer temperature. Just to make sure that the clouds and everything are not like getting like yellowish. And then
Angus in the chat, by the way, saying there's an amazing amount of levels in this photo.
Yes. And then here, there's not a lot of stuff that I did here. So I do sometimes add a little bit of grain just to give it a little bit of texture. Because I do reduce the clarity, so adding a little bit of grain and adding to the like analog feel of it. Sometimes I do it, sometimes I don't. Like especially when it comes to client projects, I usually don't do it. But yeah, when it's stuff like this, which was just like personal, I do like to add a little bit of grain here.
Gorgeous.
Thank you. Yeah. Maybe for the next one, maybe now that we've already seen this one, I might just go into editing this one, and I'm gonna show you the before and after. So you already see that I did do a little bit of transformation here with the perspective, because I have a like tendency to be very strict with lines and with symmetry. I mean, we've talked earlier about Wes Anderson, and so that's what he does like perfectly. And I have a tendency to do that as well, and I think it just gives me like peace in a way.
So do you quite often shoot with an ultra wide? Do you?
It depends. I think when it comes to photographing landscapes, I think my go-to lens is more like 70 to 200.
Okay.
So I think with a like telephoto, I feel like I can like
flatten it out.
I can flatten out, compress it a little bit more, and
that's a better word.
and just feel like, because oftentimes it's not the whole landscape, but a little part of the whole picture that I like, and that's one thing I can like capture perfectly with like a tele zoom lens. But then wide angle shots for architecture, I definitely use it. And I mean, this one I shot with a little Leica Q3, and it does have a fixed 28mm lens. And so I've been I just had this one camera with me on this trip to Greece, because it's really nice when I go on like personal trips to just have like a small camera with me instead of having the big body and like all the lenses and stuff. I did take that one with the 28mm, and when I looked at the photo later, I just liked. I did like the photo a lot, and especially the time of day, and having the landscape framed by the window of the balcony. I did want to like straighten the lines, and so that's one thing I did here. I do most of the time check out how it looks like when just pressing auto, because I feel like it's.
I'll do that.
I feel like it's a really good feature, and it works pretty well. And I think, like, if you look at it, I'm just gonna go straight to this one. You can see that it already does a pretty good job at it's straightening the horizontal and the vertical lines. And I think I just did a little bit of like horizontal to get it exactly center. Because I think I shot a little bit off center, but I liked it more with like really straight lines in both ways. And then it's basically the same here, that I push a little bit more towards warm when it comes to the temperature, because I mean, I think what I try is to kind of like complement the truth and to add a little bit of the feeling that I had when I stood there. And just looking at the raw file, I feel like it did capture the scenery, but
not the emotion.
But not the emotion and not the warmth that was actually there.
Yeah.
So I did want to bring that one in, and went heavy on the warm tones for this one.
It's gorgeous though. Really gorgeous.
Thank you. Yeah. So here it's kind of the same. So this one also was a Leica shot. So the tint, I did go more towards magenta for this one. And then again, the way I do it is like reduce the contrast at the beginning and then adjust like the highlights and the blacks, etc. And here you can see that I didn't go all the way down with the highlights, because if I would do it, it would look like
flat.
this. It's flat and it's way too, it's so kind of like what I tried to do here was also to like capture the light in a way. And if I would just completely reduce the highlights here, you kind of lose that softness in the light. And then the shadows, I think, sometimes I like if it's like very graphically and you don't have like any information of what's in the room. But I think for this one, I did like having a little bit of just a glimpse that there's, a bed and there's a book lying on the bed. So I did, push the shadows just to get a little bit more information back. Because if you look, if it was like zero, there's not enough information.
I love little details like that build out a story.
Yeah.
I remember being a student and looking at Van Meer paintings and then having all the stuff unwrapped when we're like, this is this because of this.
Right. Yeah.
It's not just a man and a pregnant woman.
Yeah. There's a whole story behind it.
Everything behind it. And it's just, but it's the small elements that lead you into that.
Yeah.
It's really good storytelling.
Yeah. I always try, both for my personal work and also for my client work, to have just a little element that's kind of like telling a story or that's adding to it, and also that's not so that it doesn't look like generic. Like I like to also have it a little bit like I don't want like the perfect photo. I like having small elements that that makes it, like, for example, the bed sheet. It could be, perfectly done, but I feel like it tells more of a story if it's,
absolutely
just the way it is when you sleep in a bed.
And it adds a rich texture to the front, again, leading you in.
Yeah. Right, and then with the reflection of the sun, hitting the window, and then the
bouncing
reflection.
So. Yeah, again, it's a leading line, but it's not so pedestrian as actually having a line there. You still,
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
And then here again, I'm reducing clarity and doing most of the color work in the color mixer. And then here again, you can see that I do push the shadows a little bit more towards blue just to balance it out, and have the like complementary contrast between blue and orange. And you can, like, I mean, maybe I should have done it a little bit stronger, but here you can definitely see also what it does to the watercolor. So adding a little bit of blue to the shadows is definitely helping with, having the blue watercolor and having a little bit of contrast here.
Yeah.
And then, it's these are basically the main things that I do to the photo.
You're getting so much of that right before you even process the image to get there, because I can't see any masking tag on there at all.
Yeah.
So
I try. I do like editing, and I think it's a very important part of an artistic voice as a photographer, and to have your own style. But still, the one thing that gives me the most joy is photographing. And it's being in the moment and capturing this. And so I just try to nail it as good as possible.
And you do a really good job of it as well.
In camera already. But I do have one example that I can show you where I did do some masking or removing of an object, which is here. That was a fun shoot that I did for a travel magazine, and I had to capture the annual swimming in rivers in Switzerland. So they do it in the big cities as Basel, Zurich, and Bern. And I had to tell a story about swimming, and I did take quite a few photos of people jumping off bridges and from the shore. And so I did take this one. I kind of like this moment of the person jumping into the water, but you can still see parts of the body. But if you look at the before and after, you see there was a person. So it was quite a busy setting. So there were a lot of people jumping into the water, one after the other, and so there were still people swimming away, and the next person already jumping in. And just to keep it more focused on the person, and because I feel
to avoid
it's
those distractions, because they are a distraction. Absolutely.
Yeah, it's definitely distracting, and once you look at the photo, you feel okay, I'm seeing this, but I'm also checking, okay, what's this person doing? And so I did want to remove the person for this shot, and I did do it with the Generative AI. And I think that's a great tool to use.
Because that's complex otherwise to get. That would be a lot of work.
It is, and it's just it's a one-click thing. I can. Let's see how I can reset. Now that's resetting the whole photo.
I think if you can show the actual pins.
Let's see how I can. So I can.
I think you've actually done it, haven't you?
I've done it. Yeah, I have. Okay. So it's very easy. So you just I was just basically choosing this part of the photo, and then subtract, remove.
To paint out the parts that you've.
Exactly. Okay, and then use Generative AI, and now let's do refresh. Well, it didn't really work out that well. But
it doesn't sometimes. And also, sometimes when you're going to remove content, it's better before it's cropped. Because it does struggle maybe with edges.
Maybe that does make the difference here. Because it is actually a landscape shot. I think if we do that and not use the edge, I'm just gonna try it again. Not going too crazy.
Because that's where it gets confused, is when it comes up to an edge. Because you kind of think, well, this looks like something else to the AI, so it's kind of. And it is getting better at dealing with edges.
Yeah.
In fact, generally, all healing and cloning operations are getting better in there, but that's not bad.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was just the cropping, I think.
Yeah.
You're right. And yeah, I mean, this would have been something I would have to, usually open Photoshop.
Yeah, because water's really complex.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. But if you look at it, it's done a great job at, it just. Also, it's the perspective. It's not just the structure, but it's also the whole, and it works really well. So that's one thing I really now use on like a regular basis. If there are certain parts that I want to remove, so that's how it was before, and then that's how you can easily remove it.
Funnily enough, earlier this year I was with Rufus in Florence, and I love doorways, and there was a beautiful doorway, really gorgeous, old, very, very weathered door, and I really wanted to photograph it, but there was a moped that was right next to the door. It wasn't obstructing the door, but everything, I wasn't going to get the door in isolation. I needed something around it and so this moped there, and I spent absolutely ages healing parts of it, like tiny clones, and sometimes, because then it gets confused about those things, having to clone somewhere else but then drag both parts in. I'm sure you've done this
of course before.
And then about 2 weeks later they introduced this anyway, it's there now.
It is. It's really a great tool. I do like using that one a lot. So I think that's like the main thing for this photo, basically. And I think it's, the more I talk about it now, the more I'm realizing it's probably kind of a theme that I always have a mixture of like warmer and then colder parts in a photo, and trying to balance those out. So if you look at, like, if you compare, so there's another one from this shoot also.
Wow.
And so I think what I love about using Lightroom is how easily I can edit like a big set of images. And the way I work, especially for like client work, I sometimes have to, deliver like a big portion of like photos.
Oh, right. And so like maybe if you've got a particular structure that you've used on an image, then being able to copy those settings and then drop those settings onto another. Absolutely.
I do it all the time with like, especially like if you look at this one, I can go to just to give a little insight. So the whole shoot I did for them was like, so I took 1,700 photos.
You wouldn't want to do that in Photoshop for each
one. And then selected 334 out of it. Maybe that's also an interesting aspect that I could share. The way I like organize the amount of photos in like specific shoots. So the one thing I always do is selecting photos with like flags. I think that's how I just.
I mean, this is a tool for photographers, right? It's not.
It's for me, it's the easiest way to select the photos, and I still kind of like keep the other photos just as a backup in case, I need another perspective from like the same scenery or something. So I do keep also the ones that are not the favorites. And then for sometimes when there's like more complex shoots and I have different, let's say I'm taking photos for like a vacation rental and I photograph like 3 different properties. Sometimes I also use the color, what's it called? Like, you can also use colors for like each frame or add like the ones up here. So it's not just the rating, but it's
the
also
color tagging.
Yeah, the color tagging, right? So I sometimes also use this just to give it a more like a better structure visually.
But you've got a structure. That's the thing, and you make it
and whatever works, you know, for people is fine. And then I do use the stars, the rating for. Like I have 5 stars for the photos that I want to put up on my website as like reference material. So I'm still one of those people who try to update their website on like a regular basis because I feel like, you know, it's a good way to show your work. But of course also Instagram. And then for Instagram, for example, I do 3 stars in the rating. And then later on, I can easily see, you know, I've already posted, and then because I do most of the time I do more than just one photo in a post. So that's just one way of how I also make use of, you know, everything that's possible with Lightroom, and the way I work with like, you know, having such a big amount of photos is, like I've shown earlier, is creating a preset for, I mean, this was a client-based project. So I did create a preset for this one. And then I can, you know, just use that one and see how it works with the different scenarios. Of course, here there were a lot of like different times of the day, and then also a mixture of architecture and then water and even food. But yeah, I feel for me personally, it's definitely helping to have a cohesive look with like a whole set of images.
This is something that, so a friend of mine, Tony Medley, is a photographer and also sometimes photojournalist.
Yeah.
He gets a lot of magazine assignments. I remember going to him once, and this is back when he was using a Behringer sound mixer through a piece of software called P6er to work at everything in Lightroom. And I said, why are you doing it there? Why don't you do it in Photoshop? And he said to me, because I've got this many images to do. I don't want to do them one at a time. I want to get this one right. I want to apply that to everything else and then just dive in and just tune where it's necessary from that.
Exactly. Yeah, I think that's the one thing I do like all the time, and then just, you know, do like small adjustments. And even then, if you like, let's say we have this one here. And then when you go to develop and let's see. Now, since it's in English, it's a little bit different from the German one, but it's just so easy to apply this look. Let's see what are the like shortcuts.
Copy settings.
Yeah. It's interesting because it is a little bit different from the German one. But yeah, basically it's just I did want to.
I'm going to say thank you, by the way, for doing that, for put it into English.
Of course,
for everybody watching.
No worries at all. Another thing you may have noticed is that I usually like change the interface to having a white background. I feel like, I don't know, I personally feel that I can edit the photos without like any distraction, like when I have the white one in the background. But of course you can change it in like preferences and go for like darker gray or even black. I just tend to use it in white and be good with that. And I think also
is this in Amsterdam, in Holland?
No, it's in Zurich.
Oh, it's actually in Zurich.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. These were all in Zurich, and I think when I do edit photos, the one thing I also do, like once I'm done with the edit, is press the L 2 times just to have a look at the photo without any elements around it. Or if I want to have like a selection of photos, do the same just to see how it looks without any distraction at all. Yeah.
That's good stuff. Really good stuff.
Thank you.
I'll make sure that Tim puts your Instagram into the, or I'll ask Tim nicely, because he's only on the other side of this curtain, as we both know. But I'll ask Tim nicely to pop your Instagram into the chat so everybody else can take a look at that, because he's already done so with your website, so that's great that people will see it.
Thank you.
No, really, really fantastic. What a great day it's been today for content here. Really, really good.
I felt like choosing photos that are kind of escapism, because outside it's all grey and autumn.
It is.
It's the same in Berlin as well.
Yep.
And
I'm just curious about this one here. I don't think we saw this one, did we? The second one here.
This one.
Wow.
Yeah, that's another photo I took for a hotel in Austria earlier this year.
Yeah.
And I think I picked this one because it's it kind of shows how
It's beautiful.
how I like to. I think that's like a good overview of how I like to change my colors, and especially, like I mentioned earlier, go a little bit more towards
cyan and
aqua, in my photos. And I feel like here also, like, by reducing the clarity a little bit and softening the overall image, I think this very much like complements the whole landscape.
Yeah, a lot of depth.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. Thank you so much for that. So it's been really great spending this time with you. Lovely to meet you.
Yeah.
Also, because I'm surprised that we've not met each other before, but we haven't.
Yeah.
So it's been really great. Sorry about the coughing earlier on. For some reason, dust or whatever, I don't know. Super fun. And thank you also in the chat for the lovely messages asking Tim to get water. But there we go. Coming up next is Holly Rose Stones, who will be sharing portrait retouching techniques in Lightroom and Photoshop. So Holly is a self-portrait artist, generally sticks with a particular colour theme and works along with that. So you're in for a real treat there. But from Julia and myself right now, that's all we have. So thank you so much for joining us. It's been great. Stay tuned for Holly Rose Stones coming up next.
Bye.
Hello and welcome to Adobe Live. Thank you so much for joining us. My name is Aaron Nace and I'm here in the studio with the fantastic Holly Rose Stones, conceptual photographer, portrait artist, and just artist all around.
Yeah. Hi, it's really good to be here. I'm so excited.
We're going to have such a fun broadcast today. I'm super excited. For those of you guys who are joining us, make sure you're active in the chat. That's the whole wonderful part about this live broadcast, is that everything you put in the chat, we get to say here in the live. So you can ask Holly questions. She is an amazing artist. I can't wait to get into the process. Holly's got an exclusive behind the scenes look at some like work in progress, actually showing how she's going to be making her photos. So as you have questions, be sure to join us in the chat. Let us know anything you want to know, because Holly's just an amazing artist, and she can answer anything you got.
So excited to be here. I've been to I was in Munich was it this month or last month? I can't remember now. Is it from Adobe Max?
Yes.
And yeah, it's just been a really fun month of like live streaming. And I've not been to San Francisco studios before, so this is very exciting.
It's such a cool place. We've been here now for a few days in San Francisco.
Yeah, we went to the summit and we've give our opinion on Lightroom and all that. It's so good. It's been a fun week.
It's been a blast. I spent yesterday going to the Muir Woods, and today we're going to be doing a photo walk later.
Yeah, with Brandon, I think. We're doing that later. I'm excited about that because I love shooting him.
Oh, yeah. What a beautiful place to be in.
Yeah, definitely.
San Francisco as well. So thank you so much for joining us. We're going to just jump right in here, Holly. I'm so excited.
I am a self-portrait artist, and I've been working on a project called the Colour Project for about 4 years now. In the order of, as you see on the screen, which I'm going to show you a little bit of my process behind the scenes, how I get from literally conceptual ideas to then editing and the final product. So I'm going to show you what I've made in Adobe Express, because I've been loving using Adobe Express.
It's amazing.
I
love Adobe Express.
And yeah, so this is the Colour Project. I create sets and props in my studio in Yorkshire. And each project is kind of like a little like sort of chapter of my life. Whatever's happening at the time, I kind of like channel it in.
I love that.
So sometimes it could take 3 weeks to make these sets, or it could take months, it could take 3, 4, 5 months. I'm just kind of going with the flow. This is a project that's like behind the scenes at all times.
Cool.
So yeah,
I love that.
So I've done green, pink, yellow, blue and orange recently, and I'm actually working on the red project, which I think if anyone watched the Munich stream, I was talking about my ideas for the red project. So we're going to go into the green project first. I'm just going to race through these because I don't want to be here all day, and then we're going to look at the green project. I've never actually shown the before and after pictures of these before, so this is an exclusive, which I'm excited
Everyone's
about.
on the edge of their seats.
Because they do not look anywhere near this. These are very, very raw images, but I think it's interesting to show the befores of these kind of images because, yeah, it's good to see where they've come from.
It really is. Yeah, you can get a like sense of the artist's process, and everyone can know that you can do this too.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's the main thing, and that's kind of what I like to promote because on my Instagram, I've got YouTube and TikTok where I show behind the scenes of everything that I'm making, sort of in real time.
Yeah.
And it kind of works for, I think it just helps people be inspired by that, I believe anyway. And I get inspired by watching people do behind the scenes of their work.
It is. And it's great to see that not everything is digital too. Like you're actually making this
Well,
stuff.
I kind of went through it's funny now we've got AI involved, but like when I first started this, generative AI wasn't even a thing at the time.
Yes.
I think it was for like the other programs, but for Adobe it wasn't, and I wasn't interested in those. So I was kind of like, I want to just get in the studio and make a piece that's real.
Yes.
And from scratch. Some are obviously things are edited in and everything, so yeah. But I'll get to it. So the first one we're looking at is the green project. So all my ideas start with drawings, sketches. I am like brainstorming on walks in the shower. Like I just like to let things marinate it. And then I'll go on to the props. So once I've got like an idea in mind, I'll go ahead and do the props. And at this point, I'm not really sure how the image is necessarily going to look, but I kind of just go with it. I kind of let it flow. I don't have too much restriction on myself. So we've got the green project. Here's me in my studio. I paint all my backdrops. I create all the props from scratch.
Cool.
Here I've painted a green chair, and then you can see the green lamp in the background.
And then this is kind of the shoot. So it's kind of idea, create props, shoot. So I set the sets up, and then obviously I'm shooting myself in front of them. And I use a tethered system. I don't know if you can see there. I've got like the laptop with the tether.
Oh yeah, we can see it there in the middle picture.
So this is kind of a little bit of the edit. I sometimes edit on my iPad, but yeah, you can see. But we're going to be going through the edit today. And then this is the final image of obviously the green project. So again, yellow project we'll go through just quickly. Ideas, sketch. I did this on Fresco, I think, the sketch. I had this piece of clothing. It was like a leotard with loads and loads of, I made this years and years ago.
You made that?
Yeah, this was before the yellow project or the colour project was even a thing. And I was like, I really want to bring this back and use it. So I kind of was like, I will create a hat to go with it. I don't know where this came from. It was just in my brain and I wanted to get it out on paper. So this is kind of what I did. Then I made the hat, a little octopus hat there, painted the backdrop.
Cool.
Then here's some sort of like behind the scenes, like screenshots of me working. I mean, a lot of these are videos. So if you want to go to my Instagram, you can see. So yeah, shooting in the studio, and you can see that I painted my floor white at this point. It brightened it up. It was like a big reflector.
Yeah, definitely.
So yeah, again, edit, but again, we'll go over that in a little while. Main one, and then pink project. I'll just race through these quickly, but yeah, the ideas for the pink project kind of came from this door that I had that I wanted to. I'm not sure why that image is not working, but oh yeah, yeah. So I had a door. I don't know where I acquired it, but it was in my shed. So I was like, I'm going to paint it pink. So then, oh, here we go.
There we go. We got a video action.
Yeah, and then we've got obviously the behind the scenes. Originally, I wanted the door on its edge. I think that's kind of, but then it didn't quite work out. So I painted everything pink, and then there's me in the studio, which I think we might go over this one a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah. And then, yeah, a little bit of the edit. But again, these are on Instagram if you want to have a look at them. And then Blue Project, I created a giant telephone.
I'm so excited for this.
So this is me in the studio. This kind of, I've really briefly picked some images out here, but I used this as this telephone as inspiration. I wanted like an old school like telephone. So I created all the numbers. I've got obviously the studio, but I have like the ability to create whatever prop I want essentially in there. And yeah, I made the giant. I still got this. I've still got all the props.
Yeah, I was going to ask, what do you do with them?
Yeah, I've stored them all in some sheds, but they're probably all a bit, like rotting away now. But I kind of try and keep. I've wrapped them all up a little bit. But my idea eventually is to have some sort of exhibition with them all. But I've not finished.
Cool idea.
Once I've finished all the colour project, yeah, obviously we can do that. But yeah, so this is me in the studio shooting with the blue telephone. You can see the size of it there, really.
Wow.
But I like to hang things from the ceiling. I like to shoot it within camera, but then obviously edit with, and now I'm editing with AI as well, which is really good, especially for the orange project, because that's kind of like the first one that I did with AI.
Okay.
But again, yeah, these are all on Instagram, but that's the final image.
I love the butterfly thing.
Yeah, I kind of did gone a bit farther. The butterflies were, if you notice from the green project, that kind of was like, I wanted to bring it back and have a bit of a running theme.
Yes.
I don't know, something like a little bit like a bit of an Easter egg through them all.
I love it.
So yeah, orange project was when this is actually one of the first AI generated images that I made with Firefly. I think it was like the very, very first time it came out.
Okay, yeah.
And it was like, and it's mad to think that now you can probably generate even better images.
It's gone so far.
But yeah, these are my flowers from the garden. This is kind of a chapter of my life where I was growing flowers and I wanted to recreate them. So this is kind of like just me sketching some ideas of what props I might have wanted. And then, hang on. This is me shooting. Yeah.
It looks really good. Then, I love the orange watering can out in the garden.
Yeah, that's actually it. After I've used it.
Okay,
so I was like, just
and you're
to
still
show
using
that
it now?
Yeah.
Brilliant.
I make sure to use all my props if I can. I like to reuse. But yeah, so this is me shooting in the studio. That's my dog. And then, obviously the final
So how did you make those flowers? I'm curious.
So they are out of it's a foam.
Okay.
Then I sort of some of them obviously you just curl them and stick them together. Some of them I put wires behind them just to make the shape of the flower. But yeah, obviously then I brought back some of the butterflies, but very, very subtly in this one because I didn't want it to take over. But yeah, you can see the butterflies back there. I've got kind of, I love the idea of having like a little Easter egg throughout them all so you can pick it out. So yeah, that was the orange project.
It came out so good.
And then the red project is happening. It might not be 2024, but it's happening. And this is kind of what I was thinking for. I was just going to show you a very like behind the scenes view of it. This is kind of my ideas. If you watch the Munich live stream, I went through all this and created most of these images. This is kind of, I'm not sure where I'm going with it. I've actually already spray painted the knife and fork. They're hanging in my studio still.
Okay.
So I've got these giant knives and forks that I really want to use. But yeah, I just wanted to go through like, just, you can screenshot this if you want, but this is kind of like what I do for each shoot.
I'm so curious as your design process here.
Sort of ideas, daydreaming, sketching, workbooks, walking, running, journaling, pulling on experiences, building. I kind of just, all of this is a marinated version. Adobe Firefly has been very big in my, as you can see in the red project, sort of mood board here.
Yes.
And I'm going for a bit of a different background vibe, but who knows? You have to follow me on Instagram and see where this goes because it's kind of like a work in progress. So yeah, if you want to screenshot that, you can obviously look how. But ideas, props, shoot, edit, repeat all the time. But yeah, so I'm going to get to just some before and afters. I don't want to take too much more time. I want to get back. I want to definitely get into Photoshop today. But so this is the before picture of the green project. I've never shown this anywhere. So I'm very like, this is an exclusive. I sort of was choosing not to show it because I wanted it to be, this is the final project. Artists don't always have to show the before, and especially when I've been documenting the befores. I just thought, I want to keep that sacred, but now it's live, so here we go.
It's live, here we are.
So yeah, I shoot quite wide in my studio. I think that if I had the option, I would obviously try and shoot it and have like more of a backdrop in the shot, but limitations, obviously you have to just work with them. So this is before for the yellow project. I obviously extended all the flowers and things like that, but this was before AI.
So you did it all manually.
All manually. I threw around all of the florals, the like tentacles.
Yes.
And
so are you clone stamping? How did you do it?
So it was clone stamping a little bit, but using some of the existing pictures that I had and just sort of like adding them on, extending, putting them in, masking them a little bit.
Cool.
A little bit of liquefying just to like bring them up a little bit. This one took quite a long time. I think it was about 20 or 30 hours of work.
Wow.
So but you'll know because you do even.
You
know how
we know.
the manipulations work. It takes hours.
It sure does.
But yeah, then this one, obviously, I had to like have the door somehow suspended, so I have to like edit them out. Edit all the wires out, which I put up. But yeah, I like to shoot really, really wide and then extend the background because I want it to be as wide as possible in camera, so that I'm not, I've got a canvas to work on.
Definitely.
And then same for this.
They look so good. It's so cool to see the before and after because you can tell it's all real,
Yeah, this is what I think I wanted to show. Yeah, because I'm all for AI. I absolutely love using it, and a lot of my recent work as well. I don't just do this project. I've got other work, but I've been using it a lot in that. But like this, I think I had a bit of an epiphany a few years ago where I was like, I'm a bit like bored of putting stuff into an image. So I was like, I want to just capture it.
Definitely,
props wise.
And I feel like in the world where now you can kind of create anything you want with AI, I feel like physical props and like actually doing things for real is going to get more and more valuable. Yeah,
I feel that as well. And also like I really, really enjoy spending a lot of time creating my props. It's kind of like my area where in my studio I'll go in and I'll just spend hours and hours and hours. Like this took about 3 months to create between other work and things like that. But it was just like, what shall I do today? Okay, I'll go in the studio and I'll lose myself there creating.
That's brilliant.
And I think the problem solving as well of the project, it's not just the problem solving when you get into Photoshop. The whole way through is like, how do I create a giant phone?
I love it. And it's like physical too. Like I feel like so much of the time with like photo editing, most of the work is done on the computer.
Exactly.
And it's nice that you actually like have a physical outlet where you're creating things with your hands.
Yeah, I originally was sort of like, I loved painting and I loved like tangible art. So when I got lost in Photoshop, it was great for ages and I loved doing it. But then, yeah, I had a little bit of epiphany a few years ago and I got my studio as well. So I was like, what can I make in here?
Brilliant. We have a question coming in from Ryan. Do you ever experience a creative slump or a creative block? And if so, how do you get out of it?
Absolutely. In fact, that happens quite a lot during these projects. There's sometimes, I get caught up in them sometimes, and I'm a bit like, what am I actually doing? Because I can't see the final outcome yet.
Right, yeah.
So sometimes I get into a creative block when I'm creating these artworks. I think it's more again, problem solving of it keeps me going because I'm like, I'm not going to stop. I'm going to just keep going to problem
Tenacity.
solve. But creative block, to get over that, I kind of just either take myself away from it because sometimes you can get too focused on this. So I just take myself away, maybe have like a day off, 2 days off, go and do something else, go to like a museum, an art gallery, like go see friends, talk to people, get in the real world again.
Yeah.
And that usually helps me because I get like excited about going back to it just to see how I can like improve it. And sometimes whilst I'm, I don't know, on a walk, or I know it's very rudimental, it's very like basic things, but if I'm on a walk, I just allow myself to just like let my brain wander.
Yeah.
And then I go, it has come to me, the idea, and then I'm like, I just need to go back into the studio. So I think with a creative block, you have to just let it happen, but also don't put too much pressure on yourself because that actually makes it a lot worse.
It does, yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah, so it sounds like inspiration, going to museums and things, and then just kind of like relaxing your mind and letting ideas come to you rather than trying to force it.
I sometimes, and this has happened quite a lot, will be in my studio or in my office, and I will literally just sit and think. And I'll just it's almost a bit of a meditation as well, because I'll just sit and think. And sometimes I think, what am I doing? I'm wasting my time. But I will be there for like a couple of hours and just sit and think. And my brain wanders and then I'll catch onto an idea or catch onto like a little bit of a spark again.
Yes.
And also, if that's not working, I will go back to like I'll go back to here. But like, I'll go for a run. I'll even open Adobe Firefly now. That's been really helpful for a creative block because I don't necessarily like to use Firefly as like the final outcome, but it's more of like with the red project. I'm like, I can see this now. In fact, it's helped a lot with creative block this because it gets me excited because I'm like, ooh, I can actually make this, I don't know, this plate with jelly on it. How do I do that? Right, okay, how am I going to shoot that? And so, yeah, the block doesn't happen as much more recently. But
that's so cool.
I think, again, take yourself into a Firefly and see what that does.
Use it for idea generation.
Yeah. So I think that's everything. So we'll dive into the edit of the green project. That was another one which we might be doing in a little while. So yeah, this is the image from the raw image, completely raw. And originally, this was the very first project of the colour project. So I didn't have the colour project in mind. It was just like, I want to shoot this image.
Cool.
I had this idea, and then I kind of like, after that, I was like, I want to do another colour. So then I went on to the yellow, and then so on. And it's kind of just evolved into this.
That's brilliant.
So,
and
yeah.
Projects are such a good way to like guide your creativity.
I think that's such a good point because when I'll show you some just of my other work so you can just see what I also do. I do a lot of like portraiture as well with like obviously surrealistic like AI and things like that.
Yeah.
But like having the colour project is one of those things where I'm like, I can dive in and out of it.
Yes.
So I'll, that's another way to get over creative block is just maybe just do a different project for a while.
I love that, yeah. And not being afraid to have a project last a long period of time.
That's one thing that I have had to come to terms with as well because I used to be quite a quick shooter. I'd quite like to like shoot, edit, post, or or have within like a day or two.
Yeah.
And most of these images here you can see are shot and edited within a day or two. Whereas the colour project, I wanted to challenge myself for like my patience level because I was so like, go, I want to shoot, edit everything. I've got all these ideas.
Yeah.
but having like the color project to like dip in and out of, like I can do these if I want to, or I can go into the studio and create more props, or so it kind of, I think that's, it's a good point, is that you have something that you can dip in and out of, and it's okay that it's going to take a long time.
Definitely.
Because this has been 4 years in the works, and I'm shooting probably one a year at the moment for this, whilst obviously doing all the other work. But it's just nice because I'm like, if I'm like, oh, I've got no ideas, okay, I've got the red project I can work on.
Go back to your color project. And I think it's so great for people looking at your work too, that they can kind of see like, oh, you're continuing to build on this idea that you've had for a long time.
Yeah, and also because it's a color project, it's going to have endless there's endless amounts of colors. So who knows, it could last my whole life. Like I'm not putting
That's a cool idea.
Yeah, I'm not putting any restrictions on it.
Cool.
Maybe when I get to like the full spectrum of rainbow colours, that's maybe when I'll like, I don't know, exhibit it somewhere.
Yeah.
But I kind of would like to maybe do two-tone colours.
Yeah, you could get into gradients and do all kinds of fun
Oh
stuff.
yeah, I've had some ideas of like one half red, one half, or like complementary colours.
Ooh, I like that
Yeah.
too.
So
That'd be so fun. You could play with composition
Yes.
there and do quite a bit.
Yeah. And I
Very
like to
cool.
make sure that, I'm sort of keeping similar elements in that, like I paint the backdrop, so I'm painting the backdrops for everyone.
I like
so
that a
have
lot.
Like a,
That you're
sort of like
doing
cohesiveness.
it, manually, like you're actually doing it. Because of course it'd be easy to like, order a green backdrop from the internet.
Yeah.
Or...
I actively chose. In fact, I say that I had a white backdrop at the time, and I was like, I need to make this green.
Yes.
And I was like, I don't have the funds at the moment to go and buy a 9-foot green backdrop. So I was like, I've got this white one, I'll just paint it. And that's kind of when I was like, well, I'll just paint them for the
paint
rest
them
of the
all,
minute.
yeah.
It kind of, that's just how it sort of like evolved.
They turn out better too. It's like gives it more of like a handmade feel.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm just gonna show you how I really went around putting the backdrop in. As you can see with this one, and I wouldn't do this nowadays, but like I've got because I was shooting this on my own, I have like a laptop obviously set up. I don't know if I can show you just again briefly. That one it is. So just here, I have a laptop set up, and I've got it on a little trolley, so I can like move it around. But I'm back and forth from pressing it.
How's this look? Okay,
yeah.
Again. Try something different.
Sometimes my partner will, if he's around or available, he will come and press the shutter for me.
Yeah.
Because with like the orange project, it was hard to keep holding this in the right place.
I can imagine.
So I did have, there's a backdrop stand holding a couple of flowers up at the back, so I had to get it into position every single time. So that was kind of hard, but yeah. Again, going back to this, so I wouldn't do this now, but at the time it was just like an experiment, and I was seeing what I was doing. It was the first time I'd built a full set, so it was all learning curve. So I'm just gonna do kind of what I remember I did, because it's been 4 years now. And I actually am going to use Generative AI because at the time we didn't have it.
We didn't have it,
So
but
I'm just
now
gonna
you do.
remove some of the hang on, Generative Fill. I'm just going to see what that does, just to remove the thing. And then I remember, I think I shot the green backdrop without anything in front of it. So I did have
like a blank.
Yeah, like a blank. So I was, okay. We'll have to just do it manually.
We'll do it the manual way.
Yeah.
Show that it can be done manually still.
Yeah. So I would just go in with a clone stamp. Oh, we're on there. Hang on, where are we? There. Just pick up a little bit of this and because I think as well, I actually think I remember thinking it's okay that I need to extend the backdrop because it's textured.
Yes.
So it won't look too. Yeah.
It looks really natural. Yeah.
I'm just gonna go on a new layer. I wouldn't normally go on the same layer there. Just forgot to put one on.
Sorry, I'm covering up your layers.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Those are the layers.
I'm like looking there.
We are on a new layer.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, magic. We just moved the other side.
So, yeah, I remember just filling this in a little bit. But again, I probably would do it now with the AI function.
Yeah, with the AI for sure. It's just faster,
Yeah.
And for something like this, the results would be very good.
Yeah. I try and pick up very similar colours just to make it more textured. We could be, yeah, I think. But like things like this, this obviously the rope that I hung it from the ceiling, I need to obviously get rid of that. So I would just go in with a clone stamp or Generative AI. In fact, let's just see if it will do it. It might do it. Let's see, so.
There we go.
Fingers crossed.
Oh, looks like it's generating. Cross your fingers.
I do sometimes have a problem with, is it going to work? Because obviously there's skin on show and I don't, oh, there it is.
There we go.
So sometimes I have to cover my body up because of obviously the guidelines with.
Oh, yeah, totally.
So I do sometimes have that issue with it, but it's not an issue really because I can just work around it and do this. So yeah, that kind of just got id of that. Perfect. That took me 2 seconds.
Rather than the first time you did it.
Yeah, I think it's probably took me
longer.
a long time. But I'm just going. In fact, I might just do that whilst it's working. I might as well give it a go. So I'm just going to go like this. Generate.
There we go. Just keep going.
Yeah. We got.
This is the most exciting part, is waiting.
Oh, yeah. See, this
It did something. Okay.
See that?
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
That's perfect.
So this is what I've been loving when I've been doing my backdrop like work now, you know, like these projects, especially with the orange project, because I was just like, it's super fast now. I can just do the backdrop without having to worry about it and do the main things.
Yeah. And the important thing is you did actually paint it yourself, so you're not completely generating from scratch.
Yeah.
Here.
So if I generate. And I think I remember, obviously, because of the leotard that I'm wearing was yellow. And I didn't necessarily, I now make sure that I get one that's the same colour because it saves in time in editing. Oops. Okay, that's fine.
Few guidelines.
We'll do a.
There we go. There we go. Stretch it out.
Oh. Yeah, so just play around with that. And then I'd probably, I would probably use AI now. I'm so used to
if you were
it.
to use AI to try to get around that thing where it said the community guidelines, what would your process be there?
So usually, and let's see how I would do this. So I would probably just do like a little, hang on, where's the circle? An ellipse tool and just cover my body.
Okay.
I get why there's guidelines. I think it's needed.
Makes sense. Yeah, it's needed for sure.
Absolutely agree with it. It's just sometimes, obviously, with my work, some skin's on show. So
yeah.
So let me see if this would work again.
Yeah, we'll try it again.
Yeah.
This is a good tip for anyone out there too who sometimes gets some issues.
Yeah. I'll just do it from that there. See what happens. So. Generative, and I don't put anything into the bar just to see what happens because I quite like the surprise.
What's it gonna give us? We never know. There we go.
There, so that kind
worked
of like
really well.
worked.
Okay, great. So if anyone else is having that issue at home,
just sort of put a shape in front of it.
Yeah, put a shape in front of it.
That's how I've been getting it around it. But let's see what the bottom would do. In fact, we can do that one now.
There we go. Perfect.
Yeah, so.
Oh yeah, we can do that over there too.
And we'll do
all
this
in
all
one.
at one. Generate.
I feel like generative fill is, like, as a user, it's so amazing. But when you're teaching Photoshop, it's a little bit like, and now hit the button and see
like
what happens.
Or like lift music.
Yeah.
Oh, there. See,
Cool.
That's what I love about. You just always get a random.
Yeah.
Oh, there. See, that worked.
That worked. Did it put a butterfly in there?
Yeah, and then I would just reveal myself again so that I can see. So I'm not going to spend too much on the background. I'm just going to, just to show you how quick that was. I mean, what did that take us, like 5 minutes just to do the background?
It's already looking so good.
Yeah.
And can we talk about your lighting that you use?
Yes, I'll just go back to here. Sorry, just go back. If I go to the... So the lighting that I used was one giant octobox. If I was to start again now, I'd probably go a bit of a bigger octobox, but because I've got it and I've used it for every one, it's kind of like become a staple.
You want to continue to use it to have the same lighting throughout.
And
that makes a lot of sense.
I pretty much have one light at this side, so it's kind of like above me at one angle, and then I will and have done. I'm not sure if I did for the green project, but for in fact, so you can see the lighting is the same here. I make sure that it's sort of really high, really direct.
Yes.
One big octobox.
Perfect.
And then what was I going to say about I don't know if I can see. No. So when I was shooting the orange project, because the whole, obviously this wheelbarrow with all the flowers in was like blocking my legs. My legs were very dark, where it was blocking the light from that direction. So I did put like a small umbrella, small light just on the floor. In fact, I think I balanced the actual light on the floor. I don't think I've got any videos. Probably is in a couple of videos.
I do that too. Just throw it on the floor.
I just threw it on the floor.
I
think I actually might have rested it on a pillow.
Yeah, I've done it too.
Because the light stand didn't go quite low enough.
Yep.
So
no one's looking. It's cool.
No, exactly.
Got the light
I
on the
have
floor.
avoided filming that bit.
Yeah, I'm doing that currently in my studio. I just have a light on the floor, whatever.
Yeah.
It works.
It doesn't matter.
It's not on the camera.
Exactly. So yeah, I kind of lit my legs a little bit, just a tiny bit, because it was so dark underneath, where obviously it's shadowing.
Yeah, smart. But in this one, you didn't need it.
No, I don't think I don't believe I did, but I can't. I'd have to have a look at all the.
Yeah, it's so cool. I really love the painted background. Honestly, that makes such a big difference from if you had just used like a green, pre-manufactured, it would not look nearly the same.
I wanted it to kind of like have like a bit of a Renaissance painting feel, like a
it
very
has
like
that feel.
I want it to be very me directly looking at the camera. Like I was very, very mindful of being like super still, stiff, kind of like a statuesque.
It has that feel to it. Cool.
Which is why maybe I've subconsciously thought painted backdrop would be better because of the textures and like.
Yeah, and I love you didn't try to make it like perfect, like it has texture in it.
Yeah.
The green still has a lot of texture, and I think that really makes it.
Exactly. So I'm just gonna. This obviously is try to pick up some of like the butterflies, so I'm just going to generate the...
Oh, you want butterflies? Sure, we'll help you. More of those in there.
But yeah, I think the Renaissance time has definitely been been going to like museums, and I went to like the Vatican last year.
Cool, that's fun.
And that kind of was like, wow, give me so much inspiration.
Yeah, I can imagine.
But what I like about that is that it gives me so much inspiration, but it's almost like feeding the project rather than me being like, what can I create from this because of the inspiration of the idea? It's more just like I don't know, I feel like I'm a bit of a sponge at the minute. Like I'll take it in.
Yeah.
What can I do in this red project now? Kind of, that's how I work.
Cool.
But yeah, I suppose like the editing it's the exciting part because it all comes to life. But yeah, the process is also my favourite part as well. So it's all exciting.
It's like the final bit, right?
Yeah.
You get to see the finish line.
So I'm just going to zoom in because I want to show you how I actually colorized the yellow.
Yeah.
If I remember, I actually said image, adjustments, and where's replace color?
Oh, sorry. Cool.
Image, adjustments, replace color. So I do this two ways. This way, and I've got another way, which I might show you in a minute if you're all interested.
Yeah, we want to know both ways, right, everyone?
So
I'm curious.
To pick up the color, and then I sort of choose the color that is nearest to it. So basically, you go into image, adjustments, replace color.
Mm-hmm.
Then you pick up I drop the color that you want to replace.
That you want to replace, okay.
Then you click on the results. I think this is how, I remember how I did it. So I try and pick a colour that's not going to like destroy the pixels, because as you can see, when it went too high, you can see the textures coming through. So, and obviously I've got to remember what tone of green I'm working with.
Right,
at the moment
yeah,
it's,
the original.
Coloured the
it's
whole,
kind of colouring everything, yeah.
So I believe it was more of like more of a yellowy. Yeah, it's more of that. So press OK and then OK. And this has actually gone onto this layer here.
Okay, it's on the layer that you actually chose.
Oh yeah, I probably should have made a new layer for this.
It's okay.
It's fine. We'll work with
it's fine.
I'm only needing the actual body of the image anyway, so I'm just going to zoom into here. So I'm going to put on a layer mask and then just invert it. So Command and I, and then I'll bring the colour back.
Oh, okay. So you are going to mask it.
Yeah. So I like masking.
Yeah.
With the I can add actually. Hang on. Select subject. See what that does. Yeah, I probably could do this.
There we go. Time saver.
Yeah. But I think I remember masking this all because of, to be honest, I really like painting in Photoshop.
Yeah.
It's kind of similar to like making my props. Like I really like the idea of just like
the manual. Yeah.
And also the amount of times I put a mask on and refined it.
Yeah.
And then I have to go and paint it anyway.
Yeah.
So
for sure.
Yeah. So sometimes it's just easier to paint it back in. And obviously with the hair, I had to be very careful with like where I painted back in. So this is going to just help me go up to the sides.
Yeah. It is kind of fun. And you have a tablet that you use for your painting?
I have tablet that I always paint with. Sometimes I will do it on an iPad with obviously a pencil and everything. But mainly just use I'm just going to go over that. So this could take a while.
That's cool. I don't use the replace color function much at all.
No.
It's cool to see you using it.
Well, there's two ways that I do this. So
I remember.
Yeah.
I'm excited to hear the second method.
So I would just go in and colour all of that. And obviously that is, the green that I remembered wasn't the green that
it happens.
But the good thing about that is that I can add an adjustment layer and just replace, that image adjustment. Colour balance is what I would usually do, and just change
smart
the colour.
Dial it in.
Yeah. Oh, interesting. Yeah, so I'd just spend some time changing the colour.
Yeah.
But the other way that I would do this is, I'm just going to remove that the selection, is go into hue and then pick up the colour. Oh, that's really nice.
That's really good.
Yeah. I think I remember actually changing the colour slightly.
Okay.
Of the green, because it was a little bit too yellowy anyway for the whole thing.
Yeah. That's really really looking good.
I'm just going to leave that there for now, and then we've got a more of a green image. But I wanted to just show you what I would do for here, because they're just like little details.
Oh yeah, I'm excited.
I wanted to light them, but I didn't want them to drip. I want them to be very straight, and because I was actually shooting on my own, I didn't want to like get caught on fire. I didn't want to so I was like, I'll edit it in. I believe I got a stock image the first time round, but I'm just going to see what the generative
good call.
AI will do. So I need to put fire, or how would I say lit candle, fire. We'll just go with that.
There we go.
See what. And obviously I would need to change the colour of these candles as well, because they weren't quite the same green and I didn't want to paint them. But I like to use the same colour paint for everything as well. Oh, that's cool.
There we go. Worked really well. It's
that works.
Fire safety as well. You know,
don't
light something on fire in real life.
And when you're shooting on your own, you've got a lot of components to really like focus on and remember and make sure. So I think probably at the time as well, I might have forgot to light them. But I do think I remember thinking I'm not going to light them because I don't want them to drip and, hang on, candle.
Better to do it in post-production.
Yeah.
You don't have to worry about anything catching on
Yeah.
fire. No emergencies.
But I think with, exactly. And I think generative fill, always a treat.
Perfect.
So,
no danger.
and I love that it gives you like all the different options. I'm going to leave that like that. Maybe they're a little bit too intense, but I could even just make it less like this and then mask
Smart.
it a little bit. Then maybe go on to here. But that's what I love about the generative AI now is that you can actually, do
You have
all
so
of
many
this.
options.
And probably would change the colour. But I think, how long have we got left? I wanted to go on to another image because we've talked about the colour project a lot, and I think, you've seen my before and afters.
Yep.
I've given you an exclusive.
We've seen the what goes into it. And it's so cool to see your process making the props and everything. Like, I feel like that is everything, you know, like it really brings the artistic eye to vision.
Yeah. So I was going to bring open a more recent work, which is this one? Yeah. So I would like to do a little bit of retouching. I think that's what I wanted to as well today. I know that was part of the information that you were given. So I feel like we'll do a bit of retouching and how I would actually retouch a portrait as well. So this is an image that I created. It's all real on my face, but I've obviously enhanced it and edited it.
Yeah.
But again, I kind of wanted to keep it real, realistic enough, but still, I like to go bold.
And did you paint that?
Yes. So
wow,
this.
that's impressive.
Oh, that was the. I'm just gonna. This one is there. So this was actually the original image.
Wow.
I'm going to show you how I changed the background colour because I actually went into the studio not with this colour backdrop, but I knew that I wanted it to be blue.
Cool.
But it was it was spur of the moment shoot. I was like, I'm just going to go into the studio and paint my face. And then I was like, oh no, I haven't got a blue backdrop. So we're going to show you how I did this. And then I'm going to do a little bit of retouching. So I'll just zoom into this one so you can see sort of like where I've enhanced it. And then that's
that looks really
the
good.
original.
Yeah.
So we'll just change the colour of the back. Oh, and also my sensor on my camera needs cleaning. So
all
you
of our
can
sensors need
see
cleaning. I'm in the same boat.
I would probably do this, but I also have another way of doing this. And that is just to blur the background a little bit. And also retouch the background with a bit of the blur. So I'll do that in a moment, but I'll just get rid of like the big bits that I can see because it might irritate me. So what I would do is I'd just go into so as you can see, I mean, this image, it just did not pop for me. I remember after being like, this is just not working. And as soon as I put the blue background on, I was like, there we go, that's it. In fact, I've got it's a colour balance. So I would just really dramatically take the colour to the blue and remember where it was. So basically just using the shadows. I wanted it to be very blue, but try and keep it really realistic as possible.
Yes.
And then I'd go to the background, select subject, because it's such an easy select subject with this because there's nothing in the background.
There's
So
nothing
that's
there,
why I'd prefer to do this with a mask. But I will have to mask a little bit anyway. So I'm just going to go into colour, the mask, and then actually let me just go on to here, just pick up the paint bucket tool because I feel like I use like old school roundabout ways, but it works
There's
for me.
no wrong way to do anything in Photoshop.
Exactly. We spoke about this the other
whatever
day.
method works for you is the best method.
Exactly. So then, so basically just coloured in the background white in the mask, and that has changed the colour of the background. So I remember being like, oh, that has just changed the vibe of the image straight away.
Yes.
But yeah, I think sometimes, and going back to the creative block, I actually sometimes get a bit of a creative block when I'm editing. It's actually one of the first things that happens. I'm like, how am I going to do like? But again, when you do things like you just play around, I like to experiment. A lot of my work is just yeah, I mean, as you can see, I'm experimenting with different props, different ideas, and I just go for it. I don't necessarily have like a block. It's just sort of I don't know what to do, but I need to keep going.
And that's so nice, is you can just keep experimenting in
Yeah.
Photoshop. You don't have to know exactly what you want the end output to be.
Yeah.
You can play in here, you know, you can use it as part of the creative process.
So I actually remember when I edited this, I circled all of these hairs.
Oh, wow.
And if it wants to play today, it actually smoothed my head so well. And I was like, oh, I don't even have to mask anything. Which was really, really good. But I think with the whole, like, I mean, I wasn't very neat when it was coming to, like, painting, because I was doing this in the evening. I think it was quite a late shoot. Interesting. Oh, added some more.
There we go.
See, this was good. And then I think I remember I would, let me just put that there. A second. I'm just going to group that and then make it into, so then I would go into filter, liquefy.
Ooh, cool.
And then just like smooth my head out a little bit more.
Smart.
Um,
I've done this many times.
Yeah.
The old head smooth.
Yeah. I've got to put it back to its normal shape. Or to my normal shape.
Yep.
But that's what I like about generative AI in terms of retouching as well, is that it's giving us so much more, such a quicker way of doing things. So yeah, I mean, I would have done a lot smoother job on the original. In fact, we can go back to that, and you can see there. It's
it looks great.
It takes time as well to go through it. But I remember, I was painting on these late at night. So I pretty much just went in with the same colour. So I dropped it on a new layer and just coloured it in.
Oh, cool.
And then I would set the blend mode to like an overlay, or just play around with where I feel like it would like, well, that's probably a bit too hot, but maybe an overlay. And again, I'd probably go in with the liquefy tool and just liquefy all these in a circle, and all of that. But I was actually going to show you how I smooth my skin. So I try and keep it as realistic as possible when I'm editing. And I don't tend to go, I feel like I like it to be painterly.
Yeah.
But I don't also, it's my skin, so I would just remove some of this is obviously on the sensor. But I've got this toolbar here that I will press on the Gaussian blur, and I do a bit of frequency separation.
Okay.
But so this just adds a little bit of blur underneath a texture layer, so you can add underneath the layer, but then also it's not going to be destructive to the image. So what I would do is I'd go to the mixer brush tool. I'd go just duplicate that layer and add it as a clipping mask, and then I get my mixer brush tool, and just slowly, in like circular motions, just mix the colours together, or the texture of the skin.
It's a great method.
Because I had tan lines at this point, so need to just blend all that in. And you can see it just sort of like, when you spend a lot of time on this, you can go back and forth as well, because you can just like, you can see the after and the before.
Oh yeah.
But again, I would go in
with... It gives it like a painterly look, like you said.
Yeah, exactly. I like the painterly look, but I still want it to kind of look like skin texture. So if I spent a long time doing that, it would just like blend it all together. And I'll just go back to that one, so you can see fit screen. So you can see it's just, I like highlighting, but also like a smooth skin. So then I was gonna just show you before, because I feel like we're running. Got a few minutes left.
Yeah, about 10 minutes left.
Yeah.
If you guys have any other questions for Holly, we would love to hear them.
But yeah, then I would go to. So I've got actions over here as well, and I like to brighten my eyes with the actions. I kind of been really enjoying leaving. I think I did with this one. The veins in my eyes. I feel like it's just been. I feel like it almost brings in the realistic, it is me still. I don't want to like completely take away from that. So I would go into my brighten eyes, which is basically, where's Playfair? Just a curve layer I think it's bright. Hang on, let me just, where is it? Adjustments. How do I see?
If you don't
there you
click right
go.
there.
There you go. Some of properties. That's where it needs to be. That's why I keep pushing it back. So I've just lifted this up here, and it just, if I paint on with the brush, this is a very, very quick way of doing this. Oh, I'm not, and put a white, just sort of bring back my eye.
Oh, there we go.
The eye colour. But yeah, again, basic way of doing this, and I like to I quite like having real piercing eyes, so, and then I'll just go out a little bit. It's probably a little bit too much, so I'll just put the opacity down just a little bit. Just to, yeah.
Perfect.
And then I would go in with the Magic Eyes, which I believe puts on, it's the layer that you can desaturate the reds in your eyes. So I kind of sometimes do that.
Cool.
Just in the corner. Oh, it's doing its thing. Oh, sorry. Oh my goodness. I'm so not used to editing on a little laptop. Oh, sorry, that was clean eyes. Ignore me, that's not what I do. So I go to the hue and saturation, get one of those layers, pick up and just remove some of the red. Not that much. Let's go again. Just a little bit. And then I would invert the layer, paint back on just a bit, just to remove, and some of the blue as well. If I go into that hue and saturation layer, hang on, that one, and then pick up. That's going to take away. Yeah, so it just sort of takes a bit of the red away.
That's looking good.
Yeah. So then, at this point, obviously I would spend a lot of time going into it, but obviously with the, I don't know if I've got time actually to open Lightroom.
Let's go for it. We got a few minutes.
I would take this into Lightroom. So let's save that. As a, in fact, I'm going to flatten that image, and we're going to just save it as a JPEG. Oh, I'll save a copy. There we go. And take that file. Should have done this before. Oh, I've just opened it back up in there.
Oh, good. So great to see your workflow.
And then I just import it. So obviously this would be majority retouch, majority fully edited.
Yeah.
But I'm just going to show you kind of like my workflow in terms of, just very, very briefly, because I know we've not got much time left, but just, I would go to develop, go to my presets.
Okay, perfect.
And then I've got some presets that I like to use. And that is like, in fact, I use sometimes the LXC ones. send these crazy. I actually, what I like to do is put on the preset and then bring it back onto Photoshop, onto the layer.
Okay.
And just desaturate it a little bit and then add more curves and saturation and things like that.
Cool.
So I just like to do this as like a baseboard of like, but I always make sure that the colours kind of remain the same. So obviously my skin tone, if I just open this before and after, it's gone wacky. So we'll just, maybe just a bit of a desaturation.
It's looking cool. It's cool to see your process between Photoshop and Lightroom.
Yeah, I think that it's like the very, very end part of my, but I like to bring it in here as well because you've got all the masking, so I can select my subject, because sometimes, and I know when I've changed, I remember doing this actually when I shot this image, is that the background was a little bit too dark, so I remember opening up the,
that looks amazing.
So that was, I think I masked myself and then I selected the background. Let me just put this.
I love it. We got about 1 minute left.
Yeah. And then the exposure of that, so I brought that up, I remember. But the nice thing about this is that you can flick from either one and just play around with that.
That's looking great.
Cool. Well, I think that's pretty much
Absolutely
all I've got for today.
Amazing. Holly, what
you.
a pleasure having you in the studio.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah,
It's been so good.
Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us in the chat. It was such a breath of fresh air seeing your behind the work process and your prop making and everything. Just, I'm feeling inspired to be more creative now. I want to go and make things with my hands.
Yeah, it's
I
good.
really thank you so much for joining us and sharing your creative process.
Thank you for having me, Aaron.
100%.
It's been great. I loved it.
Thanks, everyone, and we'll see you in the next session. Bye, everyone.
Hello, my name is Holly Rose Stones, and this is how I composite my artworks together in Photoshop. I've been working on a project called Homegrown, where I create my own flowers in the garden. So I've decided today to edit it. I'm going to take this into Photoshop Beta. So if I just do the crop, and then you can just generative expand, and I'm just going to see where this takes me. I mean, that worked. I usually just open up the lasso tool. So I then just paste this into the image. So we've got loads of different flowers that I've been creating for the past 6 months. So I'm going to get the magic wand tool, but I just go in roughly and pop on a mask. And I like to position everything in place before I actually really go in and edit all the details. I never edit the size of my body, I never edit the size of my face, I never edit my features, but I don't mind doing a bit of skin smoothing because I feel like it enhances the studio portrait. I tend to just duplicate my background 3 times, and then you click the middle layer, filter, blur, Gaussian blur. So you blur the middle one, and then you image, apply, and you subtract, you linear light, and it essentially just flattens the image back to what it was. So I go on to the low frequency, which is essentially the blurred. What I do is I'll duplicate that layer and create a clipping mask. I'll just go in with the mixer tool. You just kind of clip an area and move it around a little bit. Then after I've smoothed the skin, I tend to go into the opacity and just bring it down. I'd probably get a dodge and burn, so add in a soft round brush and just, I like to overkill it and then take away. What I like to do at the very end is do a highlights. If I go to selective color, and then I go to whites, and if I take the black down to the left, all the way, minus 100. So I just pick up with the eyedropper, just like a color like nearby. I just tend to take a soft round brush and just paste in. Again, I go overkill and then I bring it back. So what you do, I'll just do it on this very basic image of me. If you circle in the area and you click on generative fill, and then I'm gonna put in B.
That's the one.
That's literally it. I sometimes just pop on a white layer and then I'll overlay it
and that just brings out the colors.
We will see you next time. Take care, everyone.
Bye.
Hey everyone!
Hello!
Hi. Welcome back to another Adobe Live. We've got such an amazing day today, you guys. We're just celebrating photography.
We really
and
are.
I mean, I'm here with the legend, Brandon Woelfel, an amazing
Hello, guys. How are we
portrait
doing?
photographer. I'm sure a lot of you know.
Thank you.
I'm such a big fan.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
How are you doing today?
I'm doing good. I'm so ready to get into what we're going to get into, and I feel
Yeah.
like we're going to have a blast. We're going to learn some things. We're going to talk about lighting, editing, how to prep for a shoot as well.
Oh, I love it.
All the things, really.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
please tell us in the chat, say hi, ask all the questions. Let us know where you're watching from. You
Yeah.
just came from New York, right?
Yeah, so I'm based in New York. So
Oh, love that.
yeah, I grew up on Long Island, but I currently live in Brooklyn. And I live actually really close to a lot of the studios that I rent.
Yeah.
So it's really nice. I just pop on over.
I feel like Brooklyn is
yeah.
just the place to be. I
It's
loved my time there and so creative, and so I feel like you definitely fit right in.
I love it so much there.
That's awesome. Well, I already see a lot of familiar faces in here. We've got General Kenobi. Hello there. We've got Sean. Jack is in here. Thanks for dropping Brandon's Instagram handle. Make sure to go
thank you so
follow
much.
him. I mean, truly, we have an amazing person here because, I mean, you really just were in their Tumblr days, the fairy lights, all the OG work, So definitely check him out on Instagram. But yeah, if you can tell us a little bit more about yourself and your journey and, what we're going to be going over today.
For sure. So I am a full-time photographer now, but when I started, I actually, when I just started in my creative journey, I guess you would say, I was never into photo. I was always so into drawing, painting. Even in high school, I took ceramics. I was doing everything but photography, which is really funny because I always just had this idea.
Very tactile, kind of working with your hands. Yeah. Okay,
very
love that.
I guess 3-dimensional, things you can actually do in paint and
and touch and
exactly. You know what I'm talking.
Totally.
And in school, I was so not into the idea of photography. I had friends doing it, and I was just you know what? That's I was that's just too easy. You just literally take a picture, which obviously now we know that's the worst thing you can tell a photographer.
Yes. You just press a button?
No, literally, I've heard it too many times. But and then from there I went to school for computer art, and I think that's where I started to blend very technical things and editing and also photography as well, and that's where I just started to get into it. Is in college. That's where I got like introduced to it. And then from there, I graduated and was like starting to do it full time. So I just wanted to take a dive into it, and now I've been doing freelance photography for about like 9 years, I think.
Incredible.
So,
I love that.
Yeah, right after school, I was like, we're gonna do this full time.
Okay, well, I mean, I feel like we need to see your work right now. Can we pull up your Instagram actually, just so that people can see the vibe right now?
Like, I don't know.
Oh my gosh, I love it. Or just any of your work, really. I think people need to see some visuals.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna share a little
ooh, yes,
shoot that I just recently did. Okay, now you can see my screen.
There we go. Perfect.
So we're gonna get into it. So I'm gonna play this little video that I just did. I did this shoot quite literally like 4 or 5 days ago.
Oh my God.
It's very fresh.
Very fresh.
I haven't posted it anywhere. So very, very excited to share. But
love it.
Yeah, this was a shoot with one light. So this light up here. Mm-hmm. And I tried to do the whole shoot. We did 3 different looks, all of it with just the singular light, just to really show how creative we can get with just minimal sort of like things. And I feel like that's kind of how I started. Like I started out just shooting in my bedroom and around
with what you had.
Exactly.
Yeah, of course.
And I feel like that's how anyone really starts, is just with what you have. So I still really like to pull from that, and I think that's where I started. So I still love to just be super minimal and show people that like you can really create really professional images even if you have like one singular light. So I'm just gonna keep this playing. So I did a shoot with my friend Allie, and this is again just my
already so beautiful.
Thank you. This is just my friend. Like she pulled some really cool pieces, but it just proves you can like go into a studio and like have a friend, play with lighting, and walk away with some really, really cool images. So these are some of the end result images on the side that you can see, and this is what we're actually going to be editing today as well, which I'm excited.
Oh, I'm excited. I love that. I love getting to see a little bit of behind the scenes of a shoot, and really 100%. Then just be able to like go into retouching and stuff. But I love what you said about keeping things simple, because I think a lot of people feel like they have to get all the newest gear and then this 100%. And that and whatever. And sometimes like even just your phone, like just go out, shoot, play with light, play with color, all of that stuff. And, challenge yourself. And if you're already amazing and have a lot of gear, like strip it down and just see what happens, 100%. So I love that.
Yeah. So you can see it's like literally so simple. I have one light behind her and we're just like making it work.
Make it work.
Yeah. So this first one we did with this really cool, just like bright sort of red light behind her. And now we're walking into, this is a material I love to use. It's called mylar. And I discovered it this past year, and it's almost like I'm doing it too much. Like, it's like, calm down, we've seen it enough, but it's just so fun to play with. I mean,
when you're obsessed with something, you like go full all in.
I'm like very much making it like my thing, and I don't, like, I'm just like,
you know what? Whatever. Yeah.
Yeah.
But like, look how cool the effect is. That's incredible.
100%. So it's
and you're just pointing the light towards it. Oh.
Yeah.
Wow.
So you can really get creative with like just simple. Like I think I bought this like on Amazon or something. Something you can just like.
Amazing.
It'll come to you in like a day, and then there you go. You're ready to go. Like I just wanted to share this shoot because it was so almost like a little too easy to like share, and I was like just proving that like anyone can really just like rent a studio, go outside, or like even if you have extra room in like wherever you live, and just getting really creative with lighting. And obviously I don't want to say it's like just anyone can do it, but it's like at the end of the day, all you really need is some creative sort of lighting and creativity in terms of like what the model is going to wear or the subject you want to shoot. If you're doing portraits or if you're doing self-portraits, all you need is yourself. And just getting like as creative as we can with the light.
Oh, I love that. This is so good. I cannot wait to see how you end up retouching these, because
we're
it's gonna be awesome.
So this was the second, like it was just like that blue. I wanted to like really focus on like the primary color, so we did one with red, blue, and then we have a yellow.
Okay, when you talk about using mylar, like that's me right now. I'm like all primary color, anything, like red, blue, and yellow, 100%, wherever.
No, you can't get better than that.
Oh, so good.
Here I'm just showing like that's the clothes Allie brought, like very simple. And then we are doing one. I'm like voiceovering as I'm talking, but one more lighting setup with just a yellow, and I'll just. And I was talking here about how with lighting, like I always just like to put my hand in there to like see how it's actually reflecting off like real skin instead of just how it kind of illuminates like a white wall in a way. And then we just had this as sort of like a backlight behind her, and that was
beautiful.
The last sort of setup we have going on.
Wow.
But yeah, I wanted to dive into maybe like how I prepare for a shoot in a way.
Okay.
Because even though it is something super simple, I think it can all like the more preparation you do, I feel like the better it goes just in the end. You know what I mean? So I used these. I made these on Adobe Express just with some of the templates that are on there. I don't really like to get too like crazy with making like inspo boards or templates like that, because you can always just like it's something that only you and like your team is gonna see.
Right.
So I get like really just simplified with what maybe it's like lighting inspo or posing inspo, but it's never anything crazy.
Yeah, nothing too prescriptive. It's just kind of like, okay, this is the general mood.
100%.
Like vibe.
Yeah, and I think if you're working with a client, it's probably could be a different story, because they maybe want to see like
of course
exact things you're doing. Maybe you have a shot list going on, but for this, it's literally just a test shoot with my friend. It's very much playtime.
I love that.
Yeah, so I knew I wanted to do something that was that first setup with the red. I wanted to do something with a backlight, and I knew I wanted to be reds.
Yeah.
So just saved a few photos that I found, and literally in like minutes, I just threw these in Adobe Express and like walked away with a cute template that I can share with the people that I'm shooting to be like,
print
this
it out,
is my
put it
vision.
up, and this is like, so we can kind of stay on track visually.
100%, yeah.
100%. I love that.
Because I always feel like when I'm going into a shoot, like I have all these ideas up here, but whoever you're working with, like they don't know what's going on.
Yeah,
like,
and this is your way of communicating with them, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. So this was the yellow, and then
so good.
that like mylar with the blue.
I mean, stunning.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
And so this is just images I found, and then from there I was like ready to go. Like I knew what I wanted.
Just to shout out some people that came into the chat. Hi, Stan. Hi, Robert. Thank you guys for joining us. Also, Sean made a really good point.
Yes.
Having a slightly skilled model makes a world of a difference.
So true.
I totally believe in that.
So
someone who's
true.
comfortable with themselves, someone who's like, creatively able to like shift and do different things.
100%. No, yeah, and I think dealing with like a person that maybe not like maybe it's their first time in front of the camera, my biggest tip with that is just making them comfortable is like key, because I have done shoots obviously with people who've never like they've never got their photo taken, and they don't know what to do, and it's always just making them comfortable first off, and like knowing that you're going to be with them every step of the way, because it can be very stressful for someone, because obviously when you're taking the photo, you know what you see. But a model may or the subject in front of your camera, they don't know what you're seeing at all. Like they they could be scared. So
totally.
Making them comfortable. And I always just always say to kind of start with like simple movements, like even just simple adjustments of your shirt.
Yeah.
And
little
like
micro.
Yeah. I always tell my subjects to like move a lot. So even just like adjusting their shirt, like crossing their arms, and even just doing those like adjustments yourself and showing that it's just as simple as literally just like moving your hand here.
And that comes from like good directing. And I mean, I feel like you share a lot of stuff on your YouTube channel too, where like you could, if you want to, get good at directing models, I feel like watching other people do that is something that can be really, really helpful. So
absolutely.
Awesome. Cool. Well, let's get into it. Stan says, I make them do a little shake. Actually, that's a good one.
Great. We do a little like run.
Maybe jumping jacks a little bit and just kind of get a little.
I also heard someone start with having your subject sit down helps first, because they can they only have to figure out what's going on up here maybe.
Yes,
and
that's a good point.
Later on they can stand up, and now it's a little more tough, but they're they've been warmed up.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Oh, totally.
So speaking of sitting, I guess we could start with this image.
Okay.
So this is from that red shoot, and this is obviously completely unedited. I shoot my photos in JPEG and RAW. I just kind of like to have both, because sometimes I'll overlay my JPEG in the edit.
Ooh, that's a unique take. I didn't even think about that. I feel like I only ever if I shoot portraits, it's like I shoot the JPEGs just so I can sift through them quickly.
That's
cull.
Also great. Yeah.
But that is that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I think it just in camera.
You're onto something.
You kind of did something there. I feel like it retains a lot of the color that I was like shooting the image on location with. Like when I'm shooting, I'm like, okay, the color looks like this, and when I pull up the raw, sometimes it doesn't exactly fit.
It's not
that.
as rich. And yeah. I mean, because it still needs to be processed. So like,
Totally.
there's, you know, but I think there's something really cool about like doing that technique. That's like, you know.
Yeah, and
different.
I also feel like sometimes within your edit, you can go a little like too far maybe with your edit.
Sure.
And the JPEG kind of like brings it down to earth a little bit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Oh, I like that.
Yeah.
As like a guide a little bit.
Yeah, 100%. Obviously in Photoshop you can see the before and after too,
yes,
but it's just nice. So I always open my photo in Adobe Camera Raw, and I always have this, you can change this obviously to like different colors, but I always love to go with white because I feel like everyone's phones, they all have white backdrops.
Yeah.
And it helps me just like see the image with the white backdrop and to know that like I can brighten it up a bit. You know what I mean? It's just nice having that like stark white to bounce off of.
Yeah. Sean says, but what camera processor? Some are great, others meh.
Oh, like what camera am I using, I guess? Or
yeah. What do you mean, Sean? Because I am also confused. I'm like, what do you mean processor?
Yeah.
Stan says, I often feel the image on the camera looks awesome. Then I pull it onto the bigger editing screen and then...
That's so real.
You know.
That is so real.
Emoji with the little...
Yeah.
Little sweat bead.
Yeah. No, it does. I feel like it does look better in that little screen.
I know.
But then that's why we have Photoshop to like really get in there and play around with it.
So let's do it.
Yeah. So I always start out by pressing just auto to see what it wants to do. Because sometimes, like, you know, editing images can feel a bit overwhelming a little bit because it's like you have this vision for it. Like they were saying, they pull it up and it looks different than they imagined. And so sometimes I don't even know where to start, and just literally pressing auto helps. Just and like sometimes I don't like it, but that's fine.
But it just is kind of like just to show you like what
we're working with.
Could the possibility of it look like? Yeah.
100%. So sometimes I get rid of it. I feel like in this case, it's doing a lot of adjustments, which I don't really like for now. Like I kind of want to get in there myself.
Yeah.
So if it's just sometimes small adjustments, it's just like one click of a button. It's easy to do. So I like to press that, but I always start with in Adobe Camera Raw, I like to start with just the light panel, and I just kind of go through down the line. I feel like if I hop around, then I don't necessarily like I like what
you
did I adjust?
Pay attention to what you have adjusted.
Exactly. I'm like, what did I adjust? What did I do? And I'm just kind of like literally going into each thing, and I really love to use a tablet for that reason because I like I like fine tune.
You kind of like just have to like
play around with it and like feel it out. And I really for this image want to have that kind of like spotlight effect going on. So I feel like increasing those highlights starts to kind of create that, which is nice. And literally just going down the line, and you can tell it's like already starting to like come
take
together.
shape. Yeah,
even just 100%. By adjusting those little things.
Ooh, love that.
And then I just kind of move down the line and go to color. I want these images to be really warm, so I'm kind of going with a warmer temperature here. You can already, like, I'm like, that kind of looks
That's so good already.
Obviously, we're going to do a little bit more, but it just proves like a few adjustments can go a long way from your original sort of take. From here, with this image, it already is kind of getting vignetted, so I want to almost increase that vignette, so I'm just going to kind of go in there and make that happen there.
Love it.
And then I deal with curves later, so I kind of skip that for now. I'm like, it's a little. Sometimes curves are overwhelming.
Curves can be overwhelming. I totally I feel you on that.
And then I just go through obviously hue saturation, just playing with that. It's literally just a matter of what you like and seeing and just like playing with the colors that are in the image. Obviously, I'm playing a lot.
I mean,
with,
that's
like,
kind of the beauty of photography, right? Is that like it really just comes down to what you like and how you can infuse that in your images.
100%.
I mean, we all have a different lens. Pun intended.
No,
but you know.
Yeah, and that's why I love So the girl in my image, my friend Allie, she is a photographer herself.
Oh, cool.
And so we actually like will tag team on shoots a lot.
Aww.
And we always walk away with like completely different images because we just have a different eye with obviously we agree on a lot of things, that's why we do shoots together. But when it comes down to like composition and framing and even the colors when you edit, they always turn out so different. And I feel like sometimes models like they love to shoot with us because they get two different types of photos.
Yeah, totally different vibes. I think that's one of the things that I really enjoyed about like early on when I was watching like the Jessica Cabasi's For Photographers Shoot the Same Model. Like I loved seeing just how different each photographer photographed that same model, and it was just very, very cool. Everyone has their own style, their own vision, you know.
Exactly.
It's awesome.
Exactly.
Love it.
And then this is something I've been doing like more recently, but I always denoise my images now. So with this, you can tell there is like some grain going on. It was like pretty low lit. So I go into detail in Camera Raw, and then I always press denoise. And it always obviously takes a second to like do it, because it's like going across the whole image and kind of cleaning it up. But I keep it low. I don't want to ever go crazy and put it up here, and then it starts to look like it's like a painting
like paint,
or something.
like painting. Which I
do.
mean, could be a vibe, maybe. You know, like
no, I feel like my older style was catered more towards like looking like a painting.
Yes.
Because I would shoot.
I can see that.
Yeah, I would shoot in so low light that it was so grainy that like I almost just
had to like just go all the way.
crank it up. But for me personally, I usually keep it around like 10 to, if it's really grainy, like 25 is the most I'll go.
Yeah.
Just because obviously I want to keep some of that like original like detail in there. I don't necessarily think grain is like
a bad thing. No.
And I know like within
I mean,
lot of my
film
images,
photography is literally grain. Like there's so much of it.
Literally.
So, you know.
Yeah. And I was recently like kind of looking up grain, because I was like looking up grain. just called grain up on the phone.
Yeah.
No, just like figuring out why like grain is such a big like conversation point, because it's like some people hate it, some people love it, and it does so many things for your image. It like can make your images look more nostalgic.
Yeah. It can solidify, like it can
brings everything together.
Brings everything together.
Yeah.
But then it also can be like distracting. I don't know.
Yes.
It kind of also depends on the grain. I don't know. You know? Like, are you using noise in Photoshop, or are you adding like, that 35 millimeter grain that's in Camera Raw?
So
you know?
So for me now, I mean, we can we can just go in and like see that it cleared some of that up. And it's
look at that.
It's still there, but
it's not.
We want it there.
Yeah.
We're inviting it in.
That's awesome.
From here, I'm kind of good to go for now. We're going to jump. Something I do that's like, I don't know if it's normal, but I do it and I don't care, is I'll bring the photo back into Camera Raw later on, which we'll get into. But for now, we're just going to open up this image into Photoshop.
Perfect. Also, Oliver says loving the light and the color in this.
Thank you, Oliver. I appreciate that. And I always obviously unlock my layer, unlock and duplicate.
Yes.
And I'll just kind of go in here, and this isn't like necessarily like a super upfront portrait, so I don't have to necessarily edit like really any skin.
I mean, that's kind of nice.
Yeah, I'm like, if it's something far away, it's like you don't even know it's there.
Yeah.
But to edit skin, I sometimes just like will go in with this like mixer brush tool.
Yeah.
And what I'll do is just pull from the image.
From the colors itself,
Yeah, so I'll just option click there, and then it just like kind of smooths it out. It's kind of like its own Gaussian blur. It's like sourcing from your original image and just like mixing things together. And like, you probably can't even tell that I'm doing anything right now, but in my brain, I'm doing
like,
a lot.
I am. It builds up,
100%. I always like laugh when people are like, which one should I post? And it's like the exact same photo. But to photographers, it's like,
we notice the details.
Yeah.
We
really do. And then from there, I'm just kind of going into my adjustment layers. I've been loving like levels recently. I feel like with adjustments, it's like you go through phases of liking certain things. And right now, I'm just like a big levels person.
Yeah, I'm a levels girly through and through, too.
It's so good. It gives you like an overlay of like how your image is looking in terms of like highlights and shadows. Like this little graph right here.
Yes.
When it's in line, like when the levels are in line, that's when you know that it like, as like a structural thing, it like everything's kind of in its place. Like if we move this too far, our highlights will really be blown out. Which is like, it's giving.
That's rough.
Yeah, no. But just kind of adjusting from there. But I'll from here usually like combine my layers, and then I'll bring it back into Adobe Camera Raw. And this is something that like I know it's like a bit destructive in terms of editing onto a JPEG, because now this image was raw, and we brought it into Photoshop, made it a JPEG. So this is how I sometimes will like filter my images. I love using the presets in Camera Raw. I do this with every single one of my photos. And I get like pretty fine-tuned with it, but I love certain packs. So I love using the cinematic pack. And it definitely depends on the photo.
Ooh, that last one.
Right?
Was,
like,
ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I love the cinematic one, cinematic 2, and then my other favorite is vintage.
Yeah.
Like I just love how these look. And I am so indecisive with my editing.
Oh my gosh.
So
it's so
like,
hard.
they're all so good. Like I don't know which to
know.
select. But what's funny is I didn't even realize that these presets were in Photoshop until like, I don't even, like a few years ago. I feel like I was like, where have these been all my life? Because you can really just see what they're doing on an image.
And you can like adjust the like how much of that preset too that you can like apply onto.
Exactly,
like,
up here.
You know, up there, yeah.
And so I'll usually kind of do this a few times where I'm like duplicating my layer, combining it again, bringing it in. And then do it, I get very like tedious and picky with my colors, and knowing that I can like just overlay a
build
ton.
Like a like different and like do you play with the blending modes too, like where you're kind of like changing things up?
It depends.
Or are you building on these like
I'm usually kind of just using these presets. And then even from here we can like go in and still play with like some of those little adjustments. But I'll usually play on these presets and then bring the opacity of those layers down to like literally sometimes like 5%, which is like the littlest change, but it really, I mean, as
it builds up. It builds up.
Yeah, if you keep building on those, they really, really make a difference. And it helps. Obviously, patience is like key with editing, and it's like sometimes we don't have patience, but
I know.
It helps so much when you can just kind of like edit in a way where it's like we're not rushing. I know sometimes when you're delivering mass amounts of photos, you don't have the time, but it's really nice to get really picky with your edit. So I'll just kind of go in there and like put it to like 30. I think 30 around there looks good. And then this one, bring it down a little bit. And just like from there we can go into and bring over the JPEG.
Ooh, okay, I'm excited to see this because
I forgot I cropped it.
Oh yeah, but you can just fix that.
Yeah. I mean, for this one we won't, because I feel like I won't be able to get the crop right, but just to show kind of like what we came from there.
Oh my gosh.
Like, it's kind of crazy, right? And like, if I didn't crop that image earlier, I would probably bring this down.
Bring that down and
just a bit, just to like go back to our original image. But I did save some textures as well that we can play with, and I got these just from, some of them I made and then some of them are Adobe stock.
What do you mean you made? You photographed like
or
your
like,
own fun
I kind of used a bit of like
or?
scan AI situation to like craft my own.
Yes.
Because now I mean AI is kind of crazy and you can. Just,
you can literally in Photoshop. I've literally done that, like generating a specific texture just to like overlay and like make a new thing. You know?
And this isn't all my textures that I have, but I have like a larger folder where I love to just like. It's almost, you almost forget that you can like pull textures in sometimes because you're so into your edit and in the program that's like, wait, hold on, we can like add things in. So this one you can see is just from Adobe stock, and we can just like make it big here to fit the frame. And some of them, it's a lot of like experimentation I feel like when it comes to textures, and I don't always like a texture and I don't always use them, but I like to just like see what we're working with, you know? So I feel like screen is always, light and screen are
light
always
and
a good
screen.
One. They're always reliable. And like, again, this is literally doing, like, other people probably think I'm crazy for like the smallest adjustment, but I swear it really adds up.
It does though.
It really, really does. But from there, I'm going to pull an image from that same shoot, and I'm gonna pull up that same edit we did earlier. So we're gonna open that up because I from here like to do some photos that you've shot in the same sort of lighting. You can just throw on your previous Camera Raw edit. So I'll just go apply previous setting. And it looks exactly the same pretty much.
Amazing.
Obviously we're a little bit
You can go in and tweak still
don't
and whatever, you know.
Obviously, this image is a little bit more cropped in. So things look a little different, but for from here, I don't think it saves the denoise, so we're gonna go in there and do that one more time. I always sometimes forget to do that, just because that I think when you do that, it sort of adds it into its own little like DXMG
file
or something.
Yeah,
something like that. But yeah, going in there and just doing that and making those adjustments, and it just makes, I know like batch editing obviously is quicker than this, but with someone like me who likes to get really tedious and is really kind of crazy with the colors, being able to like just apply and have like a sort of initial sort of recipe on top just helps like with my time, because like I can't, I don't have the time to go in and like continue to
well, and when you've like already figured it out, it's like easier when it's from those images are from the same shoot or from the same 100%. Like set, you know.
Yeah, and even like images where they're completely different shoots but you use similar lighting, you can kind of go in from your previous shoots and like maybe apply those previous settings, and it may look crazy, but like it could also save you some time. Yeah, you know,
and it could also look cool.
I don't know, you never know. And there we go. So that was like super easy there. Oh. And from there we can do the same thing with the filters and stuff. But now I want to jump into some like a different sort of color hue, because we're very focused on the reds. I want to kind of go into one of those mylar images. So maybe we'll go with, I feel like this one is fun because it's like
beautiful,
a body, like a wide.
She feels like a mermaid, like she's just like lounging, like you know.
Exactly. Yeah. And to do this, let's just see what this looks like, just for fun. Like, it might look crazy. It doesn't look that crazy.
No, it doesn't.
I think because all these images, I tend to shoot a bit darker anyways. So I feel like my initial thing to do is always just brighten an image. Yeah. So it's not like my favorite, and I think I actually like might reset it to back to normal. Yeah. So we could do that.
Let's do it.
But always just, again, playing with all these adjustments. This image has a lot of like really like bright highlights, I feel like, and dark shadows. It's very like vignetted. So just kind of going in there and like emphasizing those in a way so that she also pops as well.
Totally.
And I feel like just playing with that contrast and highlights. Yeah, like you don't want your subject to get lost. And this is sort of like a busy sort of image with a lot happening in the background and the foreground. It's like there's a lot to look at. So making sure your images pop is super kind of key with working with photos like that.
Totally.
Yeah. But I always love a blue sort of edit. So I love to like really highlight that color. And go in there and make it a little bit more like teal in a way. It's always up to you what you want to do. And I don't know about you, but like I feel like when I edit, I'm always like I get so different throughout different like seasons. Like sometimes I go for a warmer edit, even if the colors are really cool. Like it's like what I'm feeling at the time.
Yeah. And I feel like oftentimes, well, I mean, for us specifically, like, you know, product photography, sometimes we want to get the colors right because the product, right, the brand or whatever.
That's
but
a good point.
Then there's times where, like, I don't know, like for personal projects where, like, who cares if, like, we color corrected that image and maybe it was that temperature, but like I would have pushed it a little bit more warmer, or I would have pushed it a little bit more colder, and like you can do those things, or it's a stylistic choice at the end of the day, and it's yours to make. So I think
that's a really good point about product stuff, because I'm more of like a portrait. I mean, you're seeing a lot of my work, it's very like portraiture, but with product stuff, it's like you do have to keep in mind colors and how they're looking.
I feel like in some ways it's starting to change a little bit. Like I think like people are liking just maybe photographers taking the reign and like going wild and ham and applying their own style. Yeah. And I think that's great and super fun. But it's just something that you have to think about. But I think with portraits, like you totally have the control and the like freedom, creative freedom.
Yeah. And that's why I love doing these sort of test shoots. Like, and when I say test, I mean like you're just getting in the studio and you're almost, people also call it like trade for print. Like, so you're trading like just a model's time, whoever is on the shoot with you, maybe it's a makeup artist, a stylist, and you're all just there to like create images.
For a portfolio or for fun or just to like try new techniques or like, I mean, totally. Yeah.
And I know that we were talking about earlier, like how you could shoot something specifically for a brand and then also be like, look, I did this, and like, can we now work together now that you've seen what I can do?
Exactly. Stian says this is awesome. It's like having water in the studio without the mess.
so true. It really, if you like squint a little bit, like it kind of looks like water.
Yep.
You're like, that's definitely water. No, it's nice, and it can get really cool in terms of also playing with different lights. And I've noticed too, if you guys ever do try out this sort of mylar effect, that just creating sort of like wrinkles within the texture helps
creates that
light.
that
water sort of bending effect. I saw someone recently do something with this like acrylic. It looked like mylar, but it was like acrylic tubing, and they shot through it, and it created like this sort of similar effect, but it was like circular.
Yeah.
It was really, really cool, and I was like,
that's awesome. See, you gotta get creative and try different things, you know?
Yeah, and a lot of these products, it's like you can literally just find online, and they're super cheap, and like bringing things into your shot, like different props and textures, I'm always down for it. I'm always like looking for new textures and stuff as well.
I love it.
Yeah.
Jack just put an emoji with the water waves.
Very much that.
Yes.
But I'm going through again, just playing with
some
of these ones are
wow. I mean, even the black and white looks good. Wow.
Yeah. We're going through the same packs as we were previously for that other shop, but they look so different. I feel like the cinematic ones are actually, because there's a lot of the same colors going on in the image, it's like flattening it a bit because there's not so many colors to work off of. It's just sort of like that bluish gray tone. So, I think I like this pack a little better. But just selecting something, like maybe I kind of like
these
that
vintage ones are good.
Yeah, the vintage always comes through. We're just gonna select that one.
Good.
And
so yeah, guys, add these or go check out like the presets already built into Photoshop.
Yeah.
Like it's amazing. You can do so much and play around with the way that Brandon is doing, where he's just applying and building. And I mean, you can even get as crazy and start going into the blending modes as well for like different effects. Like it, you just never know. Like it could be a really fun exploration.
Yeah, I didn't like upload those or anything. Like those are just there built in, which is really cool.
Oh, love that.
But from here, I kind of want to go into and like dive into this little, like I feel like when you're doing photography, you just have to be very detail oriented in a way, and like notice things that maybe other people don't, and like kind of always go in with the mindset of like someone will see this, so I should fix it kind of thing. And like, but also you can do what you want.
You can do what you want, but But
in specific, I'm talking about this sort of line. Yeah, I'm like, I know you saw it.
Yeah.
So this is just from that sort of white cyclorama wall where it ends, and either when I was shooting it, maybe I didn't know that it was there, or in my brain was like, I'll just deal with that later.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, with Photoshop, you can think that way because it's like, it's so easy that like, it's just, I'll just get rid of that. And I'm going to edit my photos in Photoshop anyway, so I'm like, might as well just get rid of that later.
And it's usually like pretty quick if it's just that little bit
100%. So I'll talk through like how just even this little thing, I can get rid of that really quickly. There's a few different ways that I would use. So one is the patch tool. I love the patch tool. I think it comes in handy so often.
Texturally, it's on point.
Yeah, exactly. You know? You're just kind of, and like if you don't quite know what the patch tool is, it's just kind of bringing textures from other parts of your image to wherever you want it. So we can just quite literally circle that little part and then bring it over here where it's a bit smoother, and it's like literally already gone.
Wow.
Like, it's that
beautiful.
Easy. And then for little things like this where
the edge.
The edge.
Yes.
I will also go back to that little mixer brush. I feel like as creatives, we all have like little tools that we use that
100%.
You wouldn't maybe normally suggest to use it there.
Yeah, or use in the same way that it like maybe it's supposed to be used for or whatever. But like if it works for you,
exactly.
You know?
And I think it also goes back to like how I started and that sort of painterly kind of thing.
Yes.
Where I got started just painting and drawing. Like I still love doing that, and I think that's why I like love using a tablet as well.
Yeah.
But I just will select an image or select a part of an image and then just kind of literally paint over that like little edge.
Yes.
And we could even like extend this upwards in the liquify. So going to filter, liquify, and just making it all sort of like one
thing.
Yeah. We're all in place right now.
It.
But going through there, and like I know the people don't want to be like liquefying certain parts of your image, but when it comes to like your background,
but hey, I mean,
look at what we're doing. We're just literally extending it.
I mean, sometimes there's like wonky things that you just like need to like
exactly.
You know?
That's what we're doing. Yeah,
see, perfect. That already looks so good.
And then to make that like little kind of thing smoother, we can just like literally create this sort of like, it's a little bit too light there, but just like kind of getting rid of that edge in total.
Wow.
Because if we're gonna like make it try to look like water, then why not go the extra mile?
Actually make it look like it? Yeah.
Yeah.
100%. Can we see turn off the layer just so you can see your?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, look
so
at that.
much
Zoom in a
better.
little bit.
Yeah.
Like look at how. Yeah. That's
so much
good.
better. And like obviously we can get really detail oriented.
Really
Sometimes
into it.
It takes me like a while just to like go in there and make it perfect. But for now, just showing you like what I would do in like a hot second. From there, I do like to also play with dodging and burning.
Yes.
And for this, you could create like the 50% layer.
Yes,
be very, like,
you can do the like curves, set up the curves thing. I mean, there's so many ways.
Yeah,
so many
but
ways.
I feel like because I tend to just like duplicate my layers and do it that way. I don't know if that's like the best way to do it.
I've done that too, and I still do it to this day sometimes.
Yeah, obviously, you could go in and create.
It's still non-destructive in that way that you can still come back to it.
Yeah,
you know?
100%. But
so
you would,
I feel like
you would like fill. Let's just like say what we could do. We could fill it with 50% gray. And then I think the blending mode is like overlay. I'm pretty sure.
I think you're right.
Yeah, to make it look like it's nothing's there.
Yes.
And then I'm like, for today's purposes, we're gonna do it like this because it's like more professional. But sometimes I don't always go the professional route. I just want to like get it done.
Yes.
But from here we're in our dodging and burning. So dodging is really great for really increasing those highlights, and then burning is really getting into those shadows and midtones as well. And I feel like
shout out darkroom photography. Darkroom, just getting in there.
Exactly. Boosting up those shadows there. And this image is like pretty heavily sort of like vignetted because our light was so like bright onto that one circular spot. So it's like tends to have like a nice sort of vignette, which it's like a stylistic thing if you don't want that or not. But from here, I'm just kind of blending that vignette into itself, so it's not so like stark in a way. So you can see like on this layer here what the changes we're making. So it's like darkening those sides, which I just did, which is really cool. So it kind of like reminds you like what you're doing. And then if we like click that off, it's just like highlighting the subject in a way. From here, I love to work with selective color. That's another one of my favorite adjustment layers. I feel like you could get really just focused in on colors and like pulling from
the science.
Yeah, I like even like something where it's like a little desaturated looks sick. You can just get so playful, and which I absolutely love. And if like going back to like styling, like I feel like years ago I would normally like go something like crazy teal.
Yes.
But now I've been leaning more into like true tone sort of things and just feeling it out, and like some images feel like they need different colors in a way.
Yeah.
You know?
I think it's important to mention that like it's okay to evolve. Like people change, and your style changes, and like you just gotta like scroll back on any artist's profile on Instagram, and you'll see the evolution of their work and how it's changed. And it's okay, you know, like you like what you like in that moment in this space, and
that's amazing.
Fun.
Yeah, I know. I feel like I get a lot of questions about like changing of style because a lot of people may have followed me from like years ago when it was one way and now it may be a different way, and I'm like always just like trying to be true to like what I want and like not
in this space and time.
And not necessarily like creating something because
that's how you've always done it, or things like that.
Yeah, exactly. So
100%.
And I also think that's the fun thing about always getting out there and shooting is like certain shoots you'll obviously do things wrong. Every single shoot I go on, I always do something not wrong, but like I always do something that like next time I'm like, okay, I'm gonna do that next time this way.
Yes.
Even for this one where I was showing you the behind the scenes, I had like my mic on a spot where I kept moving, and like it's just little things like that where it's like, okay, next time I'm gonna put it here.
Yeah.
And you wouldn't make those changes if you didn't go on these shoots and
like make the mistake that leads to learning. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. So mistakes are like actually good if you
really
can learn from them.
Oh, this is so cinematic and I love
God,
it.
Thank you. So we're just going in there and like kind of so this is pulling from that same sort of preset because I think
that's right.
I think, did I open it? Oh wait, no, I did open it. Okay, no, that was right.
So good.
But yeah, like again, just applying that previous setting. So it's a little bit similar there and just adjusting certain things. And we can obviously go in and denoise. But what's really cool too is, I think we'll get into it with maybe the next image. Or no, I guess we could do it with this one. Is talking about like expanding our backdrops. I feel like maybe this one is a good one to do it.
I think so too.
Because I was trying to find an image where like if it's a little close up and their like arm is there, you could like make like AI to like extend the arm, but I feel like I love using
like to expand tool. Like background.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna just do is combine all these layers. And then we're gonna like rotate the image just a bit.
Ooh. Okay.
Just because the like horizon line is it's bugging me just a little bit.
Sure.
Just like turning it there.
Ooh, yeah.
And it's always so funny whenever you're working with so many textures and other things like this. It like when you open up crop and like there's just items and JPEGs
like
all
everything.
around the image. It's insane. So actually we're gonna just crop this like that first so it kind of captures that.
Yes. Perfect.
And then we can go into the expand. So as you can see this, like if we even pull up the grid on the crop, you can tell there's a lot more like space on this side. So I feel like to even that out, I want to just like expand it that way so she's a little bit more centered. And then going over here to the selection tool and just selecting that and then literally just generative fill. Before generative fill, I was using a lot of like the fill, it's doing that. But like this, I'll show you right here. So content aware fill. And then
yes, that's a good one. I love it. It does such a good job.
I love this because you can get really into parts of your image that you want to pull from. So for this, like we want to pull from, it's like, give me something to work with. We want to pull from like over here. We want to pull from some of this as well. Yeah. And then from there, we can see the preview. And like, it's like, it literally never happened. So it's like another way of like
so good.
other use.
And you can like go in and tweak some more if you need some extra. But like it does a really good job even on that first go.
No, 100%. And then even just going in there and rotating a little bit more and just getting, now I feel like even when you expand a frame like that, it makes it even more like cinematic. Like if you crop it like 16:9 in a way. But it just, like.
Stian says, content aware has saved me so many times before AI.
Yeah, it's that was like my go-to thing. Like people wondering how I was expanding things, and I was like keeping this little secret, and it was content aware. But now we're gonna move into our like last little set, and it's that sort of backlight happening.
You guys, we only have like 8 minutes left. How did this happen?
I don't know. We literally zoomed by.
You zoomed by. You're doing amazing, you guys. If you have any questions for Brandon, please drop them in the chat. I'd be so happy to relay them. And he's got lots of knowledge to share. So drop them in if you have any.
But this image, this one,
beautiful.
Thank you. This one was a fun one because it had that sort of like backlight, but also we had the shoot was for it to only be with one light, but we were getting some of this like nice natural light come in from the window, and I was like, wait, stand right here.
I was gonna ask earlier because I saw some like direct sunlight like on the what do you call it, the site?
The site.
And I was like, was there like a window or something? Because I was like, really I know that window. Your light was here, so
you're like, where is that coming from? I know. I think that's also why I love
it.
Thank you. I love playing around. Like I don't have my own studio per se, but I love renting others because. Mm-hmm. Especially a new one. I feel like you're always getting inspired in new spaces, and whenever you're renting something new, you're encountering new light, you're encountering different spacing, and like I personally get really inspired by like different kinds of light at different times of day where it's hitting, and you always like would walk away with different images, even if this was on a different white wall. We would in a different place, it would look completely different just because of the natural light coming in. So I always like the ability when I'm renting out things, I like to be able to block out that natural light if needed. Mm-hmm. So I always make sure that's like an option.
Yes.
Because sometimes it's like it can screw up your whole lighting
That can be key. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. But I love a little like backlight here. And
so good.
For this image, we used a really small light. So we were able to just like stick it behind her head and you would never know that it's there. And if it was bigger, I mean, we could Photoshop it out, but it was small enough to where it kind of like was perfectly placed right there.
I love it.
But what's really fun is we can go in and like play around with that orange hue and make it like a completely different color.
Right.
So we can like bring like a red, and obviously the skin tones change, but we can go in and like mask that out if
Yeah,
needed.
totally.
So for now, I just want to like just get the skin tones right. I think that's like a big part too of editing is making sure the skin tones feel true to how they actually are. But yeah, going in and just like, again, playing with like all these little bits and bobs. Like sometimes you want to get like a little funky.
Yeah.
Like,
oh my god, that's so fun.
With a cool,
that's very cool.
I actually love that.
I kind of really love that.
And sometimes I'm so scared to be able to do these little changes that I normally wouldn't. But then once you make a change, it's like, just like go for it and be like, okay, wait, this is
just
what I want.
Commit and see where it goes. See where it takes you.
And I was just talking about having skin tones be natural now.
I know, but like,
opposite.
you know what? It's fine. And that's like, it's
That's
okay.
the beauty of, editing in Photoshop. So I kind of weirdly love that, like,
oh my god, I really love that.
Like yellow. It feels so like grungy almost. In a way. I don't know how to explain it. But from here, we can just duplicate our layer to make sure we're
beautiful,
not being any destructive, but going through selective color and like playing with more of those like yellows.
Oh my
we can just bring it back to like
right.
a little bit warmer if we want. So nothing is ever like concrete, which I love. But I think this is an image where we can go in and like edit a little bit of the skin, and like I don't like to go too crazy. I actually will just use the patch tool.
Patch tool is great.
Again,
honestly,
my favorite. The takeaway from this, we love selective color.
We just love it.
Patch tool.
Yeah.
There's so many tools, but patch tool is so good for just
because there's so many like obviously like professional ways to like retouch skin and stuff or whatever. But like oftentimes like if these images are gonna be like going on Instagram or on the website, like and if it's like. If it still does the job to use these like very simple tools, like I think that's okay, like, 100%. And if it looks good to you, like,
exactly. So
softening with that little mixer.
With that, I love the color mixer here. So good. And we can just see like I
think it's important.
Crazy.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Nothing crazy. It just looks natural. Like we want it to still look normal.
And you're like, sourcing from like you're continuing to change the source point, right? You're like and I think that's what makes it natural.
Yeah, exactly. Because if we did like this, obviously, we don't want to do that. And if we select here, it's going to be like a little darker image like that. I'm like, that kind of actually looks like it's like this cool like window.
Whoa,
I'm like, what are we doing here?
Wait, you're onto something. Just kidding.
But I actually love.
I really love that.
I like this one. Amazing.
This is a vibe.
And this is something I'll sometimes do with gradient maps. And this is like really fun. This is where we can get.
Whoa.
I'm like, do you love a gradient map?
Oh.
I saved just like a few ones that I like have as presets.
Yeah.
But like,
oh my gosh.
Obsessed.
And then just like, oh my god, there's so much to play with.
Yeah. It's like, that's why it's so hard to like settle with the
It's so hard to settle. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because you want to see all the options.
There's too many options. That's why sometimes I tend to like sit on an edit.
Can you tell we love photography?
We're like freaking out over here.
We're freaking out.
Over here, obviously, you can get in there and like play with that as well. But that's crazy. But
so fun.
Will sit on an edit for a bit because I'm like, sometimes also have you noticed this? If you edit images in different times a day,
yes,
they look so different.
So different. Yes.
Like sometimes if I edit images at night, the next day I wake up, I'm like, what is going on here?
Happened?
Everything is so like contrasted and like saturated in a way. So I tend to like sit on an edit and I'll
and like step away, come back to it, and just
It's so important to be able to like look at a photo hours later, especially when you're so like locked into a photo for an hour or two.
Yeah.
That's why I like bringing that JPEG in, because it's like, what did we actually do? I'm not sure.
That's so smart. That's a really good tip. I think that's what I'm taking away from this session, from this boot camp session with Brandon Woelfel, you guys, because it's nice to like, to go a certain direction, but then to be able to have that JPEG to like pull it back in and be like, okay, like,
humble yourself a little bit.
Like humble, humble yourself a little bit and just be like, okay, where did we go? And like, how do we pull it back just a tiny bit?
Exactly.
Like all the things. I think that's so fun. Wow. Beautiful as a black and white too.
I feel like you're here for the black and white today.
I mean, I don't know. I just love it all.
That looks really
so
nice.
good. Okay, wow, you guys, this is amazing. You guys, you have to subscribe to our YouTube channel for Adobe Live because we have fun, amazing creatives that come on all the time. Thank you, Brandon Woelfel, for being here with us.
I want to just like keep going.
It's hard to stop. I know. Can you just show us really quickly all the final photos and then, you know, it's I just need to see all the finals.
I feel like also let us know if you prefer the black and white or color because I can't choose. But we have those two. We have that image we walked away with. This with the expanded backdrop and the fill, and these images as well. And yeah, you saw a little bit behind the scenes, and it was nice to like bring you guys along in like the whole process and how we kind of got here.
You did amazing. Thank you so much for being here and for sharing all of your tips and techniques. You guys, so exciting. We have Anna-Alexia Basile and Paco Siller up next. Currently, we're having a little bit of technical difficulties, so don't go anywhere, but we'll be right back, and you're in for a special treat. So anyway, thank you guys.
Bye, guys.
Hello everybody, welcome back to Adobe Live. My name is Francisco, aka Paco, and I'm here with my new friend, Anna-Alexia. Anna, how you doing?
I'm doing really good. Hi everyone.
Hi, welcome everybody. So as you know, we are live for a day of photography. This is our love letter to all things photography related on Adobe. And we have the live chat, so if you all are joining us either on Behance or YouTube, please put your comments, questions, concerns on there. I will be looking at them and relaying them to Anna. Because it's a safe space. We want to hear your questions, your feedback. That's why we're live. Otherwise, why be live? So yeah, enough about the intro. Anna, please introduce yourself and let us know who you are and what we're doing today.
Absolutely. So as Paco said, my name is Anna-Alexia Basile. I'm a San Francisco-based fashion, travel, and commercial photographer. I am really attracted to the human form, monochromatic spaces, sort of well-defined, interesting shadows, but my world is completely ruled by color, as you will see shortly when we sort of dive into this really fun shoot that I did. And I'm just so excited to be here with you all today and share a little insight into my process.
Yes, I'm super excited. And I know you are returning guests, so this is not your first time with us. So you know the drill, you know how this is all gonna work out. And yes, we're very excited to have you live with us again. So before we get into it, do see some friends in the chat. I see Robert, Oliver, Jack, I see Jacob, Alessandra, Sean. Yes, we got all the friends. So again, please drop in the chat, let us know where you're from. And before we do jump into it though, I do wanna shout out one more thing. Lightroom is having a photo contest. So I do believe we have a lower third that we can throw up real quick and kind of show you a one-pager of what this is all about. Yeah, so go ahead and go to that bit.ly. And if we go to my screen, I will kind of show you this contest real quick. So it is focus on what matters for the chance to win 10K. There are 3 simple steps. Go ahead and go to that bit.ly and it'll tell you all the details. It'll take you to this page. But if you're a Lightroom user and you do photography, go ahead and go to this page and enter the content for a chance to win some cool stuff. So anyways, enough with these housekeeping items. Anna, what are we doing today? What is our project? I already see some amazing, lovely photos. Let's jump right into it.
Yeah, so today we're gonna sort of talk about this really fun shoot that I did that feels really special to me because I don't know if anyone else can relate to this, but I find that a lot of times I will, you know, photograph something, create work, and I'm really into it, and then like 3 weeks later, I'm like, it's old news. I don't really like it anymore.
Guilty as charged. I feel like that's a lot of photographers.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, but it's like hard to sort of keep the momentum of your excitement going.
You almost have to jump right into it, but we're so busy, like it's just hard to do that.
Exactly.
So I get it.
Exactly. But the beauty of this shoot is that this is something that I was actually really stoked on when I did it, and honestly, years after the fact too. So I want to sort of tell the story of how this shoot came to be. So this was a very long time ago, but I was actually on a date and was driving out in California and sort of, you know, was like, this was sort of the scene, you know, very just like basic California landscape. And then as we got closer, I sort of yelped and was like, oh my God, what is this? Look at this gorgeous field of mustard. And I mean, you can see it literally goes from nothing to something. And so it was really special. And I got super excited about this, you know, really dreamy looking location. And so what I did, which is what I kind of always do when I want to mark a place, you know, as this potential incredible location, but maybe don't have the time to, you know, really create the photos in the moment, I saved it on my maps.
Smart.
So I don't know if any of you all do that, but that's like 100% my go-to. I'll literally just drop a pin wherever I am, and then I'll mark it as a potential shoot location and come back to it. And with this, obviously this was extremely memorable. I mean, I immediately knew that I wanted to plan a shoot around it. But sometimes I don't always go back to the spot, and then when I'm working on a project and a client says, hey, we're looking for, you know, like a colorful, cool location, I'll literally just go on my map and see what I've marked in the area that they're interested in shooting.
So you've been doing this out of habit, I assume.
Yes.
So you probably just have a repository of so many locations. It probably makes your job way easier when someone is like, hey, I'm looking for X, Y, and Z. Oh yeah. Here's the list.
Yeah, it really does, because then you're not starting from scratch in the moment.
That's a great tip.
Kind of have this little backlog. And so, you know, obviously this really felt worth bookmarking. And And, you know, as you can see, it was just so beautiful.
This is a super bloom. I mean, was it? I know one year California had a super bloom. It was after that crazy winter / like atmospheric river we had. Was it that year? I think it was like 2 or 3 years ago.
This was 2018.
Okay, so that was the other great winter. I remember that. I was 17 going into 18. When I say winter, I live in the mountains, so if we're getting snow, you all are getting crazy rain.
Yeah.
Because it's still the California mountains. But yes, that would have been the other one where it was a very wet year. So yes, that looks like a crazy super bloom. Awesome.
Yes, exactly.
Awesome you ran into that.
Oh my gosh, it felt like hitting the jackpot because also I'm based in San Francisco, and so we see a lot of those really incredible orange super blooms in Southern California, but maybe not as much of that here. And so this just felt really, I don't know, it felt like a call from the universe. And so, you know, completed, you know, wrote this down, listed this on my map, and then ended up planning a shoot with some other creatives. And we came back. These are just some, you know, iPhone photos from us coming back to the space. It was really cold. And I show this here. We're like climbing under like barbed wire fence. And I show this to really illustrate that, you know, like sometimes you see something like this and you're like, wow, gorgeous, perfect, so easy and simple and sunny. But then when you look at what everyone is wearing, you realize it's freaking freezing.
It's like reality versus expectations.
Yeah.
Like, oh, warm, sunny day. It's
exactly.
Like, this must have been then, was it March or April then?
This was February.
February, okay, so you're like in the middle of the winter doing this.
Yeah, exactly. Awesome. So we, you know, we go back to the shoot, and I wanted to show you all what the photos that we created ended up looking like. So we're gonna sort of like go through these. These are the final product. You know, they've already been color corrected, but I wanted to open up with the finished product first to really, you know, show you what it ended up looking like. So, you know, here the concept was really working with color and sort of having each person signify a particular color within the space and creating a lot of this like twinning, matchy, you know, moments, a lot of like intertwined, sort of like overlapping people. And so you can see, I mean, we just got so lucky with this location. It was so beautiful. The models were all incredible. I really love these moments where people start to sort of overlap with one another and just sort of mold into one person.
It's a great shot.
Yeah,
I love that one.
Yeah. You know, and normally I like kind of stay away from eye contact and try to retain a little bit of anonymity within my images, but these were just such special, beautiful moments. And I mean, again, the location can't be beat. And so, you know, as we go through here, there were just like all of these like magical colors, like somehow we happened to have all of this like matching clothing that worked out really well. I love this shot because their head, it kind of looks like just one head.
It does, yeah.
And, you know, just like all of these really beautiful in-between moments too that were like not really posed, but just sort of getting set up for the shot, but that ended up really working beautifully. And so these were just some of the final images that I ended up loving, still really love to this day. I mean, here, I really appreciate how the shape of her body, you know, from her hands to her head and then back down to her hands, really mimics the shape of the mountain, you know, behind her, this gorgeous field. She's just framed perfectly in the mustard. And it was just a really fun shoot. There was also a lot of like play involved too. Like, I love doing stuff like this where you sort of use perspective and angles to create the illusion that someone is either larger than life or that some object is like the same size as something, you know, that we are very familiar with the size of. So here I love creating this illusion that, you know, this tiny little flower is as tall as her, if not taller, and then being really playful with sort of like swapping it out for her face and creating these like other special moments where the stem really sort of embodies her body. And we just had a really great time on this shoot. I mean, even these moments here where you can see there's like a little bit of like motion blur. Yeah, I mean, it just felt really good and really significant. These are like some of my favorite photos too, putting the sweater on. And it just was this really magical day filled with color and collaboration. And
this is so fun, I love it. Yeah, very, very original.
Yeah, and it felt really exciting and beautiful and just, we all left feeling so fulfilled and stoked. But I wanted to open with that so that I could then show the juxtaposition of what the shoot looked like before I edited everything. So we're just gonna run through some of the images here, and I feel like it's that like mwop 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 sound.
It looks a lot colder.
It's cold, it's windy, people are like a little uncomfortable. You can see that it alternates between like the sun being out and it being super bright, and then like cloud coverage overhead, and then it's like super dark, and I had to like keep changing my settings, and I mean, you can just see it like really looks very different.
It's you know, if you wouldn't have showed me this, I would have thought the finished photos were on a warm sunny day, you know, like late spring, early summer. But that's so funny. So these are the raw images.
These are the raw images, and again, I mean, literally,
it's pretty windy too. I mean, California is known for being windy and cold. You know, San Francisco. You can tell the tourists are because they come in summer with sandals and shorts, and they don't know about Carl the Fog.
No, they have no
how
idea.
Windy and cold it is next to the coast. So that's funny.
They have like absolutely no idea. And so, yeah, I just wanted to show these to really illustrate that like these weren't necessarily cool photos, right? Like before, you know, we took all of the necessary steps. And I think that this is just like a really important thing that's worth like considering when we think about our process, when we think about photography, is that just because you found a cool location and like were able to create an interesting photo, you know, in that moment, it really means nothing if you can't also have the wherewithal and the vision to recognize which are the winning images, know how to really extract those from, you know, everything else, and know how to then edit them, turn it into something else, create like a cohesive body of work. I mean, these are just all things that really are super important in our process and that are really worth considering. And so I just wanted to show all of this to really express that, you know, nothing was perfect from the get-go, and it really took, you know, our team effort, of course, of coming together, you know, getting all of this like beautiful work together, getting out there, of course, having that vision, all of the pre-production that goes into it. But we really can't forget about the significance of editing our images after the fact too. And obviously, you know, there are a lot of like sweet moments too where like everyone is stoked.
Smiles in there.
But it was also pretty freaking cold.
Yeah. I did want to ask about the wardrobe. Did you kind of just bring a wardrobe and saw what would work, or did you already kind of have some pre-production in mind and brought these certain colors to kind of have that contrast?
I love this question. So I worked with my friend Katie on this project. She was actually the person that styled it, and Katie was actually in it. This is her. And she is an incredible stylist, is based in LA now, and we created a joint mood board together going into it.
Awesome.
We knew that we wanted everyone to be in sort of like matchy, twinny outfits. We knew that we wanted everything to be really colorful. We also knew that we really wanted, you know, people to have tights on so that the color really extended all the way to the foot. And we could really just bring in as many vibrant hues as we could into a space that was just already so chock full of color.
Yeah, and it shows. I mean, when you do the proper pre-production with these types of shoots, I mean, it's the end result is amazing. So I think don't sleep on pre-production and doing stuff like this. You could wing it. Sometimes it works. But, you know, when you come prepared, the results are amazing. So, yeah, that's great. Yeah.
So this is sort of, you know, again, we're looking at like the finished product, but of course, we also have to talk about the editing process as well. So we're going to jump in here into Lightroom, and we're just gonna edit a couple photos together. Now, if you are especially sort of in the beginning phases of your editing, this will be really fantastic for you, because I'm gonna show you that you really don't need to do that much to really create impact within your imagery. And obviously, you know, we, especially today, we're working with people that are doing and showcasing like all sorts of ends of the spectrum of, you know, what is possible within these magical programs that Adobe has created for us. But I also want to empower everyone to know that, like, just because you don't know how to do something that's going to take you, you know, like an hour to retouch or do something on an image doesn't mean that you can't create an absolutely phenomenal finished product.
Right.
So I hope that those of you watching, you know, leave here being like, oh, I hadn't considered doing this little thing that just creates a huge difference.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, I'd love to see it. Yeah, and you're right. I mean, sometimes when you take a photo, it's so good out of the camera, it just requires very minimal editing, right? I mean, I've definitely spent like 50 minutes on one photo.
Same.
And sometimes in that same shot, I've spent 2 minutes because it just looks great. So, you know, it's all subjective, but yeah, I mean, all these little pro tips, I think the more you learn all these little things, the more you have in your arsenal. And it's all these little things that add up to an amazing photo, whether you use all of them or a little of them. So yeah, I'd love to...
No, it's so true. And also, I think that the beauty of, you know, like Adobe Live, for example, is that we're learning from so many different really talented people.
Crowdsourcing it all.
Exactly.
You know, yes,
yeah.
I love that.
And everyone is doing everything so differently. So and also the beauty of these programs too is that we could all be aiming to achieve the same or really similar finished result, but there are a million different ways of doing it. And so truly, you know, like it's just all about figuring out whatever the thing is that works for you and that really resonates.
And that's what I love about us bringing all different creators, right? Because like you said, there's a million ways to do it, but you might do it a little bit this way or a little bit that way. And when you have this like crowdsourced database of how to do these different things, you can take a little bit of everything and then come up with your own unique way, right? Your own style, because there's just so many different ways to edit them. So yeah, speaking of which, super excited to see how you edit these photos. So
great.
Yeah, let's get into it.
Well, let's jump right in. So I would actually really like to start with this photo.
Yeah, this is a great one. Great color contrast.
Yeah, so here, you know, or actually, let's start with this, where I was before. So here, you know, you'll notice we have sort of like this really beautiful scene, right? Like this gorgeous field of yellow mustard flowers, this big expansive sky. But immediately when I look at this image, you know, the first thing that kind of gets to me is that the subject is off center. So I'm just gonna go in here, crop in a little bit, bring them back to the center and go from there. And I kind of feel like this is like when you're getting your hair done, it's always cut and colored. It's never like colored and cut because you want to cut off the stuff that you know, you don't want to like be coloring the hair that you're going to cut off anyway. And so I kind of think about photos and editing in a similar way where like I don't want to be spending time focusing on something that's not going to be in the photo, because if you go back and you look up here, we had, you know, some of that like vignetting from the lens distortion from shooting with the wide lens, and if I was leaving that in, I'd fix for it, but because I know that my process is to crop first, we automatically get rid of that issue and literally don't even have to focus on it. So before I do anything else, you know, normally I would say that my process is typically that I would go in and I would do some of my, you know, basic adjustments in here. So I truly love the way this is set up. I feel like it's, you know, really organized well in that, like, usually I start with exposure, then I move on to contrast. I'm typically bringing in my highlights, bringing out the shadows, decreasing the wet, you know, like I kind of have like a little bit of flow around this. But with these images, I'm actually gonna skip all of that and come down here to our color mixer and make adjustments within HSL. So for those of you that know me, you know that HSL is my best friend forever and ever 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 and ever, because color plays such a huge role in my work. And so naturally, learning how to, you know, fine tune those colors really gives me a lot of creative sway within the work and create some magic in an image. So, you know, we'll just kind of go over the basics really fast. So down here, you know, I'm adjusting within HSL. Right now we're in hue. So hue really has to do with what kind of color is it. So here we're just gonna take a look at our greens, for example. And with green, if we bring this, you know, little slider to the left, it is going to increase the temperature. So here, the greens become a little bit warmer, a little bit more yellow. Now, I'm obviously being like really extreme here because I'm trying to showcase the point, but by dragging the green slider to the left, we're making it a lot warmer. By dragging it to the right, we're making it a lot cooler. So a lot more of like that kind of almost like, I don't know, like tropical green, if you know what I mean, like that like banana leaf green. So hue really has to do with what kind of color is it? Is it a warm version of that color? Is it a cool version of that color? Saturation is, you know, something we all know and love. How much of that color do we want to really pop in the image? So, you know, if we're doing the same thing with green, if we want really low saturation, that's really gonna get rid of that green tone within our image. If we want a lot of green and we slide this all the way up, it's really gonna bump up that color pretty significantly. Luminance, on the other hand, is how light or dark that color is appearing within our image. So let's do that with blue here. So if we really want the blue in our image to be darker, we're gonna drag this little slider to the left. And here we can see the sky is, you know, changing significantly. And conversely, if we wanna make it brighter, we just drag it all the way to the right. And now there's like virtually no blue. So those are the basics of HSL, and what I wanted to show you all through this is that HSL is really significant because in an image that is so chock full of color, you can actually completely transform everything simply within HSL alone, not even working with any of the other standard color correction tools. So the first thing that I really notice when I look at this photo is, okay, really need that sky to pop. Like, she is being a little shy here. We want to see a little bit more. So I'm going to go into saturation and I'm going to bump it up pretty significantly here. But I don't want the sky to look super fake. So I'm going to go back into the luminance and then I'm just going to increase it just like slightly. And then within my hue here, I can decide, do I want the sky to be like a cool blue from like, you know, or do I want it to be a little bit of like a warmer purpley blue? I truly just love it right where it is. I might increase the saturation like a tiny bit more because I really want it to pop, but I think the sky is looking absolutely fantastic. However, what we might notice when we're doing this is that not only are we affecting the blue in the sky down here, but we're also sort of playing with the blue on this person as well. So if you are ever looking at an image and say that you're like, I'm trying to adjust this one color on here, but every adjustment I'm making like isn't necessarily working, what might be happening is that the computer is identifying the color that you think is, you know, red, and it's actually reading it as orange. And so any adjustments that you're making within the red are not registering. So, you know, what I always like to do for that purpose, or even just to make sure that like I'm not actually, you know, completely changing something that even though it's right in front of me is also blue, I will take the slider and I'll just decrease it all the way to the left. And so now I can see, all right, there's a lot of blue in the sky, obviously, but then it reminds me that there's blue in here too.
Right.
So what I'm gonna do is I am gonna bump up the blue because I don't mind it if she is like a little bit more blue. I kind of want those colors to pop. I'm gonna leave the blue where it is for now. Then I'm gonna do the same thing with the grass. I'm gonna bump up the saturation here, but then I wanna change the hue a little bit. I want the grass to feel like a tiny bit cooler. So I'm just making these small adjustments. Then with the yellow, really want those yellow flowers to pop. So I'm gonna increase the saturation. Don't mind that this is popping a little bit too. But I'm kind of already seeing that like, I want this to be more blue, the sky, without necessarily affecting her. So what I'm going to do is go in here and I am going to select the sky.
Yeah, this is a super sweet feature that you could just isolate the sky in like one click.
Exactly.
So check that out.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So these AI masking features are the best. I know that as photographers, we've all been, you know, like treading very lightly when it comes to AI because obviously we really understand the value and significance that we bring to the creative table. But the beauty of these tools is that they're really just that, right? They're tools. So they're not necessarily replacing us, but they're allowing us to do tasks that maybe we didn't enjoy doing as much before, that truly like aren't that creative, right? Like selecting the sky. Yeah, anyone can do that.
I think it's, you know, one way to look at them is they're streamlining very time inefficient ways, right? Like before we would have to carefully mask it or kind of do it. Now you can do it in one click of button so that we can get this out of the way and focus more on like the bigger creative picture that we really want to focus our time on.
Exactly.
Right? So those tools are just great in saving you tips so you can get on with like the bigger themed central focus that you want to focus on. So, you know, kind of like these tedious things, get them out of here. Let's do these like one-click options that are, you know, thanks to a form of form of AI. So yeah,
yes, exactly.
It makes it way easier.
Yeah, and it just leaves us a lot more room to be creative and 100%. Honestly just like do the things that we really like doing most. And so I love using these features. I use them all the time. So right now we did a one-click selection of the sky, as Paco said, and it did a pretty good job. We can zoom in here and take a closer look. I am kind of noticing that like a little bit of like this hill got selected. So what we're gonna do once we have the mask selected is we're going to subtract. So we can add to the mask if we notice that it missed something, or we can subtract if it maybe brought a little bit too much in. So we're gonna click subtract, and then I really like using the brush tool for something like this. So I select my brush. It's kind of already a really great size. You can use your brackets as a shortcut to increase or decrease your brush size. And then I'm just gonna go in here and lightly paint this part of the hill that I want to remove. It really doesn't have to be super perfect, but this is kind of like a loose selection that I would do. And you can see that's much more accurate now. So once we have the sky accurately selected, now I'm gonna go in here and I'll just decrease the temperature to bring in a little bit more of that blue. The reason here that I am decreasing the temperature as opposed to just increasing the saturation is that I want all of this scene to be more blue. I want all of it to read more blue, not just the portion of the sky that you can see, because previously you may remember the clouds were still reading pretty white. They like weren't as cool as they could have been. I want the clouds to feel cool so that there's this like really stark differentiation in the colors. And the beauty of making this adjustment on the sky alone is that we've sort of like left out the subject a little bit here. But maybe we also want to do something that affects only the subject and not the sky. So in a similar manner, we can go back to our masking tool and we can add a new mask. This time, I'm gonna select the subject. So let's see.
Let's see if it gets it. I'm always curious to see if it can get it. I think it will. It handles people pretty well from my experience.
I agree. And sometimes I notice that like when it doesn't see, you know, like eyes, or when it doesn't recognize facial features, you know, it has a harder time. However, I may have tried this out beforehand.
Hey, there it is. Check that out. Yeah.
And known that it would work.
I may or may not know what it's going to do. But yes.
And here, you know, we'll just zoom in and you can see, I mean, it did such a fantastic job.
Pretty dang good.
Truly. Yeah. And when you think about it, before, you would have spent so much time going in here and, you know, all this stuff. It just, I feel like it crushed it. I love these tools so much. So I kind of just want to like increase the exposure a little bit in here. Kind of want them to pop and stand out a little bit. Yeah, I feel like they have a little bit of like a spotlight on them. So I'm just increasing the exposure a little bit, bringing out the shadows. Sometimes I find that I'm like a chronic overexposer, so then I go back in, bring things down. I'll bring in the highlights a little bit. And I also am noticing that like this could be a little bit more green. So I'm just going to shift the subject's color balance alone and just add a little bit of green to neutralize that magenta tone, because of course, as we know with color temperature, if something's reading a little bit magenta on the right end of our scale, we want to add in the opposite color to neutralize it. So that's why I'm adding in that green. So here, you know, we have like a pretty great image. I mean, we went from this to this, and already, without even making adjustments within this first little basic box.
You initially skipped that. I was like, whoa, we're ready to see where this goes. Yeah, but yeah. It's. Do you ever use the bracket key so that one to see the before and after?
Ooh, love that.
I love doing that.
Yes.
Yeah, so you really made like the proper things here pop just with the HSL slider.
Yeah,
that's amazing.
Yeah, and so
it made a huge difference.
It
looks amazing.
It really, really does make a tremendous difference. So let's go in and make another adjustment with, basically just HSL alone. So let's play around with this image. So here, again, we're just gonna skip our basic color corrections, go down to HSL, and we're just gonna play around with what we did before. So here, I'm gonna really make that blue pop a lot here. I really want it to be super vibrant. Again, I like increasing the luminance just a tad once I've bumped up the saturation in the sky. I might come down here to our lens corrections and just experiment with what it looks like to enable the profile correction to get rid of a little bit of vignetting in that corner. I really like that. I also just feel like it does wonders for like the shape of her body, which is otherwise kind of like coming out toward us a little bit. So big fan of, the lens corrections. And then I'm gonna go back here and just play around with the grass. So again, increasing the greens.
Do you ever use the little target selection tool to kind of target specific color on the HSL?
I do, but I find that I don't end up using it as much.
Okay. Yeah, so you mentioned the comment where the computer may or may not know the color that you're referencing. So I was like, oh, maybe like the target selection tool can really target it. But I was curious to know like your take on it. Like, do you just like using it the colors that you want to slide, or are you going for like the specific one that the computer thinks?
I am usually working with the colors that I kind of know and love.
Yeah, because you know what you want.
Exactly. And I also, I think that a lot of you probably have this as well, and I'm sure you too, where your style is obviously defined by like super colorful or very like gritty, or we all have like these sort of like markers that define our style. But at the end of the day, for me, like a really big defining factor are like the types of colors. So like I tend to gravitate toward like slightly cooler blues, slightly cooler greens, but then I prefer like warmer reds. And so a perfect example of this here, I made like a slightly cooler green here, and then for the reds, for the hue, if we want the clothing that she's wearing to be like a really pinky red, we're obviously like dragging this all the way over. It basically makes it magenta fuchsia. And then conversely, it's essentially almost making it like an orange brown over here. So I am going to increase, I'm going to warm up the hue of the red a little bit. And this is definitely like more of my signature color than like the cooler red. But this is also really important if you are trying to showcase the way that something actually looked in real life. So say that you are doing like a product shoot for a clothing line, and you are trying to showcase this matching set. If you take a photo in a really, cool environment and the red is reading a little bit more pink in the image when you see it on the computer, it's really important to make that adjustment so that when it goes online, it's being read accurately.
Right.
You're decreasing the amount of returns. You're trying to, really articulate what something looks like in real life. And so HSL is wonderful because it's this really fantastic creative tool, but it has a lot of functional purposes as well.
Absolutely. I think you're selling me on the HSL slider. I shoot a lot of landscape, and I usually don't mess too much with it. With the blues, I do a ton. Sometimes you shoot in daylight, blue's way too saturated, I bring it down. But I think I'm a convert now. I'm gonna get into it more.
I know
it's so powerful, and it does give you that signature look that you're after. I agree.
Yeah, and the beauty with something like this too is that a lot of the time when we are working, so here, for example, let's just take a look at, what these adjustments look at with working with HSL alone. So I'm gonna just bump up those flowers a little bit because they were really vibrant and colorful. And then I'm also just gonna increase the luminance of the green. So here, we've only made adjustments within HSL nothing else minus the lens correction, let's see the before and after. So, oops. There we go. Nope.
It's this key right here. Yeah.
There we go. So
yeah, huge
before,
difference.
After. And
so
this
good.
is only using HSL. Of course, as I'm watching it on the screen over there, I'm like, that looks totally different than the colors on my screen.
Yeah, this is more calibrated than our little reference monitor out here, so I would go off of that.
It's just, I mean, but of course, like, as you all know too, with photography, we're always like, the colors aren't as accurate as they were on my computer, or it doesn't match.
Or you like post it on social media and you check what it is there and what you're seeing, and then you do compensate with more saturation.
Oh my gosh.
There's a way to color calibrate all that, obviously, but you know, I don't have a color calibrated monitor.
I'm also like, I don't have time to think about what everyone else's monitor looks
it's like. There's so many different possibilities. So.
And also, if you're not calibrating your monitor and I'm not calibrating my monitor,
what does that say?
Are any of you calibrating your monitors?
I mean, I think for there are specific use cases where you have to have that, but I think for the work we do, depends on the client. Probably not necessary. I know by default, some of these laptops we're using Apple ones, they're pretty color calibrated off the bat.
Yes.
Right, like they're pretty good off the bat, so usually most people are satisfied with that for most use cases. But you know, it's a whole different wormhole that we don't have to get into with color calibration. But yeah.
100%. So
just a quick time check, by the way. We have a little over 20 minutes. So
great.
I know, time flies. It's not a bad thing. I always say in live streaming, it operates at a different dimension. Way too much time when you don't need it, too little when you don't. And if it's running by like that, then we're having fun.
We are so good. So, you know, here we've only made adjustments with HSL. Now we can go in, you know, make a couple adjustments within, you know, like our initial box over here. So I might bring out the shadows a little bit. That way we're getting a little bit more visibility into, you know, kind of starting to see a little bit of like facial features in there. And then I could play around with increasing the contrast here. But something that I also want to remind people too is that you're not only creating contrast within your image by bumping up this slider or bumping it down, we're also doing that with HSL. So by creating, you know, these contrasting colors, having red and green next to each other, the like really satisfying experience of like the red and the blue primary colors together, that is just all really special, and we're creating contrast through that as well. So let's now jump to this photo, and we're gonna do one more photo in Lightroom, and then we'll jump to Photoshop really quick. So here, you know, this is another image where we can do something similar to what we've done before, where we just kind of jump down to HSL and we bring in the blues a little bit.
That slider alone just does so much of the picture.
It's
crazy.
It's really, really wild. And so here, you know, maybe I bring out the shadows just like a smidge. But what I'm noticing when I look at this photo is that I really feel like this is kind of like a powerful moment. And so I want to do a better job of highlighting that. So rather than going in and brushing her face and then trying to get her pupil and her eye sclera, I'm just gonna go in and use my AI masking tools.
All right.
So here you'll notice that at the bottom there is a little space that says people. So we're gonna wait for it to detect people. And again, you know, normally if you're not seeing like eyes, hands, these people are like completely molded together into one. It can be hard to recognize, but Lightroom does such a fantastic job here. So this is who I wanna select. So I'm gonna work with her, and as it detects her features here, we'll notice that this comes up, and we can actually select individual features. So we can do, you know, her facial skin, which is definitely something I wanna work with. Body skin, I don't need, because I'm really just trying to work within here.
Right.
So I'm gonna do facial skin, eye sclera, which I literally did not know until this feature came out on Lightroom, that eye sclera is the white of your eyes. And I also never realized how like habitually not white my eye sclera are. Thank you so much. New insecurity unlocked. So eye sclera, we'll do iris and pupil. We're not seeing any teeth. Don't care about the clothes because they're actually looking pretty good, but I am gonna do hair. So we're gonna make sure that this is checked here. We're gonna create 4 separate masks, and when we create masks, the very first thing that I want to do in here is work with that face scan. So you can go in and rename these if you want, although you'll notice that it already kind of labels it down here. So I'm gonna go in once that's selected and just increase it a little bit, because I did have an on-camera flash on set that I was working with that day, which, by the way, love shooting with a flash outside, having the subject be, like in direct sunlight, and then filling in a little bit of the shadows with the flash. Okay. I feel like that is one of my favorite things to do that, maybe isn't always the same as a reflector, but then you don't need that second person that's
just
like
holding it
in the wind, just getting like blasted
off.
The
wind one, that's hilarious. Wait, so did you use a flash for this shot, the specific one?
So I did, and it didn't fire.
Oh, dang.
So, we didn't get those shadows filled in as much, but that's okay, because even though it's literally the most annoying thing ever when someone's like, oh, we'll just fix it in post, you actually can fix this in post, and it's not.
It's getting dangerous how much easier it's getting than like 6 years ago fixing things in post.
Yeah, but
you can though.
You can.
To an extent.
It's annoying when someone says we can fix it in post, and then you're like, great, that means 5 more hours of work for me.
Yeah.
It's different when it's something like this.
Right. I always, my mantra on that is always try and get it as close to the best thing that you can on set, and then fixing it in post is a byproduct of like, oh, well, like this was something we couldn't control, but don't get lazy on set, you know what I'm saying? So try and get it as best as you can on camera, and then post will just enhance it. There are things you can fix in post, but don't rely on that.
Yes.
That's my take on it.
We were literally talking about this in the green room beforehand, and Ellie, who will be on later, said that some people are just like, no, just steam it. Like, just steam it. Which is so true. So we went in here, we used our, facial skin auto masking feature to then just increase the exposure on her face a little bit. And then we'll go to the eye sclera. I just kind of like bump that up a tiny bit to make the eye pop. You really don't want to do it too much, because you can see here it just starts to look insane and like an alien.
That's something else.
So really don't push that, y'all. Right. So, again, it's like makeup. You only want to like wear enough to like still have it look natural and look good. You don't want it to be the first thing that people see. Just like this. You don't want people to immediately only see that you brightened their eye sclera. So now we'll go to our iris and pupil. I'm just going to increase the exposure a little bit here again to make that eye pop. Also, she has like really gorgeous eyes in real life that kind of match that toning anyway. With the hair, I'm going to increase the exposure a little bit. Here we just get more texture in the hair when we aren't seeing it in as much of a dark way. We can try experimenting with contrast just to like bring in a little bit of depth again, but already that just feels so much better to me. And again, toggling between the before and after.
Yeah, that before and after really shows.
Yeah.
And it does kind of bring you to the focal point, which is that eye.
Exactly. And it just, again, it draws you in a little bit more, and we're just able to use all of these tools to just really help us hone in on what it is that we want, like you said, what we want people's eye to be drawn to first. And here, it's really that powerful moment with that eye contact. Yeah. So
love it.
We have, done a little bit of, color correction, and we have used our masking features here that just make our life so much easier. And we've also realized that with HSL, we can completely transform our images without even starting in our initial...
I know, this is my biggest takeaway with all that, is just how much of a difference you can make with that HSL just relying on it. I usually use those global edits just to kind of kick things off, because I'm like, you always have to use those, but you're really showing me something here. That's awesome. I love it. This looks awesome.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly am the same way. This is always where I'm starting. But when you're working with something that is already so inherently colorful, you have so much freedom and flexibility.
Absolutely.
So we, we played around here within Lightroom, and now let's go over to Photoshop.
And then just a quick time check. We got about 10 minutes.
Sounds good. So here, you know, this is an image that I really love. I like their shape. I like that they're sort of like perfectly surrounded and sort of like, you know, like in these flowers. Oh wait, it's like perfectly behind you. Can I move this over?
Yeah, Jacob, can you maybe flip us over so I'm not covering the
We swear.
beautiful bottles? There we go. Okay, cool. Thank you.
So, you know, but the one thing that is bothering me a little bit, if I'm being honest, is that I wish that there were more of those beautiful mustard flowers over here. And, you know, at the time, we totally could have shifted the models over here a little bit, and I could have been shooting more from this direction to not get this empty space, but I didn't. And that actually happens a lot.
It does, yeah.
Where, you know, especially when you're doing a shoot like this, where, you know, you're just sort of like going and it's scrappy, and maybe you don't have that like art director looking over your shoulder being like, oh, you know, I'm watching it coming in since we're tethering and I'm noticing that no, like literally had no idea that this was here. But
it's hard when you're relying on that little screen. I mean, it's so easy to overlook. Even doing this for years, you know, it's like, oh yeah, the shot looks good, and then you blow it up. You're like, oh dang, yeah, there's a
So
giant
true.
coffee mug there.
yeah, literally. So, you know, what I'm gonna do is come in here, and here I'm just using the patch tool to make, honestly, what's kind of like a really loose selection. And I'm just gonna try to add in a couple more flowers over here. So made that loose selection. I am going, oops. Oh, it says I'm not connected to the internet. That's what I need.
Oh yeah. So we can do Adobe Guest, and then there's the login and password.
Perfect.
So while you do that, no worries. If we go to my screen, I'm just gonna shout out this contest once more. So we do have a lower third that we can throw up, and this is a contest that's going on with the Lightroom team. So if you go to adobe.ly/photo contest, you can do a contest for a chance to win 10K, which is nuts. So here are all the steps to do. I do want to shout out, this is for the United States only, so there are some eligibilities that you kind of want to look at in case you're not based out of the United States. But yeah, if you use Lightroom and you're a photographer, check this out. Pretty awesome opportunity, and why not if you're already doing photography and using these apps, okay?
Fantastic.
You got the internet?
We're good.
Sweet. Okay, back to Anna's screen.
All right, so I made this loose selection. Now I'm just gonna select Generative Fill, not adding anything in the prompt, just clicking Generate, and we'll see what it does. You know, doing this on live, very nerve-wracking, but, you know, give me grace. So
That's crazy.
yeah, so right away, it already did such a great job with our first option. We can cycle through, you know, some additional options if we're like, hey, you know what? I actually want something that is even better than that. We can generate again. I love this, you know, possibility of selecting different variations. I think it just gives us a lot of room to play. I personally don't mind that first one. Even the second one, like, still looks really realistic. And this is just a really great way of using generative fill to just like slightly zhuzh an image a little bit. So another example that I wanted to take a look at is this image here. I really like the way that they're sort of framed within the stems of all of these flowers, but this girl is bothering me a little bit. So this I actually did not test out ahead of time, so let's see how this works. I am just going to make a loose selection here, and we're gonna try to get rid of just this stem only that's sort of shooting across our frame here. And we'll see how that looks.
Putting it to the test.
We
I'm also curious to
really-
see how it is.
We really are putting it to
Yeah.
the test. So here, generative fill, generate, and we'll give it a go. So again, crossing literally everything.
We'll double up.
Try to make it work.
I think
And
it's gonna work.
yeah. And so here, you know, it's
Hey,
Like-
that's crazy.
really wild. And also, I just want to say, y'all, like, when I shot this photo, this feature did not exist. And so it wasn't until recently that I came back to this shoot and was like, I need to put this out into the world. let me go back in and maybe do a couple additional edits. I feel so much more empowered to make this shoot great because making edits like this is so much easier now that we have these additional tools available to us. And when we're talking about generative AI, it feels really important for me to mention that it feels like there is a really big distinction between using AI to generate something from nothing, right? Like from like a zero initial product, like a blank canvas, to a finished product, versus actually doing, frankly, a lot of the analog work of planning a shoot, you know, casting it, location scouting, getting everyone together, styling it, you know, like creating this beautiful moment and then using AI to alter a couple pixels that save you a bunch of time. Like, I think what I'm trying to say is that I want people to feel empowered to use these tools to really help you and to not feel like you're cheating or like you're less of a photographer because you're using these tools. I mean, these are really helping us and making a huge difference in our workflow.
Yeah, and you know, I think there's also, to add to that is, you know, when there's temporary distractions, like let's say you're trying to get this picture of this very popular spot that there's always going to be people. Like those are temporary things that so happen to be there at that same spot. It's not like you're removing something permanent that should be there.
Yes.
So that's how I say it. Like for that flower, I mean, that flower could be, depending on what season it is, could be below that shot or above. Like it's a temporary thing. You're not really altering like this permanent structure. It's just this temporary thing that's just a little bit of a distraction that's taken us away from the focal point of the picture, which is the framing in between these two flowers and the subject. So yeah, that's kind of how I like to see it.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody's got their own take on it, but I think that's a good way to look at it.
Yeah, and if you want to remove the trash cans from behind you in your wedding photos, by all means, like you should do it.
Yeah, so, I just went to a wedding where they did the photos and the photographer did not see the giant barbecue grill on the side. And it wasn't until we got the photos and we're like, okay. And I was like, hey, check this out. Janitor removed, done. You know, so like for that stuff, it's just so time saving and it enhances the photo.
That literally, there's literally a grill in the background of one of my wedding photos.
That's gross.
And I tried to remove it using generative fill, and for whatever reason, it couldn't do it. And so I was like, I guess the grill's staying.
There's something else going on here. There's a conspiracy with grills and wedding photography. We're onto something. That's pretty funny. Cool. So we got about 2 minutes left. So just a little bit more time. Anything else you wanted to touch up on this photo?
No. I mean, I'd be curious if anyone has any questions. I can go over more, but I feel like we just about covered everything.
Yeah. Amazing. All right. So where can people find you, Anna? I have your Instagram pulled up. Is this a good place to kind of have people look at more of your work? So we want to go to my screen.
So anyone that is looking for me can find me at Anna-Alexia on Instagram. You will not see the grill photo yet, but there are
you haven't posted it yet.
No.
Okay.
But no, I mean, as you can see, I really love color and travel and new places, and I would also just love to connect with all of you. So if you're working on a photo and you're like, hey, I've run into some issue or something is being weird for me on HSL, send me a message and I'd love to help out.
Yeah, so everybody give Anna a follow here on Instagram. Don't go anywhere because we have some more content scheduling up. We have Aaron Nace coming up with Anna. Oh, you're hosting. Check it out. We're swapping seats here. And then we have the secrets to editing commercial imagery with Arabella and Ellie. So don't go anywhere, everybody. We have more Adobe Live coming up. Thank you so much for tuning in and hanging out with us. I had fun. That was amazing. Thank you for all your pro tips. And we will be right back in about 5 minutes, so stick around.
So we're going to go through in Photoshop and show you basically how something like this is actually made. So we have a composite image that I did. There's actually 15 different photos that are used to create this underwater image here. We're going to start off by turning these layers off at the very top and opening up our background layer. We can see right down here on the very bottom, we're starting off with a single photograph, and this is what makes up like the background of our image. And this is very simple, just using basically curves adjustment layers. And I'm able to make areas brighter and areas darker. This rock here, we've got one on the left and then one on the right there. So this is actually the original photograph that makes up the ceiling of the cave. So we're going to turn this image of the coral here, and then we have a stingray. Basically, when you think about like layers and groups and organization, Things that are farther away from the viewer should be lower in the layers, and things that are closer should be higher up. We have a little bit more light, and that's going to be behind our subject. And then let's go ahead and make our subject visible. So you can see each of these is just layer by layer. So as we can see, we're in this group. You can see this is the original photograph that we're working with. And then all of these different layers that are clipped to that subject. And we can see this is the color of the original photograph. And I'm going to hold Shift and disable that layer mask. So we can see within this composite is the original photo. So these layers just stack on top of the original photograph. Next, we have our midground. We'll go ahead and turn that on. And that is just made up of these rocks here up on the top. We have all these fish are cut out from the background, and that kind of creates our composition. Next, we're going to turn on our foreground. We have like an additional coral that we've added here in the foreground. We have some fish here. So we can see the objects closer to the camera are going to be the darkest, and farthest from the camera are going to be the lightest. So we're going to go ahead and work through like one of these examples. So I want to take this image here. We're going to take this and actually place it into our scene. We're going to start with our move tool up here on the top left, and we're going to click and drag from one image to another. So let's go ahead and bring it to the very top to start with. First thing I want to do is basically start to cut out this coral from the background. We're going to use the magic wand tool right over here and click right here, and it's going to select similar colors. I'm going to hold Shift and click a couple more times, and this is just going to help add to my selection. What we're doing is actually selecting the opposite of each individual fish. I'm selecting the background, and then I can invert my selection very easily. Click here on your layer mask, and click right here in your contextual taskbar and go to Invert Mask. Pretty good job cutting all that stuff out of its background. We're gonna hit L for the lasso tool, and I'm just gonna make a rough selection right around this area here. And I'm gonna click on my layer mask, and I'm gonna go to Edit to Fill, and then we're just gonna say to fill this with black. Black on the layer mask means invisible, and white means visible. I have my layer, and I have my layer mask. We're not in any way deleting any part of the original photograph. We're simply hiding what we don't want with the layer mask. I'll hit Control or Command T. We're going to right click and go to where it says flip horizontal at the very bottom. And then it's going to flip it to the other side. And then if I wanted to, I could put it down here. So let's go ahead and put this in the foreground here. I'm just going to put this right above our fish on the right hand side. I'm going to group this with itself, and we're just going to call this new coral. So always do the light first and then do the color. So let's go ahead and show you guys how to do the lighting. So we're going to go to Layer, down to New Adjustment Layer here, and we're going to go to Levels. And we're going to go ahead and check that. That's going to make sure that this Levels Adjustment layer is only going to affect the layer underneath it. It's going to be very easy for me to match. Look, I can just bring this a little bit darker. There we go. Kind of push my midtones up a little bit and bring the lights a little bit darker. So if I unclip it, you can see it affects my entire image. But as soon as I clip this again, it's just going to be that area of the photograph. So let's go to Layer, down to New Adjustment Layer, and we're going to go over to where it says Color Balance. I want to make sure that's checked because we want to create a clipping mask there. So we'll hit OK, and it has this little down arrow letting us know it's clipped, and all of these are pointing down to the layer that it actually affects. So I'm going to take our midtones. We're just going to push them towards cyan a little bit and towards blue a little bit. So I'm going to take my highlights. We'll just push those a little bit, maybe take a little bit of blue out of the highlights, and we'll work with our shadows. We have a layer mask, a levels adjustment layer, and a color balance adjustment layer. And that is all you need to get your images to blend together so you can create fantastic composites just like this.
Thank you so much for joining us, guys.
Hi, everyone.
Hi everyone, welcome back. I'm Anna-Alexia Basile, and I'm here with Aaron Nace, our photographer, educator, and digital artist, who is going to be showing us a little bit of insight into his process today. We are celebrating our love letter to photography here live from San Francisco. And I'm excited to hear what you have to say. I always love learning from everyone on here.
We are going to have so much fun today. So we're going to be doing a lot with AI today. So this is going to be Photoshop and AI. We're going to show you how to remove objects from your photos. We're going to show you how to add objects. We're going to be extending backgrounds. We're going to be replacing backgrounds. We've got some pictures that I took yesterday. Some travel. We're here in San Francisco, so of course we have to do some San Francisco images, and then we've got some other great images that we're going to be making a little bit more artistic, all with AI.
Let's go.
I'm super
pumped.
excited.
Also love that this is something that you literally just shot.
Yeah, yesterday with my iPhone. But hey, now iPhones can have RAW. You can shoot in RAW, so that's what we're going to be doing. So I have a few images here. The first thing we're going to do is just click and drag this right into Photoshop. And because this is a RAW photo shot on my phone, and I did bring my big old camera around with me, but you know, sometimes it just makes more sense to shoot with your phone. You ever get into that?
Oh, like 600% of the time, especially when I'm traveling.
Yes.
I find that the iPhone just takes such fantastic photos now, and it's less distracting, so people aren't as aware of you
It's
when
so
you're
true.
in the environment.
Yeah. If I'm out in nature and not around a ton of people, I'll still use my big camera or whatever. But like, I was just in Mexico City, and like, I took my big camera with me, and I was like, this is too conspicuous.
It draws a lot of attention.
I don't want to have this attention. I'm just gonna shoot with my phone. And honestly, like, yeah, why not, right? Like, it's good enough, you know. Like, there's, of course, I do have some photos here that I shot with my like actual camera too, but the phone is good enough, so we're good enough. So we're gonna get into it. So here we are. We're in Adobe Camera Raw, and the first thing we're gonna do here, we're gonna start up here on the very top right. I always recommend going to the auto button here because honestly, it just does a really good job. Now, the next thing we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and turn on HDR. And when I do that, you're going to see we have our HDR image. Oh, this is on a live broadcast now. So this is maybe going to just clip a little bit. Let's hit auto after I do HDR and see our exposure. Okay, so because we're on a live broadcast, there we go. Sometimes this HDR setting will be a little bit too bright. This will actually adapt to your display. It'll brighten some of the lighter pixels based on the display that you're using. But because we're on a live broadcast, maybe it's just better if we just go to auto and then we turn off HDR. There we go. Fantastic. So that's looking really good. So with our auto, basically, as you can see, it's going to adjust all of these settings for us. And then I was there yesterday, so I remember how this looked, and it was a little bit more of like a warmer day. There was like a little bit of haze in the air, so we're just gonna kind of bring our color temperature up a little bit. And I remember these greens just being a little bit more vivid, and the bridge was a little bit more vivid yesterday. Okay, so what we're gonna do, if we wanna go ahead and target these greens, we're gonna go into, there's a few different ways you can actually do this. So we're gonna go into, well, let's see. We can go into our effects. Let's see our curves. No, I don't want to use our curves. We're going to go into our color mixer. Here we go.
Love the color mixer.
It's so powerful.
It's my favorite place to be.
So with the color mixer, do you ever use this targeted adjustment tool right here?
I do, but not enough.
Okay, I like this one because I can simply click there. And then here on the bottom, I see my hue, saturation, and luminance. So we can click on either one of those, hue, saturation, or luminance, and then literally you just hover over the color you want to change.
Yeah, hold on. Maybe should we switch to the other side so that
Oh
people can see
yeah,
it
we
really
can switch the
fast?
overlay.
I'm like, yeah.
There we go. Here it is on the bottom. Good thinking, Anna. So we can go to hue, saturation, or luminance right here. So we're gonna start with saturation, and basically all you have to do is hover over the color you'd like to change, and I'm gonna click and drag it to the right or the left, and this is going to just affect the saturation of that color, which is so, so nice.
It's reading everything as green in that image.
Everything
almost.
is green, 100%. I can do the same thing with hue. So let's go ahead and click on hue, and I can click and drag over to the left or the right. We can make it look more like fall colors here, you know, or we can go super artificial, like spray painted green grass. All right, let's go with something right about there, and that's looking good. Now I'm gonna stay in this same tool. So again, I'm on my target adjustment tool. We're here in our color mixer, and we're gonna go to the bridge itself, and we're gonna bring up the saturation of, this is the Golden Gate Bridge. So we're gonna go here and then just bring our saturation up of the bridge. I think this looks fantastic.
Yeah, that already makes such a tremendous difference.
It really does. So here's our before and the after, so you guys can kind of get an idea of this. You can hit the slash key on your keyboard to see that. Now I'm going to do a little bit of masking here in, again, we're in Adobe Camera Raw, but if you are familiar with Lightroom, I have access to the exact same tools that we have in Lightroom. So it's like basically a full raw editing suite built into Photoshop. So we're going to go to our masking over here on the right-hand side, and I'm just going to go ahead and mask out our sky. There we go. And now with our sky masked, here I can adjust all of these settings. And one of the things that I like to do a lot is just go to my color temperature slider and pull this towards blue a little bit. It'll just make the sky a little bit more blue. So instead of doing like a sky replacement or something like that, oftentimes I just like to select the sky, make it a little more blue.
You just zhuzh it a little.
Zhuzh it up. We're good to go. Doing the zhuzh. And then we're just gonna kind of work on my highlights here. I wanna bring back more information because it was a pretty moody sky, you know? And I wanna see what kind of information we can get here. Let's go ahead and bring up our contrast. There we go. This is looking really good already. Maybe just bring our exposure up just a tiny bit.
I'm looking so different from the
so
starting
different,
image.
right? And you know, the nice thing is I was just there, so I remember how it actually was. And of course you can exaggerate and things like that. All right. I'm looking at the live broadcast screen too, because it's a little different from my screen.
It's crazy making.
There we go.
So,
it is crazy.
Quick question.
Yeah.
How do you decide between wanting to make your adjustments to a raw image in Camera Raw versus Lightroom?
That's a great question. So a lot of the time, like if I do a whole photo shoot, I'll bring my images into Lightroom and do my organization there and my adjustments there. If I'm just doing like a one-off photo like this, I'll just drag it right into Photoshop because Camera Raw is built into Photoshop, and I just find it's a lot easier. So it really depends on like how many images I'm working with, and kind of like, like if I do a photo shoot, it's like that's the photo that I want to edit. I'll just drag it right into Photoshop.
Yeah, so what I'm hearing you say is more images, you go to Lightroom. If it's just one or two, then you'll just do Camera Raw.
I'll just do Camera Raw. Yeah, 100%. And you know, if we're wanting to do more things in Photoshop, it's nice because all I have to do is right here on the very bottom right, I hit Open Object and we're right in Photoshop.
Love
so
it.
I don't have to use multiple programs. But I do love Lightroom as well. So if Lightroom is your workflow, you have access to all these same exact tools. I think Photoshop, sometimes people don't really know or don't take advantage of the fact that there's a raw editor in Photoshop that's basically exactly like the raw editor in Lightroom. So people are like, oh, I'm in Photoshop, what do I do with my photos? Well, you can get to this raw editor at any time, and I'll show you how to do it. So when you're in Photoshop, the one thing that you want to do is right here on the very bottom of the screen here, go ahead and click there. It's just going to go open up your preferences. You can also just go to preferences, but this is one preference that I highly recommend selecting, and it's going to say Photoshop open in Photoshop as a smart object. This one is super important because if you open this up as a smart object, you can always get back to Camera Raw. Have you ever done this before?
Show me.
Okay, it's really great. So let's hit OK here. And then down on the bottom right where it says Open Object, if you don't have it set up to if you don't have this checked, it'll just say Open. But right now it says Open Object. That's how you know it's like the setting that I prefer. So we're gonna hit Open Object, and you're gonna see it just opens here in Photoshop. We have our, totally like standard Photoshop window. Now, you can see it is a smart object. We have our smart object icon. So if I want to get back into Adobe Camera Raw, all I have to do is double click right here on this layer, and I'm back into Adobe Camera Raw. Now, this is so cool because I still have, as you can see, all of my settings that I did with my light adjustments. Everything is still there. The masking that I did is still there. I can go ahead and create my new mask. If I want to, let's say I want to create another mask here, we'll do a linear gradient, and I'll just go from the bottom up. There we go. I'll turn on Show Overlay so you guys can see. And then I could work on my exposure, make it brighter or darker in my foreground to draw more attention to the bridge. So all of these things that I can do, there we go. Let's just move this around right about there. Looks pretty good. All of this I can still do in Adobe Camera Raw. I'll do one more. We'll go ahead and create another linear gradient coming from the top down. And then we'll just bring our exposure down just a little bit there too. Just add a little bit more mood to this photo. Fantastic. We'll hit OK, and then it makes those changes automatically, and we're back here in Photoshop. So opening it as a smart object is just a super, super good hit. that will allow you to kind of go back and forth and basically make sure you have a completely non-destructive workflow.
I love it. And it also seems like it keeps it updated as you're making adjustments.
Now, it's a good thing to note, anything that you do on top of this layer will affect this. For instance, I want to just remove this guy, right? Because it's a beautiful photograph of Golden Gate Bridge. When I photographed it, I was like, okay, I've got this pole here in the foreground, then I got the bridge in the background. It kind of provides some visual balance, but then I'm like, well, this is a tutorial on AI object removal, so this is a great thing to remove. Let's go ahead and take it out, and then we're gonna change our crop a little bit as well.
Yeah,
okay.
And I also feel like removing it in a way adds to the special feeling of the image. When it's there, you're like, oh, you're just on a walking path where anyone can be. Whereas if it's not there, it's like, did he trespass?
Yeah,
did he
where
like
did
do
he go?
something
He's
exciting?
in a special place. Yeah, 100%. Right now, it's just like, okay, you stopped on your walk with your friend and took a picture with your phone. Not impressive, dude, but we're gonna make it more impressive. Okay. Well, my favorite tool, honestly, to do object removal here in Photoshop now, I love the new selection brush tool. So if you haven't used it, I highly recommend it. It's located with your lasso tool. So the selection brush tool, basically all you have to do is click and paint over the area that you'd like to select, and that's it. You have an overlay here, a colored overlay, and that is the area that gets selected, which opens up the option for generative fill. So we're just gonna do this in a few different, I'm gonna do 3 different generative fills. We'll do one for the cable on the left, we'll do one for the pole, and then one for the cable on the right-hand side. And you'll see, I'm sure everyone's familiar with generative fill by now, our favorite new tool in Photoshop since ever. But there we go. We can see incredibly simple to remove that. And then the reason I like this tool, have you used this tool, Anna? The selection brush tool? The reason I like this tool is because if you want to remove something, you just draw a circle, and as long as you connect back to the beginning, it'll fill it in automatically. So it's very, very easy to select an object. You don't have to be super precise. You just have to go back to your original point. It'll fill in this whole area for you, and then you're ready to go. You just hit generative fill and click on generate.
Do you ever subtract from it?
You know what? I don't ever subtract, but I'm sure it's Alt or Option. That would be my guess. Let's try it. We're gonna give it a shot. Putting me to the test today. I like it. All right, so let's go ahead. I'm gonna pretend like I did that on accident.
Like you don't know how to use a mouse.
Don't know how to use it. I'm on my trackpad here. All right, we'll go right over here to our add/subtract here. We'll click on subtract, and I'll just go ahead and subtract that out.
Ugh, love it.
There we go. Or if it's on add, you can hold Alt or Option, and it's gonna switch to subtract. Just like so many of our favorite tools in Photoshop. So let's go ahead. We're going to click on generative fill. You don't have to type in anything, and then click on generate. I'm loving this. Such a beautiful time of year here in San Francisco.
It's gorgeous.
We went to the Muir Woods yesterday as well. Man, I highly recommend it. For anyone who's not been to this area, definitely check out the Muir Woods. It's
so beautiful.
It's stunning. There we go. So here you can see I have my background layer here. This is, again, our smart object. So if I wanted to, I could still double click on this at any point in time. I can get back into Adobe Camera Raw, and then all of my generative fill layers, they're just right here on top. And we can see, yeah, this looks really good. Now, if I want to change my crop a little bit, because with this here, visually it's a little bit more balanced, but with it out, I kind of expect my, the tower here to be more centered in the photograph, yes. Right? So we have a couple of options here. Now, our first option, we can use our crop tool with generative expand. Keep in mind that it's not always gonna know, hey, this is the Golden Gate Bridge. I should complete it exactly like the real Golden Gate Bridge exists, right? But we're gonna try. We're gonna put it to the test and see what it does. I'm just gonna extend our crop out to the right-hand side and see what it gives us. Most of the time, I would recommend doing this if you didn't have a very identifiable landmark in the photo, but we're gonna see what it gives us. So up here at the very top with your crop tool, just make sure you go to generative expand and then click on this checkbox there. And it's gonna go ahead and generate. Now keep in mind, it doesn't know that this is the Golden Gate Bridge. It's just gonna make whatever it thinks should be there. So if you do have an object, but honestly, it's kind of perfect.
Let's go.
Yeah. What it thought should be there is pretty much exactly probably what's there in real life. And you can see I have a few different options. This looks great. I mean, there might be a few people in the world who could tell that, you know, this isn't exactly the Golden Gate Bridge, or maybe that mountain behind there isn't exactly the mountain, you know. But for our case, I think we're doing pretty good.
That's showbiz, baby.
That's showbiz. We're happy with this. I'm into it. So we're gonna zoom in and just see anything that we might want to remove. Now, they did add this feature recently, which I really like. Be sure, if you ever want to upscale or increase the resolution of your generative expand, you can do that. Just be sure to click on this button here. It's the Enhanced Details button. You can see it says Enhanced Detail, and we've increased the details there. All right. There we go. You can hit undo and redo. You get a little bit more resolution. Still not 100% match with the original photo, but you get more resolution.
Hard to detect, honestly.
Hard to detect, yeah. And there we go. We're done. I really like this image. Now, I do want to make a mention here if you want to get back into Adobe Camera Raw, because a lot of the times people use Adobe Camera Raw. They'll use it in Lightroom, they'll use it here for the first start of the photo. But what happens if you have just like a JPEG that you bring into Photoshop? Can you still use Adobe Camera Raw? And you definitely can. So let's say we wanted to just edit this image. Maybe I want to put a little bit of a glow behind those mountains. But now, as you can see, I have this removed. I have some generative expand in there. So what I want to do, I'm going to create a new layer. And I want this to just be a snapshot of everything that I see. So we're gonna use apply image. Have you ever used this before?
Show me.
Okay, I'm sure you have. It's like, there's a lot of ways to do it. A lot of people, the old school method is like Shift, Option, Command, E for like, you know, apply, merge all. But what we're gonna do, we have a new layer here. We're gonna go to image and then down here to apply image. This is the greatest tool in Photoshop. If you wanna do a liquefy, if you wanna do a filter, if you wanna do anything to your image after you've made an adjustments, what this is gonna do is it's gonna take a snapshot of everything you see and it's gonna put it on a new layer. It's non-destructive and you can turn this layer off and on at any time. So we're gonna go right here to apply image. There we go. You don't have to change any of these settings at all. Just leave everything where it is and hit OK. There we are. And now you can see I have basically my entire image is on my new layer. So this would be a great part. Like, I'm not, you know, there's no real reason for me to liquefy right now, but you know, for instance, if you wanted to make the tower taller or something, well, let's try it. We'll make the Golden Gate Bridge taller. There we go. We'll just pull that up a little bit. Okay. Mostly I'm just showing you because we can hit cancel here. That looks horrible. Mostly I'm showing you because a lot of the time you do want to add some filters or effects, kind of like when you're almost done with the image, and then it's like, well, what do? I need to go all the way back. Because like a liquefy, you can't do on a blank layer, right? But a lot of these times, all you have to do is create that apply image, and then you can do what you want. So from here, I can, and then go back. I can go to filter, and then it's right in here, camera raw filter. So at any time in Photoshop, if you want access to the same exact tools that you have in Lightroom, if you're like, I just like the exposure adjustment in Lightroom, or I like the masking in Lightroom, or I like my, you know, color balance in Lightroom, my color grading in Lightroom, anytime you want access to those tools, they're in Photoshop. All you have to do is go to camera raw filter. So start by making an apply image on the very top, go to camera raw filter, and then here we go. Look at this. I have all of my Lightroom adjustments here in Photoshop. So we're gonna go ahead and create a mask. I'm just gonna create a radial gradient. We're gonna click and drag out. There we go. And then I'm just gonna bring my exposure up just a little bit in this area, kind of like bring a bit of a bright spot to this area. A little spotlight to the bridge there, 100%. And maybe I'm gonna bring my color temperature a little bit warmer as well, just in that area.
That made a huge difference.
Nice little glow. Isn't that nice?
Yes.
And then I'm gonna just, here on the bottom again, what we're gonna do, let's create a new mask. We're gonna go to a linear gradient. I'm gonna click and drag from the bottom up, okay? And this time, what we're gonna do, I'm gonna bring our exposure a little bit lower here, and we're gonna bring our saturation a little bit lower too. And this is gonna make sure our eye focuses more on the center of our picture rather than the bottom, 100%. We're gonna hit OK, and then here we can see that's the before and after we just did that. So we started off with our raw image, and then don't forget, we did this object removal of that little, there we go, let's just bring it up so everyone can see. So we did our object removal There we go. We expanded the image out, and then I just created a snapshot and then did Adobe Camera Raw on top of everything. So just a really great workflow if you want to get back into Adobe Camera Raw at any time. And then from here, we just save this out. So we make sure we save this. We're going to just put it as a PSD. There we go. Or a TIFF. Any file format that supports layers will be good. I'm just going to use a TIFF here. We'll hit save. And then anytime I need to, I can get back and I'm going to have all of my editing options available to me at any time.
Amazing and so convenient.
It's so nice.
That way, if you need to make any adjustments, it was all non-destructive. You can go back in,
100%.
fix anything.
100%. And it's all available to us here in Photoshop. All right, our next example, we're gonna get a little bit more whimsical. We're gonna be adding some elements with artificial intelligence.
Ooh.
So here's a person photographed in the woods. So we're gonna be using some AI here, and then we're gonna use some traditional methods. I'm gonna show you how to make a cool Photoshop brush as well, because Photoshop brushes need to get more love. All right, I wanna add some elements. So let us know in the chat what we should put into this photograph. I'm thinking some more animals, right? So this broadcast is all about, it's all about AI. So all the cool things that we can do with AI. So I wanna add, let's add like a little bird here. So I'm gonna use my selection brush tool, and we're just gonna type in bird. So let us know in the chat what you would like us to add. What do you think, Anna? What would you like to add to this photo?
I feel like bird is a cool idea. Also, maybe like something surreal that wouldn't be there.
Yes, I like that.
Like, whoa.
There we go.
I kind of want to see like a cardinal, something that really pops against the white, something red.
I want to see a red cardinal too. Okay, well the cool thing there is I don't have to necessarily redo my selection. I can just simply type in to our prompt. You know what? It gave us a cardinal, but we want a red cardinal.
We want a red cardinal.
And is that bird a little too big? It looks a little too big, right?
It looks a little big and a little bright. Also, Michael says a wolf in the background.
Wolf?
I think that's a great idea.
I think that's a really good idea. All right, let's type in red cardinal. There's nothing more embarrassing than typing on a live broadcast,
than
right?
not knowing how to spell in front of people.
I never know how to spell. There's a reason I'm a photo editor. I'm purely dyslexic.
Same, 100%.
Boyd, all right, hit generate there. All right, cardinal, like the bishop cardinal, 100%. All right, so we made a smaller little selection there, and I just typed in red cardinal bird, and there we go. That's a pretty cute little guy.
So cute and little.
So cute and little. Now, don't forget, we're here in Photoshop, so sometimes it might give you a result like that, and you're like, it looks good, but maybe it's too saturated, right? So you can always, at any time, you can create a hue saturation adjustment layer. I'm gonna go to my reds. Let's go ahead and grab our eyedropper tool. I'm gonna eyedrop just this bird right there, and I'm just gonna bring down our saturation because it was too saturated. It wasn't looking super realistic.
That makes it look so much better.
Yeah, we're just gonna bring down our saturation, and you could even use color balance on there and make it a little bit more blue if you wanted. There we go. Fantastic, something like that. There we go. So we got our bird and then desaturated the bird. Keep in mind though, if you do a desaturation and just grab all the reds, it's gonna affect your subject too. So I'm gonna just use my brush tool and we're just gonna paint black on my subject just so this hue saturation doesn't affect our subject. All right, the next thing we're gonna do, we're gonna add a wolf. Why not, right? I like that idea. All right, and then what were you thinking in terms of something surrealistic, Anna?
I don't know, like part of me almost feels like there should be like, you know, that kind of like backlit sparkly dust or like kind of like fireflies. Ooh. And then like some kind of like sparkle.
Sparkle. Okay, this is my outline for a wolf, right? We're gonna see what it does with that.
Whoa, that's honestly not bad.
Hey, you know.
Looks like my cat.
It's extremely generous of you, but using AI, you don't always have to do the best job. You know, we're relying on this tool to just give us, and you never know. Sometimes you get something very exciting. Ooh, that's a little more scary. That's a little bit. I kind of like this first one. What do you think?
Insane how good
it put it behind the tree
looks.
Too. Yeah, that's it is insane. You know what? Here's a cool trick that you can do. It looks a little small, right? So what we're gonna do, I'm just gonna make this wolf a little bit bigger and hit enter. A little bigger and scarier, but then check it. All you have to do is hit generate again, and it'll just regenerate in that place. So If you need to move something with AI, you can simply move it using the move tool and then click on generate again, and it should generate that in the new place. So you can see it generated it, and now we have a bigger wolf and we have a few different wolves. That's a good looking scary wolf right there. Woo! All right, we're on a roll.
That's a really good idea, Michael. Love that.
I'm loving it. All right, we got one more element. I think let's add like a little bunny rabbit here, right? We need something. After that scary wolf, I need something.
A palette cleanser?
Yeah. All right, let's type in bunny rabbit. There we go. A palette cleanser, exactly.
It's like watching an episode of The Office after you watch your scary show
at night before bed. I did that recently. I watched some like crazy scary show, and then I was like, I can't go to bed right now. I need something chill.
Oh my gosh.
There we
So
go.
cute, and it looks great.
They look really good.
I like that it's picking up that it's in shadow.
It's in the shadow. I know, right? And these tools are just going to get better and better. It's hard to believe. Maybe we'll make it a little smaller. So I'll hit Control-Command-T to make our transition. We'll just bring that a little bit smaller and hit enter. And then as you see, I just need to regenerate, but that's not a problem. I can do that right up here by clicking on generate, or over here in our properties panel, we can click on generate there as well. So obviously she was really photographed with this bird, you know, like this, but...
Or was she?
Or what? That's a good point. We have no idea. There we go. Ooh, with a little bit of backlight in the bunny's ears. That is absolutely impressive. So we've added a few more animals in there. Now, the next thing I want to do, we're going to add some snow to this photograph. Now, snow is one of those things where, like, I was like, okay, can I add snow using generative fill? Like, if you just have, like, a bunch of little, like, you know, bunch of little spots here, and we're just going to click here and type in snow. All right. Now, when I tried this before, it didn't really work like I wanted it to. If you just do, like, one selection and type in snow, it works pretty well. But if you just try to tell it to like put a bunch of snow in there, it doesn't always work that well, right? So here you can see it kind of didn't really add snow. It's like, it didn't really know what to do with that. It's like, what do you want, dude? But sometimes if you just do like one and then hit snow, sometimes this will work. But then it's like, well, what am I going to do? 1,000 of these and take the rest 5 hours of my life to put snow in here?
Have you done a selection over the entire image?
No, should I do that?
I don't know. I'm just wondering if we try just painting kind of like in a solid, like in the way that you kind of connected the circle before and we did something around her. If we just said like snowfall or something like that.
Let's try that. That's a great, I didn't even think of that. All right, snowfall. See, we're hacking the system right now.
Watch it add like 6 more wolves or something.
Oh, you want snowfall? It's a bunch of wolves. Never mind. All right. So we have a few different options, but we still didn't get the snowfall that we wanted, right? Yeah. So, you know, then we're like, all right, well, we're back to our traditional Photoshop tool list because we can make snow, right? We can make snow. We can make snow. So let's go ahead and make snow. The first thing I want to do is I'm going to just use my lasso tool and I'm going to make what looks like a piece of snow. There we go. That's going to be our piece of snow there, okay? Now, I'm on a new layer. I'm going to go to Edit, and we're going to go down to Fill, and I'm just going to fill this with black. So that's going to be one snowflake. I know it's too big, and it doesn't look that interesting yet, but we're going to get there. Okay. The next thing, let's make the snow look like it's actually like moving through the air. So we're going to use a motion filter on this.
Amazing.
To give it a little bit of motion. So we're going to go to Filter. We're going to go to Blur, and we're going to go to Motion Blur. So with our Motion Blur, we can actually make it look like it's falling through the air a little bit. There we go. So that's going to be one little snowflake that's actually falling through the air. Now, we're going to give it a little bit of Gaussian blur because you can see this edge is too sharp there.
Yeah.
So let's go to Filter. We're going to go to Blur, and we're going to go to Gaussian blur. There we go.
Is that your favorite type of blur?
The Gaussian?
How do you pick?
It's a good one. The Gaussian is great. I find if you just want like a very like average blur, the Gaussian blur is really, really good. If you want to do something and make it look more like photographic, then lens blur is really good. So there's a bunch of them. I'm a big fan of, do you have a favorite blur?
Literally never ever use them. I feel like
really?
I'm rarely adding things that aren't already there unless I'm using like generative fill really quickly. So this is super interesting to me.
Okay, well, we have 2 blurs going on here. So we got our first blur was just a motion blur, and our next blur is a Gaussian blur. And I want this to look like one falling snowflake. That's my goal, right? Like it's kind of big clumpy snow, right? But you know, we get the idea. All right, the next thing we're gonna do is I'm gonna create a new layer. We're gonna put it underneath here, and I'm just going to make this layer. There we go. We're going to fill this layer with white and hit OK. Fantastic. So what we have now here is I have a white background. It's selected. And then I have my black snowflake within this. And if you ever want to make a custom brush in Photoshop, this is how you do it. You can take any shape in the world. It just has to be black and then on a white background, and then it can be a Photoshop brush.
And then you just paint it on anywhere
then you can
want.
paint it on anywhere you want.
Wow,
this is going to be
so
super cool. So now that we have this, keep in mind I have a selection active, so I'm selecting the outer boundaries of where I want my brush. I just go to Edit up here at the top, and we go to Define Brush Preset, all right? And I'm just going to call this Snow 01 and hit OK. Now it's switched automatically to my brush tool. And check this out. So we're gonna go ahead and make a new layer, and we are starting off with, let's make our brush a little bit smaller. We're gonna go ahead and start off, and I'm gonna paint, we're just gonna paint with this color to kind of like show you, well, you know what, I'm just gonna grab a bright pink because we still have a little bit more work. But if I click on my image, you can see it basically makes these snowflakes, right?
Wow.
Now, that was just me clicking a bunch of individual times. If I click and drag, it's gonna do this, which isn't exactly what we want. I want all these snowflakes to go like
explode
actually,
everywhere.
you know, fall through the air. We want a little bit more action, and I don't want to have to click every single time I want snow. So what we're gonna do is go to Window and then down to our brush settings, and here is where we can really bring some life into our snow brush. So the first thing we're gonna do, we're gonna go to where it says Shape Dynamics. We're gonna turn that on. And I'm gonna go ahead and turn this size jitter all the way up. So some of these are gonna be large, and then some of these are gonna be small. Now, the great thing is we have a preview here on the bottom of what it's gonna look like. Now, snow is kind of scattered everywhere, right? We want it to like literally look like every time I paint, I want a bunch of little snowflakes everywhere. So we're gonna turn on scattering. Let's go ahead and turn this on. And then here where it says both axes, we're gonna scatter, and I'm gonna bring this all the way up. And you can see in my preview down there on the bottom, it's already starting to look a little bit more like snow. So if I just click and drag around now, look at this. Already it looks a lot, I know we're painting with pink right now, but we can use our imagination, right? I'm gonna hit undo. We're gonna go back to our brush tip shape. See how close this is together right now? What if we want these to be more spread out? We can do that by going to our brush tip shape, and then here where it says spacing, we're just gonna increase the spacing. And look at this, it's gonna spread those out a little bit more. So as I paint around here, it's gonna be more spread out and a little bit more, there we go, we can spread that out even more. It's gonna be spread out and a little bit more random. Okay, we're not done yet. We're still going. We got some more fun stuff to do as well.
We're not done playing paintball yet?
We're not done playing paintball just yet. We're gonna go to where it says transfer. I'm gonna turn that on, and then we're gonna turn on where it says opacity jitter. So we're gonna turn this on, and then some of these are gonna be more opaque, and then some of these are gonna be less opaque. So some of these are gonna be kind of transparent. You can see how like they're, you know, some of these are darker, and then some of these you can kind of see through, just like snow would be as well. There we go. This is looking really, really good. And what I can do here is in my brush tip shape, I can also go here and I can change the angle of my snow. So if I want the snow falling from this way, I can do that with the angle. And if I want the snow falling from the other way, I can change this angle at any time. So there we go.
This is wild.
It's kind of cool, right? I can flip my X and my Y horizontally and vertically.
I like that it's previewing it in the bottom
and
too, so that you really have a sense visually.
Exactly what's going on, right? So, okay, we're ready to go ahead and get our snow color. So this is our brush. It's pretty well set up. I'm gonna hold Alt or Option and just simply click on our snow. And then, as I start to paint around, we have the snow brush. Look at this. So what just was, there we go. What just was, you know, painting pink scattered around our image. Now we have this snow that we can just simply paint right in front of our subject. And look at this. As I paint around, and I'm just using the trackpad on my laptop here. You don't need any special tools. You don't need anything fancy here. I'm literally just painting this over top of my image, and then we got some snow.
This is insane.
How fun is this,
and
right?
I love that just a couple easy steps really set you up to do something efficiently, saved you a ton of time, and it honestly looks incredible and really realistic. Not having to go in and individually paint
Right.
and change the opacity. I mean, it's amazing.
Yeah, it's like, oh, that actually worked okay.
Can we see the zoomed out version?
We can definitely see the zoomed out version.
Wow.
100%. So we'll just turn this off and on. And then the cool thing is we can do this in a few different layers, which I definitely love doing. So let's go ahead. We're going to create a new layer. And then with our brush tool, keep in mind that this is just a regular brush. So I can make it larger. I can make it smaller. So if I want here in the very foreground, like really close to the camera, look at this. I can create some big snow that's really close to the camera, right? So this stuff here, this is going to be like very close snow, right? I can even do, let's see, I can do another layer of this. So you can make some really big snow right in front of the camera. And as I do these layers, there we go. Keep in mind, I can turn all these off and on at any time. And then here underneath it, I could grab a brush tool and I could make really small snow. Like this is gonna be very far in the background. But then, like, let's see, okay, oh, there we go. Let's say I just did a lot of that really small snow there. Well, the small snow, we might want a more blur on that small snow, right? So we can click there and we can go to filter. We're gonna go to our blur gallery and we're gonna go to, where is our blur? Yeah, we'll just give it a Gaussian blur. There we go.
Your favorite.
My favorite.
Your favorite child of blur.
My favorite child of blur. Now, there we go. I can decide how much blur I want in there, and this is looking really good. Now, keep in mind, all of those are just on their own layer. So I can turn off all this blur or all the snow off and on at any time. Now, here's the cool thing. Because I already did all that stuff and I created this cool custom brush, I'm going to go into my brush settings. We're going to go right up here to this little menu item. And then we're going to go to where it says New Brush Preset. Okay? And I'm going to call this Snow Final. Okay, this is going to be our actual snow brush. Now, the coolest thing about this Snow Final, right? Like, it's actually here. I can right click on my snow brush. Let's go to our brushes. We'll go all the way down to where it says Snow Final. I can right click on there and I can say Export Selected Brush. So, Anna, if you wanted a snow brush, literally, I just go to Export Brushes. I'm just going to put this on my, there we go. It's going to be called snowfinal.abr. I'm going to put it on my desktop. Boom, and then I can just send you this brush. You just double click on it and it'll open right in Photoshop.
Wow, I wonder if maybe we can link this brush at the bottom of the YouTube video
Let's
so
link
that
it up.
people can use it.
Let's link it up. So I'll just go right to my desktop. There we go, and we'll just see snowfinal.abr. So literally you just click and drag this into Photoshop, okay? And then, well, it's already in here. You can see Snow Final. But you can also go to your menu item right here, and you go down to where it says Import Brushes, okay? And then I just go to my snowfinal.abr, hit open. There we go. And here you can see it's in its own folder. Boom. And we have our Snow Final brush right here. So we could send this to anyone in the world. You could even sell this if you wanted. You could make a bunch of snow brushes and sell them on the internet.
This is fantastic. So, okay, so you just showed us how to make a snow brush. What are other types of brushes that you've made?
I've done so much. Rain is also super easy to do. You can do, I've done, like you said, like sparkles and atmosphere and dust. You can do like that. I've done a lot of brushes for fog and also like grunge brushes, and a lot of times if you want to create like an effect in Photoshop, maybe you don't want it to be so, like, for instance, like if you wanted to add fog, you want to make a fog brush real quick?
Fog brush? I really want to see a sparkle brush.
A sparkle brush? A sparkle brush sounds amazing. So sparkle brush basically we just have to create one sparkle, right? Like we have to make one thing that is a sparkle. So a sparkle, what does a sparkle look like to you when you think of a sparkle?
Like, ding. It's like a sound.
Like a sound. Okay. We're going to try, let's just make the sparkle from scratch.
Great.
Yeah, okay, we'll make our sparkles from scratch because I don't want to use a stock image website right now. This is a Photoshop tutorial, right? We want to do it from scratch. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna grab a shape that looks like this, okay? And then we'll just fill this with black, okay? And then I'm gonna hit Controller Command J, to duplicate it. And then we have this shape. We'll merge that to get together. Controller Command J. There we go. And then bring this down there. And then Controller Command J, Command T. There we go. And bring this down there. So is this starting to look like what you might think a sparkle would look like?
It starts to look like ding.
Starts to look like ding. That's our main goal here. We just want it to ding. If it's got the ding, we are
in business.
We're in business. We know what we're doing. All right. Let's click here in the middle and just drag out with a little gradient. And then we'll just do it one more time. And then this is gonna be our sparkle brush. I think it's looking pretty good. All right, we're gonna create a new layer. And again, just like before, fantastic. We're just gonna create this shape right around here, fill it with white, and then put this layer underneath it. And then edit, and then down to define brush preset. We're just gonna call this sparkle. Now keep in mind, you want the brush shape to be black on a white background. So here we go. Let's hit OK. And now, fantastic, we are painting with our sparkle. And anywhere I go, it's gonna have the sparkle. Now, we can make this look better. So let's go ahead and choose a color that we want to. We're just gonna choose this red color, okay? Ooh, this is gonna be really fun. Okay, we're gonna go to our brush settings. I'm gonna turn on shape dynamics. We'll turn up size jitter up all the way. Now, in this case, let's go ahead and turn on scattering as well. Fantastic. Look at that sparkle down there. That is a good looking sparkle. But also, I might want to turn on our angle jitter, right? We might want these sparkles to be, right, at different angles all around there. Or I kind of liked it all up, straight up and down. What do you think, Anna?
I think both work. I kind of liked, for me, the biggest difference was when there was a change in opacity between the scattering.
So that's going to be here in transfer, and we're going to bring up our opacity jitter. So some of these are going to be brighter, and some of these are going to be darker sparkles. Now, the cool thing, and you don't have to bring that so far up. You can just bring a little bit if you want to there as well. So you can bring up your minimum diameter here. If you want some very small sparkles, you can do that. Or if you want them to all be kind of like about the same size, you can do that too. Fantastic. And we're just gonna bring up our spacing here. Fantastic, this is looking good. Now the cool thing that I'm kind of excited about here with this sparkle brush is because this is on a regular layer, we can use layer effects here. So check this out. Right now I know we're just painting with this red color, right? But I can double click on this layer and I can bring up our layer effects, go to our layer style, and I can bring in an outer glow. So I can bring in an outer glow, I can bring up my opacity, and we can go ahead and bring up our spread here. There we go, and our size.
So dreamy.
Getting there. All right.
Dreamy paintball sparkles.
Dreamy paintball sparkle. We just need to change our color red. So let's go ahead and just delete whatever's on that layer. We'll just use our brush tool and we'll paint with this color. There we go. And as we paint, we'll just paint with all white. Sparkle should be white, right?
Or like have a tiny bit of warmth, maybe?
A tiny bit of warmth. So should they be white in their core, and then the warmth should be the outer glow? This should be a color. Let's make this a nice warm color. There we go. Hit OK, and there we go. Look at, ooh, this is looking pretty good.
So like Disney princess.
We're making a pretty good team here. Honestly, these are pretty nice sparkles. I'm kind of happy with this. What do you think?
Oh, I'm here for the sparkle.
All right, we are here for the sparkles. We're just gonna do, you know what? I'm gonna do a drop shadow on these sparkles. A lot of people think drop shadow is only for making things like darker, but you can actually use drop shadows to make things brighter as well. So let's see, we have our distance, our size on these drop shadows. So you can see here's the drop shadows right now. There we go, there's the distance on the drop shadow. Fantastic. Let's just show you the traditional. So this is basically how a traditional drop shadow would work. But because I want a little bit more glow, we're gonna change our color. I'm gonna make it a little bit more warmer. We're gonna go to like orange, okay? We're gonna change our color. Instead of our blending mode, instead of being a multiply, because it's a shadow, usually it's set to multiply, we're gonna go to something like a color dodge, which would make it even brighter, okay? So let's try our color dodge. There we go, and then I can change our opacity. Fantastic. Or you could do, let's say we could do a soft light, we could do an overlay, and then all you have to do is, right now, let me just make sure everyone can see it. I'll put this back to color dodge so you can see it. So right now we have our distance slider. It's going to get farther or closer to the sparkle. If you just bring your distance down to 0, it basically will just act like a glow as well. So we'll try overlay here.
Oh, the glow, that's amazing.
Yeah, there we go. And I can bring up our spread and our size as well. So we have basically a couple different layers of glow. I have an outer glow, but then I have a drop shadow, and this is basically acting like another glow. We'll add another one, and this drop shadow will just make a little bit more orange in color. This is so much fun. And then we can bring our size up a little bit more. And then we have a few different layers of sparkle on here. And then when I continue to paint with this brush, look at all that like sparkle that we have in depth.
I want this brush too.
You want this brush too? All right, we're saving it. So let's go ahead and do our little settings up here. We're gonna go down to where it says create. Oh, I gotta go to my brush settings menu. We're gonna go to our little menu, and we're gonna go to new brush preset, and we're just gonna call this sparkle. Fantastic.
Sparkle final
Sparkle final underscore really final. I promise it's this
final this time for real final.
Honestly, I kind of love this sparkle brush. It's giving major sparkle. We
it's
killed
giving
it.
Magic.
It's giving magic. It's giving real magic. I'm totally okay. Where should these sparkles go? Now that we're happy with our sparkles, I feel like they could just go anywhere. Honestly, I'm loving kind of everywhere they are, but keep in mind it's just a regular layer. So if you want to, you can hit Control or Command A, hit the delete key, and then you can just have a couple sparkles. Just the bunny's gonna get some sparkles, the cardinal's gonna get some sparkles. This bird will get some sparkles too. Why not? And then wolf will get some sparkles
All
too.
the magical creatures.
All the magical creatures of the forest. Everyone gets sparkles. I'm loving this. I didn't know we were going to go creating sparkle brushes today, but I'm really happy we did.
I'm glad we went this direction too. Thanks for trusting.
100%. Trust the process. Trust the sparkle. Now, keep in mind we have our snow here that I can turn off and on. I could grab my layer mask and I can use my brush. Now, I just want to use a regular old brush here, but with my brush, I could just paint black on my layer mask. For instance, if I don't want the snow to show up in front of my subject's face, I can just paint that away. I paint it away invisible in front of my subject's face. We have it everywhere else. And of course, we still have our lovely sparkles.
Yeah, and of course, your camera just captured the exact moment when there was no snow on her face, but it was everywhere else.
It's amazing. Pure luck. Had nothing to do with skill there. There we go. So we've created, quite a bit today. We just started with this image here. Not nearly as magical, and here we've ended up with our creatures of the forest. I think I like the bunny. I think, honestly, this bunny with the sparkles, this is definitely my favorite. I want
to pet him.
Yeah, 100%. I want to go in this forest and hang out with this magical bunny. Sparkles are giving.
This is so cool because, it's interesting to see how much you can create with, a photo that you shot on a professional camera, as well as just taking an image on your iPhone and creating something really beautiful from there as well.
100%. Yeah, and adding some Photoshop magic, right? Like, of course, we love all the AI and all the new tools, but let's not forget Photoshop was amazing even before the AI.
Very true.
So now it's double amazing. All right, so we have a few more examples for us. Let's see, what do we want to do? We have our generative expand. I want to use this, and we're going to add. So we're going to...
We have about 6 minutes.
We have about 6 minutes. So, of course, generative expand is something that we all know and love. Let's go ahead and show you how to use it. So we're going to use our crop tool, and we're going to go ahead, right up here at the top, we're going to go to generative expand, and then I'm just going to kind of add... I don't like it when people's feet are cut off in the photograph,
No, that feels so uncomfortable.
Yeah, it's like, come on, just zoom out a little bit. Get more feet in there.
Do we maybe want to swap to the other side so we can see the shoes a little better?
Yeah, let's swap a up. I like that idea. So just make sure your set is set to generative expand. It happens, right? You get excited in the photo shoot. You're looking at your subject, and later you're like, I didn't even get the feet in there, But now we just use generative expand. We can add some feet. And I wanted to add some more elements to this photograph.
Oh my gosh.
There we go. Cool. Done. Easy. How quick and simple was that? So
insane.
Just fixing kind of like common problems that we have. Now, the last thing that we want to show is just like changing the backgrounds with AI, because this one I feel like is like there's so much opportunity that we can use here. So what we want to do, we're going to start off with our move tool, and we're going to go to where it says select subject. So let's go ahead and select the subject. Okay. And then we're going to, well, actually, you know what? There's this brand new button that just says remove background. So let's start there.
Let's get her out.
Boom. We don't even need to click anything. And then this used to be in beta, but it's actually brand new in Photoshop 2025. Now we have this generate background button. So remove background is one button, generate background is one button. What do you want to type in here? Let's take some, I'm up for suggestions.
I'm kind of feeling some kind of like black and white checkered background.
I thought this image would like lend itself really well to like, ooh, cool, like abstract, like fun colors, fun shapes. Well,
yeah,
black
graphic.
and white, I think. Graphic, very graphic, 100%. So you can photograph, that's honestly really cool. All of these are, I really like this direction. So it goes to show, like you can photograph someone on a blank wall, you know, like they don't have to have a fancy background at all. All you have to do is literally 2 buttons to click. And we have all of these options about putting someone on a brand new background. It's just honestly so much fun.
And you're not selecting every single hair and individually going in and going around, you know, the lump of the strand of necklace. I mean, it's just so quick and easy.
So quick and easy. Literally, it feels like I did nothing in Photoshop right now. You know, it's like no skill required, and I have all of these different options. So, I mean, you could take a picture of a person, you know, it just outside in front of your house. You could do it in the bedroom. You could do it on the street. Anywhere you wanted, and then immediately you have all these amazing backgrounds that you can choose from. And as long as you choose something thematically that matches with your image, I really like this one. I think it's so cool. And don't forget, if you want to, you can generative expand at any time. So I want this to be a little bit more of like a landscape version of my image. We just click on, just make sure when you do the crop, right over here, you either click on generative expand here, or where it says fill, click on generative expand, and then you're good to go.
And this is perfect because sometimes, you know, you shoot the image and then the designer comes back to you and is like, we love this, but we needed a horizontal hero image for the landing page, and immediately you have something to hand over.
Yeah, previously we're like, oh, don't tell me that. Now you're like, no problem. It took me 6 hours and here's the bill, but I did it.
Exactly.
And here we go. We have a land. Ooh, I kind of matched this image today.
I need to
pretty good. I feel like we need to do an orange background for you. All right, well, hey, guess what? That is totally in the cards. All we have to do is go to our generative fill layer and we just type in orange background. Ornage. Ornage.
It's a very unique and niche color.
Oh, yeah. You don't know about it. It's too cool. You know, it hasn't been widespread. It's still in beta right now.
I heard about it at a small flea market in Paris.
There we go. We have our Ornage background. So if you want a solid color Ornage, you can do that as well if you want to match Anna. And there we go. We covered a lot today.
Yeah, that was fantastic. Thank you so much
for much fun.
Showing us all of these fantastic tools. So if we want to move over to my screen really quick, we can give everyone a look at Aaron's Instagram. And where else can people find you?
You can find me on phlearn.com or on our YouTube channel under Phlearn. So Phlearn. I've been making Photoshop tutorials for about 15 years now. We've got thousands and thousands of free tutorials on YouTube. So if you're looking to learn Photoshop, well, you know, I might be biased here, but I think we've got a fantastic resource available to you completely free on YouTube. That's Phlearn, like PH Learn.
Love it. Well, Aaron, thank you so much for joining us, and thank all of you so much for being here with us today. We hope you learned something new and can't wait to see all of the cool new brushes that you create.
Yes. Thanks so much. We'll see you soon.
Bye.
Bye.
We're so excited to be here with you guys today doing some Valentine's themed photos.
I usually start in Lightroom, of course. I usually have a gray card in here and I take my little eyedropper tool to just kind of color correct. And I always make sure that my lens corrections and all of that is checked off. I'm gonna copy these settings here. If I press Command B, that is the correct color. So let's just go ahead and edit this in Adobe.
We're so excited to be here with you guys today doing some Valentine's themed photos.
I usually start in Lightroom, of course. I usually have a gray card in here and I take my little eyedropper tool to just kind of color correct. And I always make sure that my lens corrections and all of that is checked off. I'm gonna copy these settings here. If I press Command V, that is the correct color. So let's just go ahead and edit this in Adobe Photoshop. So the first thing that I wanna do is I am just gonna crop this because honestly, I don't really need anything else.
Yeah.
So I'm just going in here and just kind of cleaning up some of the things. I cleaned up some little corner, like little edges there. Okay, so I'm taking care of removing the shadow and look at, can you believe? Like,
that's amazing.
Amazing. Duplicate these layers and I'm going to merge the layers. So I'm gonna go ahead and put these into a folder here. I'm gonna call them GF for generative fill, but then I have that layer right there. And I am going to merge it down. So I like to kind of work with, you know, stamp tool, using a soft round brush and like making it a little bit more believable here. You're setting up 2 curves adjustment layers. One is gonna be the burn, one is gonna be the dodge. So I'm just gonna grab my soft brush in white, bring down the opacity. So I'm literally just painting in on the like bright areas of our image here. Darken these darks really quickly. And it just like, I don't know, it adds that contrast that like I love. No pop, the pop. Let's go ahead and add some sparkles. I've bought some brushes before, but I always like to have them on a separate layer. So I have it on white and I have my opacity probably a little bit higher, maybe like 90%. And what I like to do when I'm placing sparkles is just to find like the, you know, the highlights
where the light is actually hitting it.
And then maybe like a bigger one here. It's great. I like to use the object selection tool because then you can click sample all layers. And then that way it will know to read everything that's in your image. Great, we've got it selected. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do a Command Shift C for a copy merged. I'm going to do Command V and now I have this cocktail with the lollipop all on its own in a layer, right? So now I'm gonna duplicate it again. Since I have these 2 layers separated, right? I'm gonna go on the bottom layers. I'm gonna go ahead and convert this to a smart object and I'm gonna go into filter, blur gallery, and path blur. And I get to just like make this point stretch out. We can adjust the settings on the right-hand side. We've got speed, but maybe I don't want it to be going both directions. So then I go ahead and uncheck the center blur. And now we've got a really fun effect.
And then it looks like it's sliding across the screen, which is so fun.
Exactly. That looks great. I'm gonna press OK. I wanted to duplicate that effect and now I'm moving it at the top. Now I'm gonna add a layer mask onto it and I'm just gonna grab a soft brush again, 40-30% opacity, change that to black, and I'm gonna paint over that front because I do actually want it to feel like it's also the front and side. So then it just kind of adds that little bit like a little dreaminess there. It's super fun. So I'm gonna go ahead and add a little color fill. It's gonna look crazy right now. Don't worry about it. So I'm gonna go like down to here. Now I'm gonna go ahead and create a clipping mask so that it just affects the effect. So there we go. We got like multiply. We've got a few different like effects here. I kind of like multiply, but I'm gonna bring down the opacity so it's not nearly as crazy. I'm gonna actually duplicate that and also affect it to that top one as well. So now we have our image here in Lightroom, right? In this case, I kind of just started playing around with some effects, really. Like I upped a little bit of the texture, maybe went down on the clarity. And then I also kind of want to just up the whole, you know, exposure a little bit, add some contrast. We're gonna add some grain as well. And I kind of want to punch it up too. So I really want to add some grain there. I'm gonna use that point color that I love so much. I basically just click on a color anywhere that I want and I can just start manipulating it.
Love that.
Wow. Amazing.
Beautiful.
Love it.
Thank you guys so much for joining us today. Great job, Arabella. Happy Valentine's Day.
Happy Valentine's Day.
Hello!
Welcome back to our continued celebration of Photography Day. What a fun day.
It's been so much fun, you guys. I am floored by everybody's creativity today.
My gosh. It's so cool to have so many different talented photographers, so many different styles,
in one
processes.
Space.
I love it.
I love it all.
If you have been following along today, let us know some of the things that you've learned. Drop those into the chat. And if you have not watched the rest of today, we can put up a schedule to show you. These are all the streams that happened today. So many great things to learn. And honestly, I'm so excited to go back and watch some of those replays, even like a little slower, and really dive deeper into some of those processes that were shared. So you can watch all the replays on Behance and also on YouTube.
Yeah, love it.
Love it.
Well, I'm Arabella.
I'm Ellie.
And we are Weekend Creative. You may have seen us before on Adobe Live. We are a commercial photography duo. We do art direction and photography for lots of product brands. We have, we have a lot of work. It's all very vibrant and colorful and punchy and textured. And yeah, we're just excited to share all the secrets today.
All the secrets today. Please say hello in the chat. Let us know where you guys are watching from. It's so fun to see everyone popping in from all over the world. We have Wade here. We have Ray from London, England. Robert is here. Thank you so much for joining us. Feel free to ask questions as we go along. And yeah, we're going to share our process kind of from start to finish with you guys. And so we can get started now. This is a quick just little overview of our work. I also wanted to share, we have an educational website called Saturday School. So if you want to learn more about commercial photography, we have a retouching course here. We have lots of resources for you guys, so make sure to check that out. And then to get started, I want to show you guys, so we did a really fun portfolio building shoot, a test shoot with a friend who's a really incredible stylist. Her name is Jenna. And we've been focusing a lot on personal projects this year and just kind of like revitalizing our love for photography and testing out new things, new techniques, and just playing around. It's been really fun. And so we did this test shoot with Smeg products. We're like, we don't have any appliances in our portfolio, so we're like, let's do that. So we're gonna share a little bit about the ideation and like how we planned it, and then also the retouching of the final images. But I kind of want to just start off with like a little BTS of the shoot.
Yeah, let's do it.
Should we start with that?
Let's do it.
Okay.
Let's start it.
So I'm gonna pull that up here. It will be just a quick little 1-minute video just to kind of give you a taste of what's to come. And here we go.
So cute.
So fun. We played with a lot of color. We love using color, and we love monochrome sets. So all of the sets for each of these products were monochrome. Jenna there, she's so cute.
She's so cute.
So talented. And we kind of gave each one like a personality. So we had like our morning coffee, like kind of waking up. We also had like toast, like a breakfast scene, and then the last one is like a cool girl grabbing her smoothie on the way out the door.
On the way out the door.
Everyone clapping. You're always the ultimate hype girl. This was for like a little GIF we made of the toast popping out of the toaster. So fun. That's probably my favorite shot.
Honestly,
of the day,
that's probably my favorite shot too. It's between that one and the blue one.
Yeah, honestly, the smoothie is cute too, but like it's just not as vibrant. So you know.
Well, I was hoping to punch it up in post. Yeah. But I won't be editing that this time around, but I will be showing it at some point. So definitely check us out on Instagram if you want to see all the final work at some point.
Yes, for sure. So to start out, actually, I've been loving using Firefly to mood board and come up with concepts and ideas. So the way that I would show, or the way that I would kind of like get started is I go into Firefly, click into my text to image here.
Yes.
And then I usually start with something like really simple, and Firefly is going to tell me that this is too short, of course, because they just want to critique everything. I'm always like, don't criticize my process, it works. So the toaster that we're going to be, the image that we're going to be editing today is of a green toaster. And so we know we want to do monochrome. We know we want to do like kitchen, breakfasty kinds of things. So a lot of times I'll just start really basic. Yeah. So I might just type in green kitchen. See, I told you. It tells me the prompt is
like,
T-shirt.
Excuse me.
Okay, but like actually, look how beautiful.
Wow.
It's actually like it did a great job.
Yeah.
So oh my goodness, sorry, all the new things popping up. like, don't forget.
Chaos.
So anyway, so we can start with Green Kitchen. I'm like, okay, this is so fun. I love this. And then I can start building out the prompt even more, right?
Okay,
so
let's do it.
So maybe I'm gonna put like a kitchen
Give
counter.
me the deets.
And maybe I'm like, okay, I love like the green tile that's in this image. So maybe I want maybe I want to say a dark green tile.
Yes.
And then I'm like, I know I want like a green toaster oven. So let's see like what happens here. Okay.
Okay.
Oh,
there we go. Wow. That top one, that
I
top
know.
left one is actually like the tile.
I know. The
looks
tile is
dark.
really nice. Yeah, beautiful.
Ooh.
And then of course over here I can change all my things. I could add in a composition image. So if I was like I know the composition that I want and I did like a little sketch, I could upload that and Firefly will kind of like bring my sketch to life. It's actually really good. Kind of scary. And then
you're like,
yeah, like wow.
Let's
you
hide that
like
feature.
literally read my mind. How did you do that? And then of course you can change your styles here. You can also upload a reference image. So if you have mock-ups you've made before or like a style you want to emulate, you can upload that. And also we have our different effects here. So if I wanted to add those in, I can change my color and tone, lighting, camera angle. And actually I do kind of want it to be more overhead. So I kind of want to see what that does. I'm going to generate it again. And of course it's saving all of my past generations here so that, prompt, I get it. Saving my past generations there so that I can go back and like save those or edit them. I can also use one of these as a reference image.
Yes.
So if I wanted to build that out. So I can keep generating and generating and generating in order to create a really fun mood board for myself. And you could make your mock-ups completely in Firefly. There's so much that you can do in it now. But a lot of times I'll kind of start here and be like, okay, I like these ideas. Like maybe like I kind of want a setup kind of like this, but I don't really want these wooden things because that doesn't fit my monochrome.
Yeah.
Which actually I wonder if I put...
Also, I didn't want to tell you this, but there's an R instead of an N, but you know.
Where?
Oh, you did. You took it out now.
Oh, Firefly added that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh my
Wait, what
gosh.
did it do?
It said toaster over.
Oh, it was because of the angle.
Oh,
it added that
got
because
it.
I told it to shoot from above.
Smart.
Yeah.
And I was like, I thought you meant oven, but you know.
No.
Just me calling you out on
It's
stream.
okay. It's okay. Oh, monochrome.
Yes.
I kind of want to see if it understands monochrome. Let's find out.
Ooh,
Yeah. Okay, so I can be like, oh, I love this vibe. Like, that's a beautiful vibe.
I'm so into
I can
this.
download that, and then I can add it to my mood board for the shoot.
Yes.
Okay. So then usually what I like to do from there is I kind of have my ideas. I have my mood board, right? I'll go into Illustrator, and I was like, okay, I love the green tile that was coming up in Firefly, so I found this green tile background. This is from a company called Club Backdrops. Love their backdrops. They're really awesome.
Stunning.
Vinyl, so you don't have to lug around heavy tile. It's super nice. And then this green surface is also from them as well.
Love it.
So I was like, okay, this is what we want for the shoot. We want to have our little Smeg toaster. This is the actual one.
Cute.
And you do not have to do this. You can just put it in as is. But I just like to
make it
this is
more.
just my process. I like to take out all the white space around it. I'm sure there's a better way to do this, but this is just
it works
literally
for you.
what I've done for years. And so can't teach an old dog new tricks, you know? Okay. Oh,
beautiful.
I left this little. There we go.
This little bit.
So we got our little toaster. Okay, so then I could say I really want to have a plate of bacon and eggs, right? So maybe it's here. And then we can go down to our gen shape fill, right? And Illustrator, you can see that I tested this out previously. Illustrator's calling me out. I tested it out because I wanted to make sure, because
it worked,
sometimes it gets a little funny.
Yeah.
So we can see what it generates.
Oh my gosh.
I know,
This
guys.
is
This
awesome.
has changed my life.
Great
I
for
used to
mock-ups.
download things and put them in and image trace everything and then draw some things, and this has just changed my life. Okay, so we can get different options here. Of course, we can generate it again. We can even like add
color
more
to the
prompts.
plate, green plate with blah, blah, blah.
And right in here, you can edit, like there's so many things that you can edit right directly in here, which is cool. You can add a style reference right here, just like you can in Firefly.
Amazing.
All the things. So many options that we just don't even have time to get into. Okay, so I'm gonna do one more. I want to make a little toast.
Oh, so cute.
Where's my? Oh, there we go. Okay. And let's see.
A little toaster or pieces of toast. Oh, cute.
Yeah, piece of bread. A slice of bread. I'm trying to think. Like you have to think about how is Firefly gonna interpret this? Because I think if I put like a toast, like is it gonna know toast?
Toast.
Piece of bread toasted.
Probably. Toasted bread.
Huh? Toasted bread. Let's see what this does.
Toasted slice of bread.
Yeah. Maybe.
Something?
We'll see.
So cute.
See what it does.
I love it.
I love these little bacons.
I know. Also, it's so funny. Earlier, it must have been on an earlier stream.
Oh, here we go.
That's there you go.
That's like not terrible.
I mean, really, it's just for our mock-up.
Exactly.
So, you know, it doesn't need to be like...
It's really more... So...
Ideation.
A mock-up... Toasty loaves, Wade says. Really, a mock-up is so that I can, one, kind of know, like, the props that I want to get, the things that we need to kind of think about, and I can send this to our stylist and say, like, hey, like, here's kind of the vibe we're going for. But also, like, the day of the shoot, we can be like, okay, we want to have these things, we want to have this setup, we want to have bacon, we want to have eggs, like, it just makes everything go so much faster. And if you're working with a client, you can send these mock-ups directly to the client and get their approval on what the images are going to look like before you even before you even shoot.
Yeah.
I'm like trying to do too many things at once. Okay. So I could move my little toaster and we could be like, here's our little toast and our little toaster. And of course I could like keep adding to this and keep filling it out. I'll share this with Arabella. I'll share this with all the team and we'll all be on the same page. And the day of the shoot will go so much smoother because we know exactly what we're going to do. So
I love it.
That's my process.
Go into it?
Yeah, our process for mock-ups and ideation and a little BTS, and now we can get into the actual retouching.
Amazing.
I'm so excited.
I'm so excited. I can't wait. That sounded not enthusiastic at all, but I promise. I literally love this image so much. So if we can jump over to my screen, then we can take a look at how we get started. But I figured I'd show you some of the final shots of some of the other photos, even though I haven't edited them yet.
Yeah.
But this is kind of like our monochrome blue. You know, we also took another shot where it's like more overhead.
I guess it's like, it's monochrome, but also not, because there's the orange.
I mean, blue and orange kind of just perfectly go well together.
So well.
I mean, oof, so pretty.
Yeah.
You know, Mondays, am I right? So yeah, we kind of wanted to, I think our process tends to be that like, if we can get multiple different images within the same set, then we can build out a story. And I think that's like key
you get like little vignettes that are similar, but they're not the same, right?
Exactly. Yeah. And then I think we did like a GIF. We decided to do a GIF of like, you know, sugar dropping. And then I think even like
I kind of forgot actually that we did that GIF until I was watching the BTS stuff. And I was like, oh
yeah. Yeah. And
look
then
at
like
us.
the pouring. We did so much. There's lots going on. So I need to edit this. I need to go into my editing cave and like really just dive deep. So, you know, this will come out at some point on Instagram and on our website. But the one that I'm focusing on is our green monochrome scene. So we kind of did a lot of things here. Here we were like testing different things out. So let me go into our selects here so we can see what we're working with. So this ends up being the image that we are going to work on. Beautiful. I mean, Jenna did such an amazing job just like styling everything.
I've never seen such a perfect egg.
I know. Or like toast. Are you kidding me?
I know. She did so good.
So good. Okay. So this is kind of our final image. And, you know, I kind of wanted to give it that like vintage, like fun vibe and just like very like textured and
like
punchy.
Morning. We wanted it really to have like that morning feeling that like the light is coming in from a window on the side maybe or like an open door. And
just like that hint of vintage just because Smeg is a vintage brand that I feel like, you know, it just deserves a little bit of that, like, the little sepia moment in there, you know, kind of thing. So how do we build this? So we planned ahead because, you know, oftentimes when we're shooting, if we're focusing on one thing, even if we shoot at a really small aperture like f/22 or however, you know, small or, you know, that you can get on your camera, oftentimes there's still going to be a fall off of focus. So we like to focus stack with our images just to kind of get everything sharp. So I have, you know, taken these images where the focus is at different points of the image, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to put them all together in Photoshop and put them, you know, and auto align them and then make the magic happen. So, but we got to edit this a little bit first, right? So this is like completely, I reset the everything so that we can start fresh. So, and actually I'm missing one image that I need for color correction, right? So let's go back in here and I can find that image. You guys get yourself a gray card or a spider checker. Yes. This is great so that you can, you know, adjust colors. So I usually like to go down here. This is already checked off because it already does it for me, thankfully, as soon as I upload it into
Wade
Lightroom.
Wants to know if we want to hear a fun fact.
Oh my God, please tell us a fun fact. I love fun facts.
Please share.
Okay. Yes, I'll be waiting. Okay, so great. So I just take this little eyedropper tool in that main basic panel section, and I just kind of go over to my little gray. I kind of like go into the middle. Sometimes I'll play around with the other ones just to see if, you know, what the difference is.
Yeah.
But oftentimes that middle gray is like the perfect. Yeah. But do you see how like that already fixed the cool tones here? Like it was just like a little bit too cool, and now it's like the greens are
like
really
a
rich
flat.
now.
Yeah.
Exactly. So love this. I think this is great. And then honestly, like I'm happy with that. So I'm just gonna copy those settings now.
He says, we own this toaster, this exact color.
Stop.
That is so funny. It's such a cute toaster. It's so cute.
So cute.
We're on the same wavelength, Wade.
Honestly.
What a coincidence. I burnt toast today.
Oh no.
I'm sorry.
I am so sorry you burnt toast, Apurva.
That is very sad when you're so excited just to eat that perfect piece of toast with like a buttery piece of toast and then it's burnt and then you have to, or if it's your last piece, oh, devastating.
It's devastating.
Devastating.
But you know, I don't know if you do that thing where you just like shave off
Scrape
the black,
it off.
you scrape off the black parts.
I have done that.
I can still save it. I can still
save it. It can be saved.
Okay, so I'm gonna just go ahead and select all of those images that are my plates, and I'm going to paste those settings, which you can do with Command B or Control B. So there we go. Now it's like looking more rich, you know, and I'm gonna tweak them just a little bit more. So let's go ahead. I actually do want to push the temperature a little bit more warmer.
Yeah.
Because I think it would be fun. And then
I feel like that fits the morning.
Exactly.
And the vintage.
Yeah.
Like it, yeah.
Exactly. And I'm going to bring
both
up
boxes.
Exactly.
Did you guys borrow Wade's toaster?
Yes, we did.
Next time we'll call you up. For sure.
We went over to
other
Wade's
cute
house.
stuff we can borrow to shoot?
Yes.
Does anyone want to give us some appliances?
These are some expensive appliances.
Yeah.
Now, so, you know. Amazon was probably mad at us. We're like, return. Okay.
Okay. Not all secrets need to be shared, Arabella. Not all secrets should be shared.
I'm sharing too much now. Someone stop me. Zip me up. Okay, so I'm going to bring down these highlights a little bit just because they're looking a little hot. I'm going to bring up these shadows. This is looking good. And then I'm just going to even, you know, I love using point color in Lightroom Classic. I'm sure it's available in the other Lightroom as well.
Yeah.
But I just love to just select certain background colors and just like start playing around with, you know, the colors here and making them like way more punchy, you know? So I'm like, maybe I want it to be a little bit more on the yellow-green side.
Yeah.
A little bit. And then push the saturation just a tiny bit. So, I mean, that's very like, you know, tiny adjustment. But like I was saying with Brandon Woelfel earlier, these little adjustments make a difference.
They really do.
They really do. They add up and, you know, it's like really fun. Okay, great. So I think that looks good for now. So I'm going to go ahead and just copy those settings again and paste them to the rest of these. Okay, so now magic. Perfect. Let's grab all those. And I'm going to go ahead and go to edit in and open as layers in Photoshop. This is important so that it just all stacks up together. And I think it's doing that right now, hopefully. Oh, that's not what I wanted. There we go. Perfect.
Wait, did you get that? He said thrifting in Facebook Marketplace for the win. Wait, did you thrift this toaster? If you did, I'm so impressed. Because Jacob says Crate and Barrel sells it for $200. Yeah.
I love that. Okay.
I love that. I love Facebook Marketplace.
So it's doing its magic. It's like building it up on top of each other. So it's doing its thing. Love it. Okay, perfect. Let me make this full screen. Amazing. Okay, and now the first thing that I like to do, so I'm gonna just kind of zoom in here and see where my focus is at for each of these images. Let's see. Okay, so it starts where the focus is on the eggs, I believe. Yeah, that looks good. Okay, and actually, honestly,
is the egg
kind of
reflecting the ceiling, or what is on the egg?
I don't know what's on the egg. I thought about that too, and I was like,
I didn't notice that until just now when you zoomed in. I'm like, what is that?
It's an alien egg. I don't know. It's got like things on it. But okay, so I think if I like look really closely, yeah, it's like the difference from these two is not that major.
Minimal.
So I might not even need that plate. I might remove it.
Yeah.
But as I like turn on these layers, like things start getting more in focus towards the middle and then towards the end. So then we go over here and then over here. Perfect. Okay.
Yeah.
So now what I want to do is, and I'm going to keep that in the same order like that. So I'm going to go to Edit, Auto Align Layers, and I'm going to press OK. So it's basically just what we're telling Photoshop, hey, like align these perfectly so that it's just easier to, do the focus stacking basically.
Perfect.
Yeah. So perfect. So now you'll know that it worked if like you start to see kind of like some transparency or like weird things.
Right,
But sometimes I might get it perfectly right, but like that looks pretty good.
Yeah.
So, okay, I like to do this manually, which you could do a edit, auto blend layers, and then stack the images and press OK. So let's just go ahead and do that just to see what it does. But sometimes it like doesn't get it like super perfectly.
Right.
And I don't know, sometimes I like want to do it my way, you know?
You're a control freak.
I'm
That's
a little
fine.
bit of a control freak.
It's
you
okay.
guys. You know?
We all are.
Like Ray says, I love my egg sunny side up, you know? And I want to do that in Photoshop. I want my egg sunny side up,
Yeah.
you know?
You want it how you want it.
I want it how I want it. Okay. So like if you look at it, if we look, oh, that's not what I meant to do. Okay, if we look, this is what it does. So I'm like just selecting what's it's masked.
Yeah.
And it's just a little all over the place.
Yeah, it's a little bit everywhere.
Yeah, because if you really zoom in, then there's parts that are fuzzy, parts that are not
I don't like the spots on those eggs. Me neither. Don't worry.
Don't worry, we'll remove them.
Photoshop will take care of it.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
So it's okay. I'm going to just do it my way, and I'm going to remove that first one because I don't think we need it. And I literally just start this way. So I add a layer mask, and I hit Command-I, and I take a really big brush here. I do 100% opacity, and making sure that my foreground color is white, I kind of start to build my image. So we can kind of go here. Oh, there you go. See the transparency?
Yeah.
So we just kind of build our image based on what's in focus. So I know that all this at the bottom is pretty much gonna be in focus, right? And so then when I turn on the next layer, you'll see that more of the background gets focused. I don't know if you guys saw that, but this is, when you're zooming in, it's fuzzy, but I promise it gets like crispier. Okay, so let's do that. Then we go this way. And
or
now,
toastier.
Or toastier.
Crunchier.
Ooh, crunchier. Ooh, okay, I love these verbs. You guys, give us your favorite breakfast puns. Breakfast puns.
Yes.
Toast puns, egg puns.
Or just your favorite breakfast. Like, we could just talk about breakfast
honestly,
foods.
we could just talk about, I think we talk about food every time.
I know. But I'm not mad about it.
I'm not mad
I love
either.
food and I love breakfast.
Yeah, me too. What is your favorite breakfast? I need to know.
Okay, I want savory and sweet.
Chicken and waffles.
No. Like not in the same dish. Like
okay.
chicken and waffles is good, but like I usually want like a little bit of like when we get like a French toast for the table, and everyone has a few bites. That's perfect. I don't want like a whole.
Yes, that is.
And then
I
want like my savory, like my protein and all of that. My dad makes eggs Benedict, and it's the best eggs Benedict on the face of the earth. So that's definitely up there for me.
That's saying something.
It's like so good. It's
so
good. He's perfected it over many years.
Oh, that's amazing.
Wade says breakfast for dinner, and yes, breakfast for dinner.
Cereal for dinner.
Cereal. Okay, late night cereal is way better than breakfast cereal.
Honestly, yes.
Right?
Yes.
Like it just.
Okay, do you do
tastes
the like?
different when you eat it late at night.
Okay.
Past 10 p.m. cereal is better.
Do you add banana slices?
No, I don't like bananas.
Oh, that's right. You don't like
know
bananas.
that.
I know this. I always forget. I'm sorry.
I wish I liked bananas.
I add banana slices to my Frosted Flakes or like Honey Nut Cheerios. It is so good. It adds like the perfect sweetness. That way you don't have to. I used to do the thing where I would add sugar to my cereal.
Okay,
to
but
make
you
it
also
more...
eat your cereal after it's like it gets soggy and then you still
No,
eat
it doesn't.
Yes, I've seen it.
You're spilling too many secrets right now. Too many secrets.
Same with your granola. Like you'll have a yogurt with a granola, and then it'll be like an hour later. You're like, oh yeah, I forgot to eat my granola, and then you
pull
eat
it out, unwrap it.
So gross.
I'm dead.
Cereal killers, yeah. Wade
Love
says banana
it.
slices makes it so good.
Right, thank you.
And yeah, it is just dessert at that point, but it's so good. And Ray says egg-tastic.
Oh, I love
good
that.
I love it.
Awesome. We're nearing the end here, you guys. Okay, perfect. So I'm just gonna do the very last bit here and then finish it out.
Wade says soggy cereal, had me at banana, lost me at soggy.
You probably have seen me eat soggy cereal, yes, but I prefer a crunchy,
okay,
like
but
right when it starts, you know? I'm just a slow eater. I'm a slow eater.
Okay.
Don't fight me. Okay, beautiful. Love that. See,
oatmeal porridge.
Perfect. Okay, so
I do love oatmeal.
Oatmeal is really good.
Sorry, you're trying to teach me.
No, I'm trying to teach you guys.
Let's talk about oatmeal.
Okay, so I like to keep these layers still available just in case should I need to return to them. Yeah. So I like to put them in a folder, and I'm just going to call this comp for composite. But basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to select all, do a copy merged, and put it on top. And that's going to be my clean kind of layer. There's a couple things that we got to do on these sides here. So, I mean, I can do a number of things. I can gen fill, I can do content aware. I like content aware, usually does a pretty good job.
Yeah.
It's pretty quick. There you go. Beautiful. If I need to go in and fix like some of the flower or, the flowers over here,
it's pretty good,
we can do that, but it's usually pretty good.
Great job, Photoshop.
I mean, I could also even just like
You could just crop it too.
I could just crop it.
It's so small.
But I want to keep a little bit of that space above that toaster,
Yeah.
Otherwise, we're getting like a tension point.
Yeah.
So if I can
no
keep
tangents.
no tangents, So there we go. Gonna fix that.
Apparently says oats are oatily the best.
Oh, that's so cute. I love it. Okay, beautiful. Done and done. It's doing its thing. So much green. Please don't die on me.
Let's go.
Let's go. There we go. Beautiful. Okay, and it didn't do it like super perfectly, but that's okay. We can always fix that.
Yeah.
Okay, but this image, I think I actually did end up photoshopping quite a bit here with some gen fill situation with, I think I did a 5x4.
Yeah.
But I think for this, let's see, if I do like a square crop.
Yeah, Wade says, good looking out for tangents. So if you don't know what a tangent is, it's when something creates a tension point in an image. So maybe something is like cropped right, like if you cropped it right at the top of that toaster, or if you like, it's like when it's like cropped too close or too far where it like creates like that weird space, or maybe like in your styling, something is like not overlapping enough, like where it's just touching, or it like looks like it should be touching, like, you know what I'm saying? So if you were to crop it right there, that would create a tension point, and it's just a distraction in your image. So when you're styling, you want to look out for those things. That's why we like to shoot tethered, so that we can look on a bigger screen. We can look at our laptop or on a big monitor while we're shooting, so we can look out for all those little things and make sure that they're not in our images.
Perfect. Got to remove that little bit.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I really just wanted to keep some space up here. Otherwise, if I crop too much, then it would have been like, ooh, right
it's
there.
Just too close.
Yeah, too
where
close.
It's like, oh, yeah.
Yeah. So let's take care of all this, because this, I don't know why we didn't fix this during the shoot.
I think we had planned to crop it
I think we had planned to crop it out, but I want to show you guys the power of Genfill because it is pretty,
let's show it.
Pretty
Yeah.
amazing.
Yeah.
So because when you Genfill, it's like constantly adding like, you know, layers.
Yeah.
It's kind of like the one weird thing where you do have to kind of destructive edit, you know, and merge it with a layer to continue editing. But that's fine. Let's just continue to do things. So I think because let me just go ahead and so because I know I'm not going to need that extra crop, I am just going to delete the crop pixels. I think I unchecked it earlier to have all of this detail, but I think I'm just gonna crop it. It'll make it easier for Genfill to understand, like, oh, like fill this in.
I also remember that we had planned to crop out most of the green
and
bottle.
I think, yes,
we wanted the shadow of the green bottle and like the green in the shadow, but we didn't really want the actual whole bottle.
Yeah, and so like normally, I think we're like either like a 1 by 1 and then even like more of really like a 4 by 5, something more like this.
Yeah.
But just to show you like how cool it is that we can do that. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Okay, there we go. Perfect. Okay, so let's go ahead and just select this. Let's see if it knows to fix this whole thing. And if not, then that's why we know our, you know, tried and true tools.
Yes.
There we go. Perfect. I know we've been having a few little issues with our Genfill today, but that's okay. It's been so far working for me, so.
Well, don't jinx it now.
I know. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see like what it does, because I'm like, okay, well, there you go. Oh, okay. I mean, that's, okay, that's good.
Okay, that did the table really well.
That did the table really well. So let's go ahead and just do another one.
Yes.
And actually, I
feel like it might not know that you want the tile because it's not, you know how, like, the picture is blocking the tile. So I wonder if it, like, doesn't realize.
I think so, too. And also,
that's what you want.
Mm-hmm. I wonder. I mean, maybe, though. Let's give it a shot.
We'll see what
why
it
not?
does.
You know? Now it's just this part, so I feel like maybe it'll know. But if not, we can always do a cute little, you know, stamp tool situation.
Yeah.
But that did the table really well, though.
Yeah.
It actually didn't do it well for me when I was actually editing this, so I'm like pretty impressed.
Yeah. Did a good job.
Yeah, it did. Okay, great. So let's see if that kind of follows the right thing. Ooh, okay. Let's see. Closer. No, I think we're just gonna have to. I mean, that's actually not like
it's the right color.
It's the right color.
It just needs the grout kind of and.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, so then in that case, and I'm gonna just continue to do a few more little Genfills here. I'm gonna add or remove this. And I mean, that's what's great about these. I feel like I'm okay with generating these sections here just because, like, you know, they're a little like messy and kind of like, you know, obscure.
Sure.
Like no one, I mean, I don't really like, you know, I care more about just like what's happening over here, but let's see. Yeah, see, look at that.
So if you're wanting to remove something, you just don't type anything into the prompt.
Exactly.
And Photoshop will know, like, okay, we want to like replace this, take it out, just like fill it in with what is there.
Yeah.
You only need to put a prompt if you're adding something specific. Like say we wanted to add another lemon or something like that. Then we would say like
exactly.
A yellow lemon.
Just keep it blank.
Exactly.
When you want it to just kind of fill in.
Yeah.
Oh. No, I think that's too weird.
The second one? Or wait.
No.
No, it's not round enough.
I think it's too weird. Okay. So then sometimes what I'll do, okay, so here's where a little bit destructive. So I'll just go ahead and duplicate the clean copy and call it Genfill. And then that way I can bring all of these layers, merge them together, and then merge it down. So then that way we have like the Genfill still available here. I think, let me see, I think this one will do it, I'm sure. I think there's enough detail around it that it will fix that. But yeah, I think that looks pretty good. I don't want to spend too much time over here, but otherwise, like, I just need to do like a little stamp tool action to kind of complete the edge of that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, let me see. Yeah, look at that. That's pretty good.
Looks good.
Ooh, even that one.
Yeah.
That's good.
That looks really good.
And like I feel like this we can keep because it's kind of believable that maybe there's something like off to the side.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go ahead and merge that down. And I'm like pretty happy, like I'm okay with like leaving this. So I can always just merge this down.
You could even crop it in a tiny bit more, like, you know, just to have a little less, but
yeah, exactly. And I'll continue to edit more of this and like, you know, refine that. Because I think I definitely did do a lot more, like, you know, I just like went in. But for this purpose, like all I really need to do is just get some little stamp tool here. And maybe I'll do like this dark one over here. And I can just, and it might even be not the right size, but that's okay. We can always adjust it. So I can do like something like this.
Yeah.
You know, and I have like a soft brush. Yeah, there we go. Soft brush.
Yeah.
Bring it down.
That actually looks pretty good.
Yeah. I just definitely need to shift it over.
Right.
But that's okay. That's easy.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to just kind of bring a little bit of this. And I can always adjust this hardness so that I can get closer to. There we go. Perfect. Beautiful. And I can just fix that. I love the patch tool to just kind of fix texture.
Beautiful.
Gorgeous. Okay. And then all I need to do is just grab this and then make a copy on its own layer, switch to Command T for transform, and I'm going to hit skew, and then I can just build it over this way.
Beautiful.
So I can
look at that.
Kind of make it go in the same direction.
I mean, that's pretty, like, looks pretty believable.
Yeah, you know, this needs some work, but again, like I can just go in here. Some of the reflections in the toaster were a little bit distracting, so I can just go in and like gen fill. I could also do actually remove tool as well. There is the mode now where you can do generative AI on, generative AI off. So I like to kind of keep it on because it usually does a much better job. So I'm going to just merge that down earlier.
We have an update on Wade's toaster.
Oh, yes, tell us.
Wade says, bad news, chat. I double checked my toaster. Same color, same shape, wrong brand.
Oh, no.
Sorry, Smeg.
Bad news, chat.
I mean, Smeg is fine. They'll survive.
They'll survive. They're going to be totally fine.
They're going to be fine.
Okay, so I love this remove tool because it's just like painting and you're just like, cool, like let it do its thing. So then it's working to remove the area. And usually when you have the generative AI turned on, it does a much better job as far as texture and look. I know that this recent update has a little bit of a slower in terms of actually generating, but hopefully we'll get back up to speed.
Hopefully the wait will be worth it. Yeah, it's hard with the reflective things because you don't want to remove all the reflection, right? Because you still want it to look shiny, especially if you're shooting for, you're really shooting for Smeg, they're probably going to be pretty particular about how the shine looks and like making it shiny but not too shiny and reflective but not too reflective, and it's like that whole balance, you know? So you have to sometimes play around a little bit to like make sure that you're kind of checking those boxes.
I know. And of course it's taking an extra long time right now. Love
Come
that on stream.
Photoshop.
You can do it. And that's where I will go back to gen fill or patch tools. Actually, I like doing a combination of gen fill and patch tool just because I can generate and it'll usually do a good job of cleaning or removing something. And then I can use the patch tool to bring back some of the original texture. So I don't know if it's gonna do it right now. So it's kind of struggling. I can hear the.
I know. I heard your laptop. I was oh no, it's stressing.
It's stressing out. You know what? I think I'm gonna have to cancel because
it can't perform.
It can't perform. Bye bye. Okay.
Okay.
We tried. So let's do gen fill instead. Okay. Oh no. Not the wheel of death.
Oh no. Okay.
Okay. Don't. Oh, you guys. My laptop is so old at this point. So I think I need a new one. Okay, perfect. Let's keep on going.
She's saying that so that I'll say we can create we'll buy you a new laptop.
Exactly.
We can.
Yeah, you know. No, what I need to do actually is I need to get an extra SSD just to run Photoshop on it so that it's top, so that it works as intended.
Cian says, I love that the remove tool is in Lightroom Mobile.
Yes. Oh my gosh. I've been using it too, and it's like so good.
Quick edits on the go, guys. If you're not using Lightroom Mobile, get on it. It's so great.
Perfect.
Beautiful.
Love
it. The beach ball of death.
I know. Oh, the beach ball. Not the beach ball.
Not the beach ball.
Okay. Beautiful.
Wait, how fun would a photo series be of like things that like designers or photographers are scared of?
Oh,
and it's like the beach ball.
My gosh. Yes.
Things like I don't know exactly what they would be, but like I just had an image of like the beach ball.
Like all the things.
And it's like scary. It's like horror, scary.
Oh my gosh. Wait, that actually would be really good.
Yeah.
We should do that. Let's do it.
Okay.
Okay, look, we're getting pretty close. I think I might just remove this one, and I think then we'll focus on this alien situation over here.
Because we don't
fix that.
We're not happy about that.
Nope. Okay, beautiful. Yeah, Genfil's doing a pretty good job, and I would probably go in and just like touch this up a little bit more.
Well, even like the reflection, like right around the letters and stuff. Like I feel like a brand is going to be really particular, especially about how their logo is looking.
Exactly.
So that's something that we'd probably want to clean up.
Exactly.
All those little things,
Yeah, but if we're doing speed editing here, so gotta get to it. Look how good that did it though.
It did the shadows, that's honestly crazy.
So now if I put these in a group, that's all of those reflections right off the bat with Genfil, you guys. Like
we still got a little shine in there.
Don't be afraid of Genfil. It's like for me, it feels like I'm just doing the things that are very very repetitive and very monotonous and kind of boring.
Well, that would have taken you so long.
So much longer.
And now it's so
to
fast.
get the gradient and everything, it's
so
like
you can just edit even more.
Yeah, exactly. So exactly. Okay, so I'm gonna take care of this little guy, this little thing, and then whatever these dots are, I have no idea.
I really feel like it's. Was there lights on the ceiling? Maybe?
No. This is the yolk. That sounded really weird when I came out of it.
Oil spatters in the corner.
Oh, maybe.
I don't know. It's very
Let's see.
funny.
Okay. Please.
Maybe it was a polka dotted chicken.
Maybe. You never know. Okay, perfect. So almost there, you guys, and then we can kind of get to some extra stuff. So we'll so fast. We'll be great. We'll finish. Don't worry.
We'll finish. Oh,
okay.
Why did it put?
I don't know. Ooh, that one's good. Ooh, I like the
sparkle.
shine. Ooh, wait, which one?
The last one.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect.
For sure.
So let's go ahead and merge all these Genfil layers, bring it down. And now if I kind of zoom out, I can see, and I actually need to add some down here. Let's see. There's a little transparency right here. It's so tiny, but I'm gonna do it anyway.
A polka dotted chicken. I have a chicken that's kind of spotted.
So cute.
She's like speckly, not like actual polka dots, but she's got like little speckles,
Cute. Okay, great. This is looking good. If I turn this off, look at everything that we did Genfil wise. That's pretty amazing. Yeah, and I could keep going, keep doing stuff and like all that fun stuff. But I'm gonna move on. So I'm gonna go ahead and merge this. This is our like clean layer. Awesome. Let's go ahead and
Brandon Woelfel says the colors.
So
Hi, Brandon.
Cute. Hi, Brandon.
You guys need to go back and watch
my gosh.
Brandon's stream from this morning.
So good.
So fun. So fun.
Okay, so I've added a sharpen layer here where I'm going to do some stuff, but it's so funny. Earlier, Holly, when I was watching Holly's stream, she has the same panel that I have as well, the Beauty Retouching Academy. It's amazing. It's like just a great, you can set these up in Photoshop Actions as well, but it's just something so much easier. And I just play it, and it like automatically makes me a dodge and burn, like setup here. So this is kind of what I typically do when I'm dodging and burning. I take my brush, it's a pretty soft brush, bring the opacity down to about like 12, 13%, something like that. And then with the foreground white, I kind of just literally start painting. It feels like I'm like in the dark room where I'm just like, being cute and like, just like brightening all the like bright parts of my image. And I kind of do a sweep over all the like background, just like all the like light parts. And it just kind of starts to build up, you know, a little bit more depth and, I don't know, just like punching up, you know, those brights and then just adding a lot more contrast in general. And so I just kind of play. And there's a lot of clicking. Yeah. And then I kind of go in here. I know, lots of clicking. And yeah, so I'm doing like a speed round. Speed editing here. Okay, amazing. Like, look at this. We can bring out all this detail in the bacon here. Oh, so much better. Okay, beautiful. So just kind of going over. Gorgeous. And then I think I did over here, but if not, I'll just go over it. Perfect. And a little bit on this toast.
Oh, make that toast pop.
Like pop, you guys. Oh, so good. And then a little shine right here. Gorgeous. And a little bit on the flowers too.
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful. Okay. And then I would probably do the same thing with the curve, but if we like take a look at what I did, let me see. I think I do an option. Yeah, there we go. It's like basically like painting.
Yeah.
So
yeah, painting
it's really fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, painting with light. And then same thing with the, you know, shadows. I kind of just punch them up and find all the dark parts. Just kind of make it a little bit more dramatic, you know?
We love the drama.
We love the drama. Beautiful. Obviously, I take my time with this a little bit more, but, you know, this is the gist of it, you know? And I would, you know, oh my gosh, have I been? Oh, yeah, there we go. Okay. And obviously, like, you know, usually going in, especially on, like, letters or text on, like, labels and stuff, like, just to bring them out, sharpening them up. Yeah.
Yeah.
Perfect. Have I even been doing stuff? Oh my gosh. Oh my God, I have been literally not doing anything. Oh my God, I was like, why does it feel like nothing's happening? Oh my God, you guys, I need coffee.
That's so funny.
Okay, there we go. Now we're doing something. Okay, there we go. Beautiful. Okay, so again, just kind of going in. I can take my time with this for days, but the whole point is that I'm just, and I generally like to be pretty loose, like in terms of like, you know, how I paint, you know, I don't like, you know, I don't know. I don't like to spend too much time on it, but just enough where like I feel like it's doing something, you know?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Okay. Beautiful. I think that's good enough. Yeah, perfect.
Beautiful.
Okay. So now we've got our sharpen. Our typical thing is we like to do a high pass here, and I usually like to do a radius of 1.8. Okay, great. And then change the blending mode to linear light, because that makes it just like way more crunchy. So there we go. Look at that. Perfect.
Beautiful.
I'm gonna keep it pretty high up, okay? So now the other fun thing, let's do a little levels adjustment. Just kind of bring everything up a little bit. And I kind of just like make sure that these little endpoints are kind of brought in, so we get a little bit more punch there. There we go. Perfect. And then now the other thing that I've been loving doing, and you guys, if you, we have these on our,
if you sign up for our email newsletter on our website, you will get these two preset actions for free.
Yeah, so I've been loving doing this kind of like HDR toning effect. So I'm going to go ahead and duplicate this image here, because I'm going to flatten it. And I know that's scary, but it's on a copy.
Yes.
So I basically have been playing around with adding like fun, unique effects using the HDR toning adjustment in the adjustments section. So click on this, and then obviously we flattened it already, so that's okay. That's why we do that. And there's all these like crazy, like insane, you know, things happening here, and I've been like loving playing around with it. So I usually like to start off with flat, because it kind of adds, it kind of like brings up detail and like brightens everything up. It's almost like a base for these other things. So
it's so fun. Even just that is like, it's kind of a vibe. Yeah,
I know. So I'm going to copy it. I'm going to paste it back onto our image here. And then I can just play around with the opacity to kind of like just have that effect still. But, you know.
A little less crazy.
Yeah, you know. There we go. like that already brings out so much detail. I love it. So I'm gonna call that flat. And then I'm gonna just go back to that other copy, and then let's go ahead and do another HDR toning adjustment. So these are the presets that I made for myself just because I was playing around and I was like, oh, I like this effect, and I called it the oomph. So press OK. That looks kind of crazy, I know. But
trust the process.
Trust the process, guys. So I'm gonna go ahead and copy that, paste it again. And we're just building like effects here, you know? So now I can play around with the, ooh, I like the soft light. Maybe bring it down. Something around like 40% maybe. There we go. Something like that. Okay, perfect. I love that. If we take it out, it just kind of adds a little bit of oomph. Do you see that?
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, I could maybe do this with levels or curves, but like, I don't know. This is just way more fun. There's just something about the effect of it.
It's just so much easier too.
It is.
It's like a little one and done, like, you know?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, and even though I already technically did sharpening earlier, we kind of want to push it a little bit more. So let's add this other preset that I had that I made just for fun. It basically feels like it's the high pass sharpening method, but it's like on steroids. So it looks kind of crazy. Again, trust the process.
Trust the process.
You know, you don't go up to your mom or your whoever's making you breakfast and you're like, that looks gross. You gotta trust the process. Wait until, you know, the whole breakfast is made.
Yep. And then you say thanks, Mom, and you eat it.
Exactly. You say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for feeding me. Okay, amazing. Love it. Copy and then paste that back onto our image here. Crazy, I know. So let's call it the grit, because that's the name of it that I came up with it. Okay, and then we're gonna go over to, let's say, overlay. I think feels like right. Maybe, I mean, we could try other things, but I think overlay probably feels the most, the best here. And again, I want to bring down the opacity and the fill just to kind of not, you know, have it there, but not be so quite in your face. But do you see how that just instantly makes things
so
like,
textured.
so much texture. Like, look at that bacon.
That bacon looks so good.
Delish. I love it. Okay. Amazing. So now I'm pretty happy with this so far, right? We could go ahead and do some more.
You have 3 minutes.
Color things. I know. I'm gonna save it. Don't worry.
Okay.
Don't worry. We're almost done. We're almost done.
Just making sure. Time flies. Time flies.
Time
We're talking about breakfast
and when you're having fun.
Having fun.
I'm having so much fun. Are you having fun?
I'm having so much fun.
Me too.
I love it.
I really want breakfast now.
I know. Me too.
Okay, so while this saves, I'm gonna have it do its thing. And actually, I wonder if maybe it might take a while to save. So we might have to do our other image just in case.
Yeah.
So this is our edited image, right? I'm gonna make a copy just so that we can reset the settings. Because I save things and then I bring it back into Lightroom and then I do more adjustments, which is kind of fun. I don't know. Maybe it's overkill, but I kind of enjoy it. So let's go ahead and reset these settings here on this one. So let's say we saved it and then, you know, it came over here. So I love to just do a few extra things. So
okay, you have 1 minute.
1 minute. Let's add some texture. Let's go into our presets. I'm big into presets, you guys. So, you know, it's okay. Have things ready so that you can, you know, get things going.
Oh,
so
save time.
Yeah, save time. So I have these awesome presets. I forget the name of the artist. I think it's Phil Chester. If you DM us on Instagram, I can let you know. Yeah. But it's Dreamo7 1970s. Look at how gorgeous that looks.
Beautiful. I
love that. Let's bring it down just so
that's where the vintage vibes really come in.
That's where the vintage vibes come in.
For sure.
And now, that's beautiful. So there we go. And I can just do one more little thing if I wanted to, you know, kind of make it a little bit more green, a little more saturated, a little deeper, that kind of thing.
Yes,
and there we go.
I love the 1970s here. Yeah, me too.
Good. So there you go. That's our image.
Great job. I love the speediness at the end. You did it.
I did it.
You did it.
We did
Time
it.
to eat.
Time to eat, you guys.
Thank you guys so much for joining us today on our day of celebrating photography. We had so much fun. Please send us a message, tag us on Instagram if you use any of these tips. We would love to see your work, and make sure to go back and watch all of the streams from today. So much great content, and also subscribe to Adobe Live on YouTube so that you don't miss out on any of the incredible streams that are coming up. So
so good.
Thank you for joining us, and we'll see you guys soon. Bye.